Hello and welcome to Buddh International Circuit, just a few kilometers away from New Delhi, the capital of India, for the 8 hours of Buddh. My name is Edward Hunter, and I'll be taking you through the qualifying session, which is currently underway. We've got 17 minutes left on the clock, of course, and it's going to decide the grid of the three classes, of course, being LMP1, LMP2, and GD3. A very, very big championship battle underway. But here we go. Here's the man on provisional pole at the moment, just making his way around the circuit. That's, of course, Jansen Bintz, who won last time out at the 8 hours of Interlagos. And currently on a roll. The 23 had two retirements earlier in the season at Barcelona and at the Nordschleife, the Nürburgring. So certainly the 23 getting its season back on track with that win and looking good for pole at the moment. 8 temps ahead of the number 74 Seawolf net race team, which we've not seen really in action too much. But certainly a great time by Bintz at the moment, 1:32.3 as he makes his way through the sort of chicane section. Of course, those who are watching EERC touring cars will remember how much carnage we saw sparks fly out the back of that LMP1. And so low to the ground here, that valet car, as he goes through turns 10, 11, through turn 12. And then the 13-14 chicane. I can just watch those sparks all day. It's all over the curb. That's, of course, where Liam Rance's race came, in the touring cars, came to real ruin as a 25.9 in the middle, a purple middle sector then for Jansen Bintz. So he's going to consolidate the pole time here if he can just hook it up, because he wasn't too much slower in the first sector. Here we go. He powers towards the line. What's it going to be for Jansen Bintz? Goes from a 1:32.3 to a 1:32.5, so slightly slower actually. He didn't quite hook it up in that final sector as he kicks up the dust. Of course, this New Delhi Buddh International Circuit, it's not really been used in real life, at least, since a little bit for like MRF and some of the smaller series, but it's not really seen much action since 2013 would be the last one when Sebastian Vettel, of course, won his fourth and most recent World Championship for Red Bull. Good the driver's title that day. But there's Bradley Sellers for Rookie Monsters number 73. We're, of course, in the top 3 in the championship. 2 third places, 2 fourth places so far this season. So it's been fairly consistent, but they've not really been looked at ever like... They've rarely looked like they were really in the serious fight for victory as the hours waned on. But here we go, 4th place at the moment, and a new best time, 1:34.8 on the green tire, which I believe is the medium. Everyone else on the blues, which are the soft tires, of course, apart from Sandor Kenez in the Callaway Corvette number 36. So let's have a look elsewhere with 15 minutes left to go. Here we go. This is our current pole sitter, provisional pole sitter in LMP2, which is a very tight championship. The number 21 and the 33, which is currently being driven by Sabakis, are both equal on 61 points at the moment. But of course, the winner last time out was the number 77, and Sven Gielhard was one of the drivers in there, along with Tobias Blumschein, who won, of course, his first ever R-Factor 2 race, really, Interlagos, which was a very impressive drive, it must be said. There's Zux just getting himself prepared. He comes out through turn 15. Final corner, turn 16. Sort of 90-degree left-hander. Zux gets himself underway. Begins his lap. Very important, of course. Prepare your tyres, get them in the right operating window so they're giving peak performance. Seconds. Tidy for Zux so far. But it wasn't really an ideal start to the season for the 21. Of course, they were outside of the podium positions at Barcelona at the season opener and at Interlagos last time out. They only got 8 points. So it was, a really difficult race for them. Iris 77. Real threat, only about half a second behind in this session, but There we go. Temp down through the first sector for Roland Zooks. Meanwhile, in GD3, because everyone is always asking where's the GD3 action, it is the 87, which of course won last time out in its first race of the season at Interlagos, as we see the 21 not really setting the timing screen alight. I tell you who is setting the timing screen alight, Zavakis, or was. He had set a few personal bests there. But here's Bukout in the 87, of course. They won Interlagos, as I was saying, and have put themselves into championship contention. Joshua Hamilton says, yes, I remember EERC touring cars. Of course, Joshua Hamilton won that one. And into the points number 46 with Abascal moving up to the LMP2 from the GD3 squad. We'll be hoping to get some good points today, as here comes Wesley Bukout then. 2 tenths ahead of his stablemate, Tobias Blumschein. Tobias, for some reason, getting on board the FRA Sim Racing number 59, because I believe Tobias's main focus is getting to Formula E tomorrow on Sunday for race 2 in Berlin, which of course he lives in Germany, so it's not too big a journey for him. Bukout coming down that long straight, and we're going to see a lot of slipstreaming down it, especially into this turn 4. Such a tricky braking zone, as we saw in the touring cars. Bukout looking fairly subtle. Of course, Wesley Bukout, the 87, really looking to mount a title challenge. It's really number 16 that's in third, driven by Tibor Kiss, which is only about 4 temps down, actually. As Chris Davis in the 86 has also gotten himself up to third and beaten Tibor Kiss, just as I was saying that. Yeah, championship, as we see Wesley Bukout about 10th down on his best lap. And a purple in the middle sector then. So let's see if Wesley can finish this one off in a dramatic fashion. Through turn 15 he goes. He's only got to hook up turn 16. And again, a deceptively tricky braking zone. These sort of wide entries that you can sort of put yourself offline if you're not careful. But here we go. The 87 powers towards. What is this going to be? Oh, it's not good enough. Wesley knew it. And back to the pits he goes. Here's Tibor Kiss, green, personal best in the first sector, and the Aston Martin, number 16, for Team Imperium, who are, of course, leading the championship on 57 points. And it's de facto, a bit, even though they're only leading by 7 points over Satellite 64. Satellite 64, they're out of it. So it's a de facto 27-point lead, I believe, over Finnevond, number 444. As Tibor Kiss starts another lap, so I don't think he was quite able to hook that last one up. Finnevond are only just ahead of Boyd Transport 206, who are about 4 points behind them. Then it's Team Iris on 25 points, who have only missed the first 3 races. The 87 really looking to put a title bid together. They could really jump up the order if they could get 2 wins in a row. But of course, number 16, they're going to try and eke out the gap, manage the gap that they've got, as we see Eggert. Pascal Eggert eclipses the time of Bradley Sellers in LMP1, which is good news for Finnevond. They certainly seem like a much stronger team. Pascal Eggert, we saw how fired up he was during the touring car race here against the Hunter Birch simulation cars, unfortunately. But certainly great to see Pascal back in action and back at his best, really. He certainly lost none of his speed over a single lap. Let's hope he can get it to keep it together. We saw Pascal get that podium, 2nd place at the Nordschleife race. Look at Bradley Sellers kicking up the dust and sparks at the back of the Ricky Monsters machine as he desperately tries to get back on song. Jan Catal in the 74, still 8 temps down on Bintz in LMP1. Look at those sparks once again. Bumps as well. Really apparent in these LMP1s much more than the LMP2s, it must be said. What a great middle sector then. Who else is setting the time screen alight? Catal has actually got a lot closer, as I was saying that, on the last lap. Only 3 temps down. There he is, and he drifts it into turn 3. So the Seawolf 74 car really pushing. What else is out there? Unfortunately, I've not got the auto director, so we're probably going to miss as Chris Davis in the 86. Goes off track. Here's Tobias in the 59. Not seen a whole lot of FRA 9 season. I believe they did the last race at Interlagos and they got about points, but a pretty decent team, I believe. They're Valente driver, but they've got strong links with the Irish squad. The brown and gold livery here looks really nice in the evening sunlight in Buddh, New Delhi. And sparks over the curb as well for Tobias. Steelhead now sets a... he's on a very good time here, Sven Gielhead. Let's have a look as he goes through turn 15. What can the 77 do here? 6 minutes left in the session. Purple middle sector, so he's narrowly up on his best. Almost drifting it through the last corner. Here we go. All or nothing as we go towards the line. Is this going to get him into the top 2 or onto pole position? Yes, there we go. Second place. He displaces the 33 Azabakis. And he's only just under 3 tenths though behind the Zooks, who is still out there, still circulating and trying to build his pole time even further. But it is basically 3 tenths lead in all the classes really, as Zooks actually goes a bit wide. Hairpin. Here's Tobias Blumschein trying to get himself onto pole position, this time in GD3. Tobias, certainly a master of LMP2 and at home in that car, so great to see him pushing himself in the GD3 and again excelling. Very, very impressive young man who I'm sure will achieve great things inside and outside the car and the commentary box. And he was very lucky actually that the penalty for jumping the start of the race, that he built up enough of a gap, or not lucky, he did the gap really, so the penalty didn't affect him too much. Akos Forgax sets a decent time in Irish 66. Up to the top 4. Barbosa, the tail of the LMP1 field. Lovely livery there on the TGM car. Let's hope we can see TGM get to the end this time. They're quite a way off the pace of Bradley Sullers, who's only about 0.07 of a second away from Pascal Eggert. Newberger in the 28 bottling car, setting a few personal bests as he powers towards the line. What can the 28 do to his time here? Can he get out of the top 5? No, he remains 5th, which is still pretty decent for the 28, which of course is one of the teams in contention for the LMP2 championship at this stage in the season. We are only at the halfway point. Barbosa actually sets a personal best sector 2. Chris Davis is also going quite well out there, setting some personal bests in his 86. And Chris Davis gets up to... he's already 3rd, so here we go through the last couple of corners. But it's a purple first sector for Chris Davis. Can the 86 get onto the front row? Can Chris Davis displace Tobias Blumschein, the old stablemate? Here we go, towards the line goes Chris Davis. And it's 2nd, there we go. Just over a 10th behind Bukau and his teammate. So Iris really locked out, and they're all Irish drivers really on the first 3 positions, which is bad news for Team Imperium, who is improving out there. Abascal in the 48, the 46, sorry. He's moved from the 48 GD3 to the 46. And here we go, look at that middle sector. Very, very impressive for Tomas Abascal. Abascal the Rascal, as we call him. Loves to sneak in a decent time there at the end. He's been on pole in GD3. Can he get on pole in LMP2? It might be too big an ask. Down in 6th, 9 tenths down. Can he get nearer to the front row? Here we go. 46 goes towards the line. And it's 4th. Great lap there. Gets out again with 2 minutes left to go. But it's looking like really able to challenge the pole time in LMP2 by Roland Zooks. 2 temps down. Closest back, of course, is GD3, isn't it? And I think Blumschein fancies getting back onto the front row here. But it's Kiss that's really under pressure. Let's see him start his lap. Kiss and Timur Benchik doing a brilliant job to finish second at Interlagos. Split the 2 Iris cars. And that's the kind of performance that they need to keep replicating. Here we go. We're starting the lap now. We have a minute and a half to go. Peter Schumann has got the 139 into 14th position. Overall, I think. About 8th in class, of course. Listen to that Aston down the straight. Yeah, we're getting towards the first sector split now. Personal best, he's up, is Tibokis. Crucial moments here for ED3 Championship leaders. Hard to take the lead in Brazil because Satellite won the first 2 races and then held on for the championship lead for quite a few rounds, surprising number of rounds. Now, being in control, and actually they bailed out, so they're not going to get another run in. So that's it. Jensen Bintz then. Is anyone else on a decent time? Chirinos, a better improvement. Jessa Chirinos in the 26, which is the VMS Sunedit's car, of course. But that's only really good enough for 16th overall. So the top 10 in class there. But here's Jansen Bintz, a last-ditch attempt to increase his pole time. Now is out of it then. See if the Mugen do anything here. Not really. It's a 40.7. Decent, but not really good enough. You needed a couple more temps. And this is looking a bit squirrely here. Bintz says 40.5. That's a bit more like it. About a temp off. Looks, Gilhead, Kiss. They're all done. Baskel's done. So yeah, LMP2 will stay much the way it is. Dual GD3 it looks like. Here comes Toff in the Paul Street Boys 753. Joseph Toff here, dude. As he powers towards line, he's set purple first sector. He needs to make sure this final sector's been hooked up. Can he get out of the top 5 and nearer to the front row? No, he stays 5th. So disappointment then for Joseph Toff. That was looking like a decent lap. But Bintz, oh, he did set a purple middle sector, but I don't think he finished the lap then. So I believe there's no one else out there running apart from Tim Houck. Let's have a look. He's down in 18th, and Tim Houck indeed goes back to the pit lane in Valet 32. So, Santa Kedis and Gergo Bubol are still trying to do laps. Santa Kedis is going back to the pit lane, it looks like. And Gergo Belay in the sort of independent McLaren entry. Yeah, not really looking like a great lap by Gergo Belay. Last at the moment. Oh, very, very wide indeed. So I think that's it. That's quali over then. Be Jansen Bintz on pole. Another pole for Valet. They really have been racking them up this season. So let's go through class by class then. Session results. There you go. There's your LMP1 grid. It is Jansen Bintz on pole position by 3 temps over Jan Katal for Seawolf Net Race Motorsport number 74. Impressive, those guys. We've not really seen Seawolf 74 in action this season. Oh no, that's not true. We did see them in Brazil, but they didn't finish. But certainly the best qualifying for them. Zoltan Toth for the 22 Mugen Sim Racing Championship leaders down in third, ahead of Pascal Eggett in the 137 Finnevond, Bradley Sellers Rookie Monster 73, and Pedro Barbosa for TGM, rounding out our LMP1 runners. LMP2 is Rowan Zux on pole in the 21 from Sven Gielhed, Zabakis in the 33 Valet, Thomas Abascal into the points number 46, Akos Forgax in the 66 Iris, Felix Neuberger in the Bodling Motorsport 28, Matthias Gozowski for Boyd Transport number 40, Peter Schumann in the 139, Florian Vettler in the 42, Jessa Trinos in the VMS Sun Edits number 26 rounds out the top 10. Then it's David Martin who will start 11th ahead of Tim Houck. Finally, GD3, Wesley Buchout on pole again in the 87. Can he make it 2 wins in a row from 2 starts? Ahead of his teammate Chris Davis. Tobias Blumschein in third in the 59. Then is Tibor Kiss for Team Imperium. The championship leaders down in 4th. Ahead of Paul Street Boys number 5. Nick Homewood in the 444 Finnevond. A second of the pace. That won't be what Nick Homewood wanted. Marco Pereira will start 7th in the 127. Then it is Sander Kennis in the Callaway Corvette 36. And Gergo Balai in the independent entry, rounding out the field. So, we've got warm-up now before the race begins in about 25 minutes or so. I'm going to go eat some lunch. And I'm very excited to see how this pans out, because if the Valet number 23 can get another win, it will really increase their championship lead. And of course, we've got that tight battle in LMP2 between Mugen 21, Iris 77, Valet 33. All 3 of them fighting for the championship. I think that's going to be very close indeed. And don't forget into the points as well. What can the 46 do? Then I think GD3, it's really a case of the 3 Iris machines versus the number 16 of Team Imperium and the Aston Martin. I'm going to leave you for now and leave you with the warm-up. But will be not the most exciting, but at least interesting. Till then, I'll see you for the beginning of the 8 hours of Buddh. A lot of Eastern promise. Will it be an Indian summer for any of our drivers? Stay tuned to find out.
Whisper test, whisper test.
Well, the waiting is almost over, and the racing is about to begin. It's the 8 hours of Buddh International Raceway. Name of the circuit? Or is it just Buddh? No, it's just Buddh International Circuit, not Raceway. I don't know where Raceway came from. But it is, of course, the host of the Indian Grand Prix from 2011 to 2013. Still news today for other championships. But certainly a very unique and challenging circuit as we ride on board with Jansen Bintz in that fearsome LMP2 Valet. Sparks been kicked up all over the place. For some reason, the auto director is very interesting. Chris Davis just sitting in the garage, but he, of course, will start third today. But it's this man, Jansen Bintz, who starts on the overall pole position in LMP1. It's Mugen on pole in LMP2 with the 21. And in GT3, it's Bukout in the 87, who starts from the front of that class. In the Iris, of course. Vince, yet again, sets a 26.4 in the middle sector there on this warm-up lap, so he might just get in. Nope, he's going for the pit lane, practicing his entry. Of course, they will need to for the tyre, fuel, and driver changes throughout the race. And it's going to be a tight 8 hours indeed. Come the end of it. Remember, Valet only just beat Mugen 22. But Mugen 22 have got the Seawolf number 74 in the middle of them on this occasion. So it is going to create quite a bit of trouble. So, a reminder, the race is going to start under code 80. With the grid forming up. Eventually, the LMP1s will be released first, followed by the MP2s and then the GD3s. So absolutely crucial for Bintz to make a clean getaway here, not to let Jan Katow in the 74 alongside him get the jump on him. And Bintz stops there suddenly. That's a bit careless. Looks like Kenez in the pit lane just coming out now. Katow, yeah, it's just went for it there. And Ken, yeah, Ken's has got a penalty for HHR. See if that ends up being served or not. And Homewood has DNF'd. That's not good. So Nick Homewood and the 444 Finavon squad already hitting trouble. So it seems like he's getting out of the way now, because it always seems to come sooner or later for 444. Last couple of races, really. Katow just trailing the number 23. We'll have to see if Nick Homer can get back in the race or not. Here he is. I don't know if I hear anything about Homewood. Race will continue without him. The LMP1s continue to build a bit of a gap as going very wide there, practicing the inside line. That's of course where the Hunter Birch simulation cars came to grief with Pascal Eggert, and Eggert just behind. Pretty strong qualifying in 4th position, ahead of Bradley Sellers and Pedro Barbosa. 137 and the Rookie Monsters 73 always seem to have good battles. Seems like a couple of the yeah, because the 86 is missing. And David Martin in the 72 is gone as well, so I'm not really sure what's happening here with the LMP2 and GT3 field. Seems like at least 4 teams are disconnected. In fact, that might have happened to Nick Homewood too, because Peter Schumann is gone as well. Blumshine is also in trouble. He had qualified 3rd, so showing Ken's at the head of the GD3 field, which is also very bizarre. Oh, no wonder. Middle of the LMP2s. And one of them's missing a rear wing already. It's Zux, our pole sitter. What? Oh, he's missing a wheel too. No wonder there's so many sparks. Not sure what on earth Rowan Zux has been up to. But yeah, and the restart was pretty inevitable there. Because that was a bit of a cluster. Let's put it that way. So anyway, I guess attempt 2 to start the 8 hours of Buddh. About 5 or 10 minutes late as a result of that. Yeah, it also seems to be an issue with Chris Tompkins' race direction that he may have been saying things and we're not hearing.
Now.
There we go, we can hear him now. And can hear him on stream too, I believe.
Okay, so LMP2s can leave the grid now.
Okay, so the MP2s are being released. With, of course, Ron Zux, the head of the field. There he is. But they're not being... they've been released in terms of they're allowed to start their procession lap, I guess. For the rolling start.
And GT3s can leave the grid now.
There we go, Bukout just being allowed to depart. With Davis and Blumschein behind him. The LMP1s will get to go first, and it'll be very, very interesting to see if Jan Katow can get a decent getaway, or if Jansen Bintz can pull away, because the longer Katow holds up Zoltan Toff, the better it is for Valet. No Iris LMP1 in this race, number 8, sadly absent. Looks like Mugen are kind of running away with it in the championship, really. 23 can do something about it. Done everything right so far today. But of course we've got a long way to go. 8 hours precisely. This rate's just going to be 8 hours of me, so we'll be lucky if we get anyone else available today. Break of a couple hours once we get to about 4 o'clock in about 2 hours time. Looks leading the LMP2 field, but it's still Bintz. Way through the tricky chicane, you can see Jan Katow and Zoltan Toff in his mirror up there. Wait for the race to get underway. And I should probably just have a brief look in the chat, see if anyone has said anything. At this point, I might just listen to Josh commentary on. Good luck. A lot of fans of Gendrick and Lawnmower Racing, big fans of Boyd Transport Racing. I believe Gendrick also drives for Boyd Transport. And is that the number 40 that Gazowski is at the wheel of, in 7th in class? That would be that car then, yes. Boyd Transport 206 actually, doing very well in the GD3 Championship as well. Is the 206 in action today? No, I don't think so. It's quite a small GD3 field in all honesty.
LMP1s line up double file.
Here we go. So the MP1s being put into formation then. All 6 of them. With Jansen Bintz at the head of the field for Valet. And the championship leading move
And
right behind him.
LMP2 line up double file.
Yeah, so LMP2 is being put into position as well.
LMP1 green flag.
Go. So, Vince gets away, but Katao has made a good start and he's got the inside line, but will have to slot in right behind as actually Bradley Sullers is having a go at Zoltan.
LMP2 green
all three
flag.
hit each other and top leads. Oh, what a disaster there. But there we go.
GC3 line up double file.
Looks like LMP2's been released. It's Zooks once again getaway. So Mugen leading LMP1 and LMP2. But what a chaotic start there. As that looks like Kiss having a go at Geelhead. And he gets through as well. There we go. And Bowling Motorsport number 28 having a go at Geelhead 2 as they go through turn 3. Oh, and it spins! And round goes the Bowling Motorsports driver. And that's really messy. So terrible luck for, is that Newberger? Yes, there we go, Felix Neuberger. And it looks like GT3s have been not released
GT3
just yet.
flag.
But here we go, yeah, so Bukow actually almost overtaken by Chris Davis there. And it looks like Sunshine has actually got the jump on him. And as is Joseph Todd. But where is Tipper Kiss? Tipper Kiss has made an awful start here. And oh, there we go, Ira is still leading, but Tobias on the outside here. Oh, that's very narrow. And he's just about got through to hold on to second, but Chris Davis is going to be very keen to take that back indeed. And there we go, it's Tipper Kiss on the outside trying to make ground back up with Nick Homeward right behind him. So there we go, dramatic start then. But in LMP1, it is Toff leading Pascal Eggert. Bradley Sullers in third. Barbosa fourth, but not for long, because here comes Katao and Bint. So really an awful start. Oh, and Katao hits the back of Pedro Barbosa. It's not what he would have wanted at all. But yeah, if Barbosa can hold him up, that really plays into the hands of Vince, who's not really had some good luck so far. But here we go. Nick Homer chasing Tiberkiss and Joseph Toff for fifth position. The Barbosa, I believe, has just been taken by Katao. There we go, through turn 2. And up goes Jansen Bintz. What can Pedro Barbosa do about this? Answer, not very much. So there we go. You can see them accelerate away in front of him. And looks like Bradley Still is having a go at Eggert as well. Around the outside into turn 4. There we go. He's going to try and hold it. And Pascal has the slot in behind. So Bradley Still is in the 73. Up to second. 2 seconds down, though, on top. As Bintz is having a go at Katao. Katao's made a mistake. Here we go. Meanwhile, all Geelhead and Kiss having a battle over second position in LMP2. Kiss looked like we were briefly ahead on the outside, actually. Watch them through the chicanes. 7-8. Bukow, of course, it's the fastest lap in GT3 because it's for the first lap and he's leading. Rumshine in second could be a big, big threat, actually. I wonder if Tobias will play the team game here and let the 87 romp away to victory. But Davis still holding on to third from Toff and Kiss down in fifth. So not the start Team Imperium would really have wanted. There we go. So an interesting start to the race then, as Sellers is actually right behind. Oh, it was very briefly behind Zoltan Toff. And Eggert's still in the picture as well. An eye on that fight as well as Abascal. Oh, a bad start for the 46 then. They've lost out in the LMP2 field. It looks like the engine has gone. Well, there was some kind of overheating issue there as well. More smog than New Delhi's. Oh, who's that spinning in front of him? That looked like... I don't know who that was, actually. I believe it may have been... Oh, it was Barbosa in more trouble, actually. There we go. It must have been Barbosa. That's why I got confused. Sparks going on the back of that LMP2 of that looked like Geelhead. Or is that Kiss, maybe? Gazowski making a move on Peter Schumann. No, we don't want to watch Belay. But here we go. Gazowski in the Boyd transport car goes up the inside at turn 4. But Peter Schumann has got the inside, and Forgax is right behind them too. This is a great battle for 4th position. Here comes Forgax. Oh, a little bit late. Had to be careful there. These three right together in a train. As Toff is only a 10th ahead of Sellers, actually. Let's keep an eye on that as well. As here we go. No, of course, there's the Porsche in the way. That must be Pereira. Indeed, it is Pereira. And there we go. The LMP1's negotiating. Look, Vince already got up to the back of Pascal Egger, and he's going to try and go around the outside of him at turn 1, but Pascal has got the right line there to hold on. And here comes Vince. Is he going to try up the inside of turn 3? No, we'll have to switch to the outside. Pascal, we've seen in the touring car race how good he is at defensive driving, but he goes wide at turn 3. And just one little mistake, and Vince is back on the podium. There we go. And 3 to chase Bradley Sellers, who in turn is chasing Sultan Toff. But here we go. The traffic will play a part here. Nick Homewood fighting against Tibor Kiss right in front of them. And here we go. Oh, Nick Homewood hits the side of Tibor Kiss, and now Bradley Sellers have to squeeze in between the two. There we go. Just about managed to fit through without losing too much time to Zoltan Toff. But yes, this is getting very, very tense with the leaders desperately trying to thread their way through, as it looks like Neuberger Chirinos is in trouble as well. Here we go. So it's Neuberger, Chirinos, and Bettler fighting over 8th position with, that looks like Tim Houck in the 32 just behind them. And here we go. Chirinos. Oh, Vettler's going to go down the inside of both of them. That's brave by Florian Vettler, but can't quite get past the Bolding Motorsport number 28 and Jesse Chirinos having another go. Tim Houck joins the party. Chirinos trying to give a go around the outside, but oh, Tim Houck had a little think about it too. I had to think better of it as, oh, Toff been overtaken by Sellers. There we go. They were held up by the Iris. And this has let Vince back in the picture as well. So all very tense here. But here comes Toff trying to retake the lead into the first corner. Oh, he just gets the inside and tries to squeeze Bradley Sellers out. And Jansen Bint's going to pounce on both of them if they're not careful. Here we go. He's got a great view of this battle, has Jansen Bint. Bradley Sellers on the outside and hits a bit of the dirt. But here we go. Bint is going to go to the inside then. But Toff has retaken the lead for now. Will Bintz get the run on both of them? Yes, he will. Slipstreaming all the way down as they approach turn 4. Spike seeing the roll. Bradley Sellers has to take to the grass to avoid him, and Bintz is through into 2nd position. And Bradley Sellers will not be happy about that at all. He will have felt a bit grieved by the way Toff maybe pushed him out there. But there we go. Jansen Bintz back in the lead battle. It didn't take him long to catch up, did it? And look at the ground hitting the floor there, and the sparks flying out in every direction. Jansen Bintz has now got his target in his sights. He wants a 2nd LMP1 win in a row. To make sure he doesn't slip up with Bradley Sellers right behind him as Gazowski and Schumann fight over 4th position in LMP2. Here we go with the Iris of Forgax right behind them. And Gazowski goes all the way around the outside of Schumann at turn 4 as Katow gets a penalty for spinning around Bintz at the first corner and causing that big collision. There we go. But Gazowski up to 4th for Boyd Transport. They'll be delighted with that. What an excellent move there. The Dockster says, good luck, Finnavon. Well, not been great for them so far. Eggett's still in 5th, though, as Forgax. And it looks like, oh, yes, there we go. Forgax being pushed out by Schumann as they fight over that 5th position. But Forgax has got the inside line, Peter Schumann. Oh, and they've got the Corvette in the way, and Forgax takes to the runoff, and this will let David Martin get involved in the 72 Reading Game car. Fancies another top 5, does David Martin, and the bottling car of Neuberger has caught up to them as well. Neuberger goes up the inside of the Corvette, and now is well and truly part of this battle for 4th. Bintz, meanwhile, continues to trail Zoltan Toff. Oh, look how much more confident he is through these chicanes. But Bradley Sellers still sticking with them. So the traffic being absolutely crucial here in India. All the cars kicking up some dust as Savakis has been overtaken by Barbosa, who's trying to recover. And it looks like Nick Homewood and Tibor Kiss fighting over 5th position. And Homewood gets ahead. So it's really not looking good for the Team Imperium number 16. Down to 6th position as Martin once again fights with he's got past the 28 and he's having a go at Schumann now as well. All that Aston in the way. Oh, and they almost trip over each other. In fact, they do. And this could let Neuberger go around the outside of David Martin. That's brave by the bobbing 28. And dust kicked up in front by the Aston Martin. But all three made it through. David Martin down to 8th when you would have hoped to try and get back up to 6th. Here we go. Up the inside. He's going to attack the back, and David Martin spins at the exit of turn 10. And that was a bit clumsy, really. The number 72 got a little bit too greedy. A bit too eager to regain position. And he'll have to extricate himself out of that one as Toff and Bintz are battling. And Toff having to defend into turn 4. But Jansen Bintz is all over the back of the Mugen. For the overall leader of the race as Bugat continues to glory his gap over Blumschein, and Bintz has to just back out into the turn 5. Go through 6, 7, 8, 9. Long turns 10 and 11. Bintz has to back off a little bit. Breathe then for Toff as they start to drop Bradley Sellers slightly. Katow yet to serve his penalty, of course, in the Seawolf 74. And the sparks out the back of Jansen Bintz, almost as bright as that yellow blood orange Valet livery. Neuberger continuing then to challenge Peter Schumann for 6th position. Slipstream, but not quite able to overcome the Finnavon. The yellow in the first sector. What's that for? Is that Katow going into the pits? Indeed it is. Bintz continues to trail his title rival. But Sellers, of course, clear in 3rd position. And it's going to put Eggert into 4th in LMP1. Geelhead and Zux are right together too, having a battle for the lead. So let's not lose sight of that, because that's interesting indeed. Because the 77... one last time out in Brazil, needs to get another victory to get itself get those 10 points to the leaders. With the 33 behind them, they need to clear the 21 as well, as Bintz continues to slipstream behind Zoltan Toff. Berger continues to fight with Schumann. Guzowski really pulls away from Forgax. Well, no, Forgax is still right with him. Sven Geelhead a little bit late on the brakes there. Really pushing it to try and catch up to Roland Zux, two of the best drivers in LMP2s, Geelhead and Zux. And it's showing on track today. Neuberger fancies a run around the outside of Peter Schumann. Can't quite get close enough, tries to get the cut back and get a big run down the straight. Let's see what Felix Neuberger can make of this. And the bowling number 28. Finnavond 139 ahead of him. Here we go, the traffic on the left, Schumann on the right. And here we go. They get close together, and Schumann almost has a think about defending that one, but Neuberger is through into 6th position and continues his recovery. There's Blumschein as well for good measure. As we see yellow in the 2nd sector, is that Barbosa trying to get past Geelhead for position. It's really not been a great opening for Barbosa, fighting with the LMP2 leaders, as Savakis is in trouble. There we go, he's dropped down to 5th then. That's not good for the 33, because Guzowski for Boyd Transport is now on the podium. What a great opening stint this has been from Matthias Guzowski as he holds off Akos Forgax. Jansen Bintz, meanwhile, continuing to pile pressure upon Zoltan Toff and the Mugen. Only 13 minutes into this race, and already we've seen quite some drama, as David Martin, I think, continuing to get in trouble, as he's dropped down to 11th in class, out battling with Jesse Trinos and the Team Imperium 16, which is being lapped here as Nick Homer continues to pull away in front of him. Wow, that was a late lapping attempt by the two LMP1 leaders, as Geelhead sees Barbosa going around him, and he's going past Zux as well. Should be fairly straightforward with that extra power, but here we go. Geelhead could take advantage of this if Barbosa starts holding them up, but in fact they're both much more confident in the brakes and they get through. But Bintz fancies another run at Zoltan Toff as they approach turn 1. This is now we're on lap 11. There are lights at the side of the track, so we should be fine. James Bint sets the fastest first sector, 40.9, as he gets very, very close to the back of Zoltan Toff. And that gearbox is full of valet at the moment, which is not what Mugen would want at this stage whatsoever. Oh, Geelhead. Oh, and that was Barbosa spinning in the background. So, yeah, making a bit of a mess of things once more. The 96 TGM driver. Gazowski continues to hold off Forgax for third, and that final slot on the podium. The 33 will be challenging both of them. So Gazowski is going to have his mirrors full very shortly. Bint already making himself very well known in the mirrors of the Mugen of number 22 of Zoltan Toff. Comes that Team Imperium car again. Oh, and Toff has to tuck out at the last possible minute to lap it. And here comes Nick Homewood. Or rather, they come towards Nick Homewood, and Bint goes to the outside, and just as to go off track, that came upon Nick Homewood at exactly the wrong moment. There we go. So Toff actually pulls away ever so slightly. That was quite a tense moment. It was Marco Pereira. Makes his first stop of the day. And 8th and I believe last in the field. Geelhead continues to slipstream Roland Zux. So, and there's Martin going around the outside of Blumschein. Geelhead and Zux. And Forgax and Gazowski, those are the two closest battles on track at the moment. We've not talked too much about the GD3 field, but it is look. Bukout 5 seconds ahead of Blumschein, then Chris Davis about a second and a half behind. So that's your top three. But Geelhead continuing really push in his opening stint in the 77. And the title hunt very much alive for the Irish team. Vince gets within a couple of attempts again of Zoltan Toff in the overall lead in LMP1. Valley versus Mugen, and all the way around the Iris. They go. So Valley versus Mugen in LMP2. Iris versus Mugen. LMP1, sorry. Iris versus Mugen in LMP2. And in GD3, it's really Iris under control. Geelhead remains in the slipstream of Roland Zux as they come to lap. That looks like the into the points number 46, which has had a really, really rough start to the race. Wasn't too long ago they were getting podiums and in championship contention, but they'll have to negotiate him now. As Bint's still very close in that bright yellow valley as the sun continues to set in New Delhi. Wonder these two second place men going to try and make their move. 46 in the way here. You would think Sven Geelhead is just picking his moment. It's of course Thomas Abascal at the wheel of the 46, moving up from the GD3 squad. So his first time driving into the points with a roof, well, in a prototype, sorry. So all that extra power and downforce, he's still getting to grips with it. His teammates, when they get on board, should be able to make a real impression, especially Oliver Perikian and the likes of his teammates as well, and Ardo Erkan too. Here we go. Looks like the Mugen is getting a bit frustrated here because he's flashing his lights. His Renzux. So I think that Abascal will have to get out of the way. Abascal the Rascal, as we call him. And there we go. Not very rascal behaviour, moving alongside so that the two can slipstream past him. But Geelhead will have gained ever so slightly. And there we go, trying to tuck out immediately. And the sparks flying as the tray hits the floor over the bump. There, here we go. Sven Geelhead breaks late into turn 4. Is he going to be able to get that one stopped in time? Yes, he is. Fabulous move there by the 77 to take the lead in LMP2. But Zux is not far behind either. He's going to try and slip his way back through past the 77 Iris. very experienced teams, two very experienced drivers know exactly what they're doing here. And Zux, I imagine, will regroup as, there we go, Toff has got Bintz coming up the inside of him as well for the overall lead. So Bintz getting a great run out of turn 3, and through he goes. Not much that Zoltan Toff can do about that in the end. He tucks to the inside, but the Valet is through back into the lead. It started this race in from pole position, of course, before being hit in the back by Jan Katow. He's served that penalty now and is now about 50 seconds behind these two. We see 2 moves for the lead then, which were pretty easy to see coming. But that's the fastest lap for Jansen Bintz then. Oh, as his teammate really holds him up. That must be the 32 actually. And yeah, not really. I'll be hoping that the 32 holds the move. And he does actually, just a little bit. Because Toff has to go the long way around through the 13-14 chicane. But International Circuit creating quite the challenge. Not always, despite the wide entry through these corners, not always the space that these drivers would have hoped for to lap one another in the different classes. It's Barbosa, long way down, desperately. I think he has cleared. No, he hasn't. He's still trying to catch up to Zux and Geelhead, and Zux, of course, hasn't given up. Getting back on terms with Geelhead. There's David Martin, who's gained a place after his spin earlier. Completely over yet for Reed and Gain number 72, who were doing pretty strong earlier. Off continues to stay in the slipstream on that long run towards turn 4. Can Zoltan Toff pressure? There's an all big spark out the back of the Valet there. Spectacular to watch for this new update for R Factor, as Eggert actually sets the purple middle sector. Fastest middle sector of the race, 26.7. So that's pretty speedy by him as he seeks to get back on term with Bradley Sellers, who is about 20 seconds up the road. Oh, as Toff goes around the outside. There we go. Opportunistic move there with the Porsche getting in the way. And he retakes the lead then, going around the outside of Bintz, who was delayed on the inside, exiting the chicanes at 7, 8, 9, 10. No, 6, 7, 8, 9, sorry. Bintz, after that superb overtake, will have to do it all over again now, much to his frustration. Meanwhile, Gazowski is still about just under a second ahead of Forgax, and Kiss is about half a second behind as well, with Neuberger having joined the battle. So those four having a great little fight. Let's have a look at that if we can. Here they are, lying astern. Kiss making that mistake, was running third for quite a while, and now has really kind of handed it to Gazowski and Valley 33, who are technically joint leaders in the LMP2 Championship, are giving themselves a lot of hard work here. Got the teammate to the 77, the 66 Iris, and then that Boyd transport car, which is doing way better than expected. So full marks to Gazowski for keeping it clean in this stint and holding position. As there we go, that was absolutely excellent lapping there, because the McLaren really held up Forgax, and that's put him into the clutches of Kiss now. Yeah, that must be Balai. Virgo Balai and the independent orange McLaren just trying to get out of everyone's way. But Bintz continues to... oh, he's actually lapping this lot as well right now, as he pursues Zoltan Toff ahead of him. Oh, the 33 has to go off track there. Now here comes their teammate in the faster LMP1 car. More speed, more grip, more downforce, more power as Toff dives up the inside of the Iris into the final corner, but actually gets delayed. The Iris goes around the outside of him, and so too does Jansen Bintz as they approach the first corner. Which way around the Iris are they both going to go? It's Bintz on the inside and Toff on the outside, and Bintz retakes the lead. Well, Judge only hits the side. The Iris and the Mugen make contact there in the different classes. But Bintz now back in the lead, and Gazowski has the tailspin to avoid him there. And through comes the Mugen as well. Gazowski's pulled a real gap now as Schumann battles with Tim Houck in the 32 Valet. And Houck going off track. But here we go. Toff having another look up the inside as he slipstreams valet number 23. And there we go. He's done it. A little bit rough. Almost looked like he pushed the 23 off track a little bit there. Bince. Yeah, it's back and forth between these two, Bince and Toff. Go. He's still right with him through the chicane, but has to back off to make sure he gets a little bit of clear air to work with. Katow, meanwhile, has set the fastest lap of the race, 1:34.9. About 11 seconds behind Pascal Leggett in catching, so there's a little bit of a battle forming for fourth and third behind these two. Nearly at the end of the first half hour. So Zutz is now about 3 seconds behind Geelhead. This battle continues. Forgak's now caught back up to Gazowski. Now that all the faster LMP1s are dealt with, or have dealt with them rather. Here we go, Bince having another go. Looks so much more confident, really. Really just the traffic that's creating these opportunities. There's number 16 in the way again as Bince has to really back out at the last possible moment. Here we go, slipstreaming down through that back straight towards turn 4. Negotiating the GD3 field. Go, and Bince not really close enough to dive up the inside as the sparks rattle around the way through the floor. Really just a case of picking his moment again. Will he wait for the traffic to appear in front of him, or will he try and catch Zoltan out by braking really late on the into turn 4 again? To see. Definitely the closest battle on the circuit. Here we go, more GD3 runners, and there we go, Toff held up at exactly the wrong moment as they go around the iris. And now Bince right where he needs to be to take advantage. Here comes some more runners. It's Blumschein and the 86 they've just lapped then. And now it's it's Barbosa just ahead of them now, about to be sent a lap down. He's 125 seconds behind the leader already. Bince gets into the slipstream. Of course, that's an LMP1 they're doing. They can't just breeze past on the straight. They'll have to do it through the corners. And there we go. He gets out the way. Driving there by Barbosa. This is also right behind Forgan. Look at this. This is quite a tense train of cars here. This looks like Bradley Sellers is trying to lap them as well. Oh! Little spin, half spin by Forgax into the turn 3. Bince continues. Oh, to try and go up the inside. He's going to try and go around the outside into turn 5 against Zoltan Toff, but he's not really got enough wheels alongside, surely. And sure enough, he has to back out as a Kiss. Oh, up the inside of Forgax because Bradley Sellers is lapping them. And looks like the Bobbling Motorsport number 28 is going to have a go at Forgax as well. So he's lost 2 positions there. So not a great lap for Iris then in LMP2, but they're still leading with Geelhead. Neuberger now has the 33 in his sights. Be a very, very close battle between Boyd Transport and these 3 teams as well, as Bince once again slots back in behind the Mugen. What's been a fantastic strategic battle here. Barbosa just lapping the into the points, number 46. So looks like Bince is getting ready for another attack as Kiss gets a bit of gap between himself and Neuberger. There we go. So Bince takes a tighter line. Doesn't get a great exit though compared to Zoltan Toff on this occasion. And now they've got the LMP2 leaders ahead of them. That looks like Zux and Geelhead. They don't quite catch them before they get to turn 4, which is good news for Jansen Bince. Needs to keep in touch with Toff this open Stint if he can't get ahead. I'm just going to remind myself what tyres these guys are all running as Bince gets a little bit held up here. Let's look at Kiss trying to chase. As there we go, Bince did get through there. Kiss trying to chase Kozowski, and he's got Neuberger all over him as Martin gets a penalty, presumably for an earlier incident that we might not have seen, as Forgax is starting to be dropped and making a few mistakes there in the background. Now right behind Steelhead, and now clears him. Oh, and Neuberger getting quite close to Kiss as they try and go around the outside of the Iris GT3 car. Oh, Chris Davis, is it? Oh, Davis in trouble in the 86. He's gone very wide there. He may have been hit by one of the P2s or the LMP1s, but he rejoins down in 6th in class. So that puts Homewood up to 3rd then. So this is actually turning out quite decently for the 444 machine. The Finnevon, the Dutch team, with Nick Homewood, British driver, at the wheel. Of course, he's holding off top in the Paul Street Boys car as Bince once again closes to the back of the Mugen. Looks for any little opportunity he can get. Here we go. Is he going to try up the inside into turn 5? Oh. Yeah, once again has to back out at the last moment, but you're having a real cat and mouse battle here then. And the big gap to Sellers, of course, so they can really afford to take risks. 23 seconds. But to throw the race away though is all the lapped. The apportion the way again of Pereira. No, it's an Aston, sorry. Aston Martin, of course. Kiss is caught up to Kozowski, so there's Kozowski once again under pressure from some very, very experienced teams here. Kiss trying to get that 3rd position back. There Runzuk's under pressure from Barbosa for actual position in the race, but not in class, of course. Barbosa has passed him. Here we go, Bince. Have a look, but it looks like Toth is pulling away on the straight, and it's because of the slipstream from the GD3 in front of them. They should clear before they get to the braking zone. And that is, of course, the Gergo Belay, the big orange McLaren there. Katow sets another best lap time. Real shame that he messed up the start so as badly as he did. But he's only a couple of seconds now behind Pascal Eggert. So Pascal is going to have to get his elbows out in a couple of minutes' time, I'm sure. There he is, just in that gaggle of cars ahead, trying to negotiate the 2s, fighting over 3rd. But he goes. And is Kiss going to be vulnerable to Felix Neuberger on the exit as a result of that? Neuberger did it before to Forgax. Not quite able to replicate it on Saba Kiss this time. Bince, meanwhile, still right behind the race leader. Reassert himself. He sets a purple middle sector on that last lap, 26.6. But Cathouse still the 1 second. The time he screened like 1:34.8 on that last lap, but it was a 1:50.4 for Bince and a 50.1 for Toth, which was his fastest personal best. Purple last sector as well, so Bince is really pushing. Perhaps they're worried he needs to get ahead before this stint ends, because we are past the first half hour, so the tyres won't be in as good nick as they were at the start. And of course they will be waiting for a code 80, which is our full course yellow effectively, where everyone has to stay at 80 miles per hour in first gear. Is it 80 miles or 80 kilometers? I don't remember. But whichever the case, they go quite slowly. 80 on the speed dash. So only in the event of someone crashing and needing to get back to the pits with a wounded car. Event, I imagine we'll see lots of sparks. Luckily Chris Davis still going down in 6th and chasing Tibor Kiss. Feels like we've settled down a little bit into more of a holding pattern now. Brief look, by the way, at Bukout. There he is. He's got a big lead, a 10-second lead now over Tobias Bumshine. Homewood. 3 seconds out of Kiss. Katow now right behind Pascal Eggert in the fight for 4th overall. But don't forget about Bince. He's still pushing like crazy as well as, oh, look at that. Past the VMS car they go. And, oh, Bince has a little look up the inside. That might have been a little bit too opportunistic. Luckily, he's got the drive to not worry too much about the LMP2 car. So he can afford to do those kind of risks. Oh, as Kiss goes up the inside through 15 on Gazowski, which becomes the outside for 16, the final corner. Will Kiss switch back to the inside and spins it, and almost hits him there. Wow, that was a little bit messy from Kiss, and through go Neuberger and Forgax. Another mistake by the 33. Not good for the joint championship leaders. This is only allowed a 21 to pull away from them in the points if they keep doing that. But it was very, very tense there as Katow continues to put pressure upon Eggert and Bince. Oh, up the inside as they go around Nick Homewood. And Bince, oh, that's brave through turn 10, 11. And he's completed the move. And he's overcome the Mugen there. So it's the opportunism of both cars through traffic really playing into this race. But now Jan Katow is slowing down a bit. He's 138 on that last lap to Eggert's 139. Katow could really go from a long way back here and make a dive bomb on Pascal Eggert, which I'm sure he would not approve of, as Pascal kicks up the dust in front just to try and blind Jan Katow with a little bit of smog and dust. Yeah, Toff and Bince negotiate David Martin, and Toff has another think into turn 3. Let's see if he can use that straight line speed to overcome 23 Valley. Kiss is quite close to Toff in the GD3 order, so let's keep an eye on that battle. Oh, around the outside of Blumshine goes Zoltan Toff. Remain stationary for now, and there's Eggert with Katow pounding him like a cat out of hell already, or bat out of hell already is the right expression, as Meatloaf coined it. But I'm struggling with no one to bounce off of, can't you? But there we go, and the Forgax Kiss Neuberger battle, and Gazowski of course continues on with these 4 cars. Really evenly matched here. It's just a shame that Zux and Keelhead now have 30-second lead on all 4 of them. Kiss at the back of the train now, when he was originally at the front of it. Probably a little bit faster than Forgax, and he bumps him in the back. So, yeah, he clearly wants to get back through in a hurry. But it was kind of his own fault that he spun at the final corner, it must be said. Chris Tompkins says in the chat, sounds like Bince had an R Factor 2 moment. Yeah, indeed. Two as a yellow. Is that Tib or Kiss in trouble? No, it's Kiss trying to fight with Joseph Toff for 4th in the order. Comes, looks like Geelhead lapping the both of them. Yeah, I did promise a GD3 battle. Usually it's one of the really fun classes to watch because it's so unlike the prototype classes. They tend to be really close just throughout the race, hour after hour. They can't unlock these cars from one another. Forgax is overcome by Kiss. Okay, so is Forgax going to the pit lane maybe? Yes, there they are. Neuberger and Forgax as Katow. I think something happened to Katow because he's out. They've crashed out chasing, or been disconnected while chasing Pascal Eggert, which is a shame for him. As Kiss continues to put pressure upon Joseph Toff for the Paul Street boys. By 3, of course. Our Paul Street boys in this year's GD3 Championship standings. There you go, they are right way down. They've got only 4 points to their name, I think. Boys, 18th. No, only 1 point from Silverstone, of course. I think they were the last finisher. Off actually pits from second, so he's going to try and undercut Jansen Vince then. His last lap was 1:33.8, so the fastest lap of the race. And here we go, Kiss gets another run into 15 because a bit wide there. Of course, let's not confuse Joseph Toff with Zoltan Toff, the LMP1 driver, as all Kiss has another look into turn 16. And is he going to get the run out that he needs to overcome the Paul Street Boys driver? Doesn't look like it. He'll have to tuck back into the slipstream as Zooks and Geelhead pit for in the lead. So it looks like Gazowski might actually end up taking the lead here, as I think Eggert is fighting with Toff, because Toff has just come out of the pits and he needs to clear Eggert as soon as possible. Round the outside he goes. Eggert, I don't think, is going to fight that one too much. Here we go. It looks like Sven Geelhead being released just as Kiss is coming in. So Gazowski does lead now in LMP2. There we go. He passes Zooks in the pit lane, of course. Came in ahead of him. Will emerge ahead of him as well. But the two much closer than they were before. So they're going to see what they can do on strategy. Kiss through past the Paul Street Boys of Joseph Toff now. So he's taking him on the straight, but Toff is right with him on the outside, but I don't see him making a move through turn 5. That's of course where in the inaugural Indian Grand Prix, Lewis Hamilton, Felipe Massa had a collision where basically the guy on the outside didn't give enough room, if I remember correctly, but it was over 10 years ago. Good lapping attempt by Eggert as he fights with Toff continuously, and now Sellers in the pit lane too, so this is absolutely crucial for his fight with Eggert. Bradley still is into his box, so he will give up position to Toff and to Eggert as well. There's Kiss ahead of Neuberger. Overcome him, as well as Forgax. Now chasing after Zooks, of course, because Guzowski is yet to pit. Of course, the GD3 runners will be able to go a few more laps longer. We're only on lap 28, of course. We're going to get a lot more laps under our belt before this thing ends, trust me. But here we go. Looks like Neuberger looking to counter-attack on Savakis. Eggert, tries to have a counter-attack on Toff into turn 4, and he's got the inside. So Toff under real pressure, actually. That's the problem when you've got someone in your slipstream down that long straight, as Bintz pits from the lead. So does Gazowski from the lead of LMP2. So it's all happening now. Chris Davis struggling to recover. Geelhead back in the lead though, but not by much over Roland Zooks. Zooks closed up through the pit stops. And Toff, I think, battling of Eggert is probably going to hold him up a bit. What's the gap going to be to Bintz when he is released from the pit lane? But Gazowski is jumped by Horvath and Neuberger as well, I think. So coming in later is actually hurt him a little bit. There's Toff going through the final corner now, so he might actually get out ahead of Jansen Bintz. Such is the undercut here. In fact, indeed he does. Toff retakes the lead then. Pascal Eggert, the new P2 man. And drifting behind, and in fact going off at the first corner and into the wall almost. Pascal Eggert, so I'm not sure why he was pushing that hard, because he's not really fighting Toff for position. But Bintz having a very, very long stop indeed. I wonder if they're taking on a lot of fuel here. Neuberger continues to battle against Savakis. Looks like Katao is going to try and rejoin the race then. Down in last in LMP1. 18th in the overall order, so ahead of the GD3 runners. But with all the LMP2 runners past him, and that's not good if you're in LMP1. Pascal continuing in second, but Spence has got going in third position. Big gap to Bradley Sellers behind him. Eggert, I think, yet to pit, which is why he's his position. It's Betflat. Lots of sparks, but not a lot of speed from the number 42. Still 6th is a pretty decent position. Peter Schumann in the 139. Oh, and a little mistake from Jansen Vince, actually. Yeah, so Chris Tompkins saying that the Valet number 23 he thinks they had damage from the attack by Katow on lap 1. Katow assaulted the aerodynamics at the back, and Pascal Eggert pits now. So this is crucial in his battle with Bradley Sellers. He's being held up by, into the points, number 46, it looked like. Davis is also caught up to Toth in the Paul Street Boys car. Eggert. Yep, there we go. He's been jumped by Bintz. Is Sellers going to pass him as well? I think he might actually come out ahead of Sellers. Indeed he does. So Pascal Eggert emerges in third position. And there's his teammate in GD3, also in third, Nick Homewood. So this is turning into a decent race in LMP1 and GD3 for the Dutch team. Now, the real question is, what kind of pace can Bintz unleash now if he's repaired that damage? 39 seconds the gap between himself and Toth. But it says 52 on screen. See if that's accurate or not. The race view is not being completely accurate. Yeah, it is about 50 seconds then, but it is starting to close. 41.7 in the first sector, not too bad by Bintz. While Bosa is being serviced now as well. Here's Neuberger, giving Kiss more of a hard time as they approach turn 4, but doesn't quite get the move. I have to admit, always got a bit of partiality for a bright green car, a bit like our Hunter Birch simulation touring car, the Bowling Motorsport number 28 car. But allegiance, of course, here in this Endurance Championship, I'm completely neutral, as Bintz comes in again. So, is that a driver change, or is there more serious damage that's not been repaired? That lets Pascal Eggert back up to second. Real problem then for the number 23, as he actually very short stop indeed. So there's some kind of R-Factor 2 issue then. They changed drivers. There we go. Arthur Pusch gets on board the 23, and they emerge just behind Bradley Sellers. So problems then for the 23. I think this really hands the advantage to Mugen, at least at this phase of the race, as Arthur Pusch goes all over the inside of turn 3. And I'm used to calling out a certain kid called Arthur these days. Two of them, actually. We've got 2 Arthurs in our Cub Scout group. But this Arthur, I've got no control over, so I just commentate on his adventures and see where they take me. But let's see what he can do in the 23, if he can match the pace of Bintz, because it looked like Bintz had some kind of issue. Perhaps they needed to change driver to fix the damage. Who knows? If we get more information on that, we'll give it to you, as here we go. Once again, Neuberger flashes his light so wide open as he continues to pressurize the Valet, and the Valet has to go the long way around the Paul Street Boys car, because that's Chris Davis fighting Joseph Toth, of course, as well. Keep an eye on this, as this could get very, very interesting indeed. The LMP2 stretch away in front of them. crucial for Davis after that mistake to clear Toff and then catch up to Kiss, who his teammate is going to be fighting with in the championship come the end of the season, almost certainly. That inside curve through 14 is quite vicious, as Toff goes really, really wide. Davis to close in. Sounds like the Formula E race has just finished as we get to the end of the first hour. Device Bunshine, tomorrow we'll be going to the second of the two Formula E races. Oh, there we go. That looks like LMP2 and LMP1 going either side of the GD3 battle for 5th. Ed Neuberger in use attempts to get the better of Sabakis. Very impressive, must be said, from Jensen Bintz to set those lap times if he did have that damage. Yes, the damage was only going to get worse, so they did have to repair it at some point. Best place to do that was that Horvath in trouble in the 66. No, I think he's okay, Horvath, who's gotten on board from Akos Forgax. Gozowski, well, from pitting later, has really lost out and dropped down from 3rd to 8th behind Peter Schumann. So, but it's not really gone the way of Boy Transport Racing. But look at the sparks at the back of that car as he goes to the inside. He's going to take 7th then. Gozowski back in the game, and now he's got to chase down Florian Vettler, who is about 16 seconds up the road. Very, very long. Not because of a driver change either. It feels like they pit late and they took on a lot of fuel potentially. So Neuberger really the closest battle, him and Kiss at the moment. But having said that, Chris Davis has just passed Joseph Toff for 5th. Davis continues his fight back in the 86, finished 3rd in Interlagos. Kassau seems to have dropped out of the race again, so any hopes to come back for the 74, they've been dashed. Like Toff braking really late into turn on. We saw in the touring car race a lot of people going straight on really hard on the brakes. And watches Gozowski stretch out in front of him. And Neuberger, that Kiss doing much the same. The pace of Fuchs looking like then? Well, it's pretty similar to Egger actually, and Sellers, although he has to set a 27.6 in the middle sector. I think the damage is fixed, but I'm not sure Arthur Fuchs is necessarily, we've not seen him in action for Valley, but I'm not sure he's the best driver they have at their disposal. But we'll see, because it varies obviously from team to team. Some front load it with the qualifying driver, but they can only do a certain amount of distance. I swear it's can't have one driver do more than about 60 or 75% of the race. Read up what the rule is to remind myself. Have a look at the steward decision chat. So obviously, as we know, lap 1 incident involving Valley Sports 23 and Seawolf Net Race Motorsport number 74 drive-through penalty for causing a collision, which was served before the 74 had to retire. Incident number 2, lap 8 incident involving HHR Team 36 and Reading Game 72 drive-through for Reading Game 72, causing a collision while lapping. So that was the incident we didn't see with the 72 that caused them to lose so much time, and they get a penalty as well. Incident number 3, warning for Interpoints Racing number 46 for ignoring blue flag. So the 46 day did not get better. But Fuchs was closing a little bit on Bradley Sellers. He's only about 2 seconds up the road from him. I think on those fresh tyres, he should be challenging Sellers sooner rather than later. As we look at Horvath. 7 seconds down on Neuberger. To lose time as well, so Horvath clearly not quite at 1. Well, not as at 1 as Forgax was with the 66 machine. Berger doing really well just to keep Sabakis in sight, if I'm being honest. And Kiss has closed a little bit on Homewood. 5 seconds is the gap now. Homewood quite a way off Blumshine, and a similar gap to Bukout as well. So Wesley Bukout looks like the 80, he's doing all he needs to do to get the 87 into another winning position here. 2 wins in a row will put them second in the championship. On 50 point, equal second with Satellite Racing at 64, who quit earlier in the season. But it would be Team Imperium still leading the championship no matter what happens here. But with a dramatically reduced margin, of course, over the active teams in GD3. 444 can get themselves into the fight. Certainly really good impression. And it could be a three-way GD3 title fight in the final race of the season. It's already a 3 or 4-way fight in LMP2. As mistake by the leader as he skips the chicane. That's not going to do the suspension any good. But thankfully, Toff able to continue mostly unharmed. Find ourselves with the rules and regs. Driving limits, here we go. So in an 8-hour race, one driver cannot do more than 312 minutes out of 480. So one driver cannot complete more than 65% of a race. There we go. So that's pretty accurate then. We are only just getting to the end of the first hour, folks. I'm going to do another hour before I pull it in, but Neuberger continues to put Kiss under pressure. Do feel free to send me a message if you're watching and enjoying the stream. Maybe even with the hashtag Buddh8H for Buddh 8 hours. Buddh8H. It has a ring to it, doesn't it? As we look at Felix Neuberger continuing to close in the braking zone, but not really enough to mount an attempt to get past Sabakis's 33 Valet. Kiss is back up to the 3rd place that he held at the start of the race, but a long way down on 2 leaders, and that's where the championship battle is. Neuberger wants to get the Bodley Motorsport 28 into that battle as well. Real disappointment this round and the last round has really been the 46, because they won at the Nordschleife, but they really put themselves into contention, and then it's all kind of fallen apart this in the last couple of events. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Arthur Fouche. That's dropped a few seconds to Sellers, so Sellers has been quite consistent. Fouche has made a couple of little errors. It really is Neuberger, the only one really providing much excitement at the moment, as he has really through most of his EERC career. Bothing Motorsport 28 in general have just been incredibly entertaining to watch. One of their earliest races actually at the Sebring, I remember they led in the sort of race, race started off dry, then the rain came down, then it dried out again, and it was quite exciting. There's a couple of people tried to stay out a bit longer and try and make it work for them. Have a little look at our 1v1 graphic. Neuberger about a tenth slower on the previous lap than Sabakis. Jansen Bint says, we had hardware issues and damage. We lost roughly 40 seconds and are out of sync tyre-wise. Okay, so lots of work to do for Arthur Fouche, Jansen Bintz, and valet number 23. Here we go. Neuberger crosses the line just within a second. Have a kiss, but no DRS here, of course. Not Formula cars, these are endurance racing machines, baby. And the rear wing doesn't flap open. Oh, it's another little sideways moment. That valet 33 looks set up on a bit of a knife edge, doesn't it? Whenever he gets in the braking zones, the rear always looks like it's trying to step out. It's not the easiest to control, but provided Kiss and his teammates have got it set up the way they can handle it, rotation so that it's just right, and so it's predictable most of the time, then he should be able to hold on to this third place. But Neuberger not giving up. Very, very persistent driver, and that's what we like to see here in EERC. So if anyone is really bored, they can always feel free to join me in the comments box, by the way. But have a look. I think most of the people are either driving or engineering someone else who's driving. I know the Valet Esports 33 TeamSpeak chat is very full at the moment, so I think there's the team of the 32 in there as well. And the, of course, the... No, I think it's the 32 and the 33. I think the other team is a different TeamSpeak channel. Yeah, there you go. So Novak, of course, being the other driver of the 23, who we'll see in action a bit later on. Certainly, the race having died down a little bit. Not a great deal to talk about, unfortunately. Almost half tempted. Okay. Might be worth dropping a line to Joshua Birch. Going on his end. Berger continuing pressure on Kiss unsuccessfully. A little bit of dirt kicked up by the valet, but no drama there. It's a pretty common. It's almost the racing line now to just go on the dirt at the exit of turn 9. Horvath. Berger. 11 seconds down, trying to get back in the fight. It's just the battle of the night between David Martin and Tim Houck, with Houck closing on Martin in the Yellow Valley machine. Keep an eye on that as well, as Gazowski's caught up to Vettel finally. So, lap 41 then, and Toff still leads by 54 seconds over Pascal Eggert. Of course, 23 is not out of the race yet on a different strategy, offset with its tyres. Piece for that car, hence the driver change. Then in LMP2, it's Gearhead leading by 8 seconds over Roland Zux. Sabakis about 18 seconds down, holding off Neuberger. Then it's what we're looking at now. It's Bias Blumschein about 18 seconds behind Wesley Buchout, with Nick Holm at about 14 seconds down on him. So big gaps in GD3 actually. Kiss only about 3 seconds now behind Nick Homewood. So he's closed in ever so slightly. It's pretty even down there in the GD3 class. Tim Houck wants another go at David Martin for 9th position. Yes, here we go. That looks like the Chris Davis, Joseph Toff, and Horvath coming into the pits. Banner graphic doesn't work when you're not watching a banner, does it? Oh, look at this Gazowski right behind Vettel. Right on board then. See what he can do against the number 42 Zurich virtual racing car. Green and yellow, blue and yellow livery, sorry. And it goes, and Gazowski has a little bit of a moment of his own too. That collects it. Shows just how hard the Boyd transport driver is pushing. Neuberger continues to keep, Kiss continues to keep Neuberger at bay, rather. Where's Horvath got going again? About just behind Martin and Houck then. Head of Baskel, I believe. Homewood comes into pits and Kovacs gets on board the Paul Street Boys car in place of Toff. Borgat's coming out in 11th, Horvath, sorry. And he's behind a Baskel, actually. 3 seconds. We should be able to clear him quite quickly. Out really close now to the back of David Martin. Gazowski just a little bit of distance between himself and Neuberger now about 16 seconds behind Kiss, so something happened there. Not sure what. Probably pit stop. Taking a bit longer than 16 seconds. Maybe Felix Neuberger made a mistake. Attention. Well, apparently the Formula E race was good, so I'm looking forward to watching that once my commentary stint ends. Well, I'll have, unfortunately, after that, have nobody to take over from me as Gazowski gets very close to the back of Vettel actually into turn 4 and has to sort of back out there. Let's give this battle a closer inspection as Bint's actually getting a bit closer to the back of Sellers. But we will focus our attention for the time being. But also, let's keep an eye on Horvath, Abascal, Houck and Martin. Because all those four are quite close together. Buchout now pits from the lead, so Blumschein leads in GD3. So that's mean he's led in LMP2 and GD3 in consecutive races. 1 in LMP2. Be a bit of a tough ask to beat Wesley Buchout today, I think. Unless he's running a very different strategy. Gazowski goes through the final corner. Seems to have got a decent run here. Set up a move down the main straight. Not this one, but the one not long after turn 3. Got Bradley Sellers going through the lap then, it looks like. Perhaps he can take advantage of this. Very, very close. Transport get back into the top 5 here as Vettel's in the way. That's Toff in the race leading car. Oh, here we go. Gazowski tries to follow him through to the inside. What can foreign Vettel do? The Zurich racing car on the outside, and boy, Transport just judges it right and gets through, all but spins the wheels on exit. Just about gets away with that one. With the number 40 back into 5th position. That's Neuberger next on the agenda. So Gazowski will be eager to pull away as we see yellow in, that would look sector 3, I think. Out right behind as Abascal has gone off track now, so yeah, for Horvath a long way away. Alk versus Martin, which is now the main battle that will draw our attention. Vettel not too far behind, but Gazowski gradually starting to pull away. Second now. A lot of people with anticipation then. At least Tom Dillon of Reading Game Studio 72, eager to see his car stay in the top 8 at this phase of the race. I wonder if we could get an interview with Tom. That would be idea, I reckon. Unless he's about to take over in the next thing. This now pits, and it'll drop behind Buckout. Belay, funnily enough, has got up to 4th through not pitting yet, I think. There we go. So into the pits comes him as well. But Davis, I think, back up to 4th when this filters out, because Davis has gotten by Kovacs in the pit stops. Blumschein now pits as well. Hope Tobias is not impeded too much by this late stop. Look at the pit lane action then. Chris Davis back into 5th then. Bokis in 4th. Homewood 3rd. Buckout 2nd, but surely Blumschein. Oh, because Blumschein judged this right, because he's quite way ahead. How long this stop is. Buckout setting the timing screens alight at the moment. Actually, not really. Lower in the last couple of laps than Blumschein. Both makes another mistake. 7th as he struggles to get back on song. Here we go. Buckout goes over the start-finish line now. With Tobias still in the pit lane, so it will be as you were then. Buckout still in the lead. In fact, sets a new best lap of the class, of the race. 152.1. Gunn should get out ahead of Nick Homer, and indeed he does. So, basically, status quo restored. Now, he wants to put the status quo, get the 2 back into the top 8. It's not been a great event for them so far. Great event for Valet, in all honesty, since losing the lead in LMP1. Jay's about 7 seconds behind Sellers at the moment, so not really making the progress he would have hoped. So, having said that, Fuchs not quite on the pace of his teammate Vince, but top 8 overall time, 1:35.1 in the hot laps throughout the week, I guess. Other than Jeffrey Ellis and Cal Stola, who we should see in action a bit later, if they're still in the race at that point. Seconds of the pace of Vince, and Toff, and Eggert, of course, top 4. Tim Houck being lapped there by Sellers. Not too far behind. No, he's about 3 seconds behind, sorry, of Gazowski. Right, well, with not a whole lot going on as Horvath makes another little error as he desperately tries to recover the ground lost after his pit stop. I think always, actually, there we go. David Martin gets up the inside. Tim Houck gets up the inside of David Martin. That means approaching turn 15 and then into 16. Martin tries to set up his exit, but I think the Valley's through. There we go, 8th place. Back in the hands of Valet Esports and Tim Houck. You see yellow in the final sector. Not sure what that's about. Oh, it's Horvath in more trouble in the wall. That'd be a code 80. Seems like the car's okay. I wouldn't be surprised to see Horvath dive into the pits. Get back in front of Tim Houck. Using a little bit of the slipstream just to keep in touch. Will he dive up the inside into turn 4? Yes, he will. Oh, but not quite far enough. And in fact, it's just as well he didn't, because that could have been a collision if he had. That's really the battle for 8th over for the time being. Oh, a little bit wobbly there through the chicanes by David Martin. Second chicane goes a bit smoother though. Oh, no, it didn't even touch up the grass. The closest battle on track now that I can name. It's a Baskel and Martin and Houck, sorry, still. Zux and Gillard are still quite close. Horvath in the pits now, being serviced. Rear then of the LMP2 field. Big shame for the 66 as Martin comes in too in the 72. This could be for a driver change potentially. Not been an amazing stint by David Martin, especially after he's been passed by Tim Houck. Bradley Sellers only about 5 seconds behind Pascal Eggert. He's pulled away from Arthur Fuchs and caught up to Eggert. Jansen Bint says, I could hop in, but I suck too much in talking. Nah, come on, Jansen. We'd love to hear what you have to say. Just Just a brief interview on that first stint because it was certainly eventful. Talk you through it. A good interviewer is what makes a good interview, not a good interviewee. Sound a bit arrogant saying that. Anyway. Well, just let me know, Jensen, and I can drag you in. But if not, and then I'll just carry on going on my own, or just stop for a coffee break or something, because it's not been much fun so far. Probably got it at some point. Anyway, let's just recap. The closest real lead battle is Zooks versus Gilhead in LMP2. Then you got Book out 22 seconds out of Balloonshine in GD3, and then LMP1 Toff leading Eggert now by nearly 80 seconds. So Toff is checked out really, as Sellers continues to close on Pascal Eggert. Kiss still in touching distance of Nick Homewood as well, so Tipple Kiss and Nick Homewood, I don't think their battles are done yet either, as Tim Houck now comes in, as does Neuberger. Ignacio says, let's go 27. It's written 20 with characters, and then 7 with just the number 7 on the keyboard. 27 being a, well, 72 is David Martin, but 27 is... 27 is was usually the teammate of oh, it's 27 Motorsports with Marco Pereira in the Aston Martin. Of course, that's the name of the car. So Pereira, here he is, 8th in class, last in the race unfortunately, but Pereira's still going. We've seen periodically whenever he's lapped in the 127 or the 27 Motorsports. And a Pascal having another off in the 46, so as all the LMP2 runners starting to pit, Schumann comes in, as does Zooks and Gilhead from the lead. Let's have a look at this. It's Gilhead already in, Zooks just pulling into his box now, so are they going to try anything? Our strategy is Neuberger exits. Kiss coming in too, and that looks like another LMP1 actually, that's Toff coming in from the overall lead. Could put Pascal Eggert in the lead potentially. Coming in as well. Bias. Game Leon in the 59. And be a big points up for offer here, especially on the podium. So I think Tobias doing... Oh! Good save, Tobias. They've reached chicane. So, you know, tomorrow he's having his big reward, Formula E in Berlin on the Sunday, as we see Peter Schumann being overtaken by a Pascal very briefly, and Chirinos. Go Vettel overtakes Zooks. Refresh the overlay, see if it's entirely accurate. There we go, so Gazowski, so we've got this sort of out of sequence. Gazowski leads Vettel, leads Merguli. 21. Merguli is just pit as, oh, Kovac's just out of the way there. Ives gets on board the 22, so Eggert does lead. Ives has come out about, how far behind Fouche? About 3 seconds or so. Keep an eye on that, because Van Hives I think is going to be flying out there. I'm not sure what Arthur Fouche can really do about that. 11 seconds, there we go. Or 12 actually. David Martin has come out about 2 seconds behind Houck. So the pit stop did not work so far for the 72, but let's see where those in front emerge. Our own battles. 77 is still the overall lead, but the 21, the 42, and the 40 are all sort of out of sequence ahead of it in LMP2. It could go back and forth. Depends if the 77 gets held up by the 21 here. In fact, 21 has changed drivers, 77 hasn't. 77 was leading, and it's 21 that's come out ahead. Vetfler now dives in. Jason Trinos in the VMS 26 Sun Edits car. Oh. Yeah, Geelhead overcomes Vetfler, who's still in the pit lane. David Martin now right behind Hauck as Bradley Sullers comes into the pits and relinquishes second place to Arthur Fouche. Oh, and actually misses the pit box slightly. Does Bradley? Naughty boy. But no harm done, I guess. Continues. Hassel. Hauck. Gzowski going very long in the lead now. But it looks like it's going to be, at the end of these pit stops, it's going to be Mugen leading both classes, I think, in LMP1, LMP2, and then Bukout still leading in GD3. Keep an eye on Hives lap times. His first lap out the pits 1:44.8, but first sector one is a 41.7 compared to 42s for the two leaders. Diddy on board the 66 now, all in the tail whip out a little bit through the second chicane. Yeah, we might be joined by a driver in a second. Let me see if I can drag him in. Oh, Valentes has joined the server, so that's good to see him in action. Let me see if I can drag Peter Schumann in from Finnevond. There we go, AFK. I think I'm dragging him in on the wrong one. Hold on. Yeah, this isn't making great commentary, is it? Got where I was for a second. So I was in his stream PC and using the same apps. There he is. Right, we've just been joined by Finnevond Motorsport driver of the 139 crew, Peter Schumann. Peter.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry to drag you in unannounced, but you did ask, and
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought you were the only one who's asked so far. Jensen Bintz said, "Oh, I would come in, but I'm not good at commentary or whatever." So,
Oh, me neither.
I
but
mean,
I can
so
try.
we're leading. You're leading with Pascal in LMP1, and the LMP2 squad. We've got Mir Levers trying to chase down Mir at the moment. It's been quite a few interesting battles out there, especially in LMP2.
Yes, definitely. The start was a bit chaotic, but survived, I would say.
I'm just looking at Ziddy in the 66, who's had a few adventures today. But I saw the 139 mute the wheel in a battle with someone. I couldn't remember who it was. I think it might have been the 42.
I think I was in a battle with the 40 for a bit.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Kusovsky. Yeah, mostly I
That
just
would be
got
the Boyd
overtaken.
transport car, yeah, because they had a really slow pit stop, and they came out in like 8th or so.
Yeah, I think they changed tires while we didn't change tires.
Ah, there we go. So it's really hard to defend on old tyres, especially down the straights. There's not a whole lot you can do. There's that big braking zone into turn 4, which is really the big main overtaking opportunity. As we look at David Martin trying to chase down Tim Houck for 8th position. These two have been having a good little fight, the 32 and the 72. And all the lap traffic here at Budd, it must be a real challenge. We say that everywhere this season, it seems, but Budd, especially with those tight chicanes, there's really moments where if you come upon someone in a slower class, it's basically you have to really get on the brakes to not hit them.
Yeah, especially Sector 2, it's like, it really surprised me how slow the GTs went through there. Like, I was on the server quite a time for practice, but never got to the chance to really practice lapping traffic, but they were really slow indeed. Like, it costs you around 2-3 seconds if it's on the wrong area.
Yeah, it is one of the things that's really hard to practice, because most people in different classes, they tend to either practice together or they practice alone. So
yeah, exactly. So yeah, just have to be careful. Don't want to ruin anyone else's race, obviously.
So what do you think you and Raphael in the 139 can do? Is here we go. David Martin going up the inside of Tim Houck. But Tim Houck hangs on around the outside into turn 4. That's quite difficult to do, isn't it, Peter? Because if you see someone on the inside, they tend to just brake really late and chop you off. But there we go. That was very clever driving there by Tim Houck.
Yeah. To turn 4, there is actually quite some grip on the outside, like more than you would expect. But yeah, this is a good battle so far.
Yeah.
Clean driving.
And it's been going pretty much for the last 20 minutes or so. So they've been together quite a while, as Arthur Fuchs pits from 2nd in valet number 23. It was quite hilarious because all the LMP1 drove, there was like a freeway collision at the first corner when the LMP1s were released, where the 74 with cat out the wheel just hit Jansen Vince into a spin, and I think somebody else got collected in it as well. So basically Hives, no, not Hives, it was Toff in the 22 just sprinted away from the Finnevond. And do you think the number 137? I know Pascal is leading at the moment, and I'm not convinced he totally has the pace to beat Mugen today. But do you think there's a really strong result on offer here for the 137?
Oh yeah, it's hard. Like, they went for a quite steep setup, so Pascal was already complaining about he's doing about
it
the same
looked like
speed.
Bradley was catching him in the Rookie Monsters car.
Yeah.
And here comes David Martin again, trying to desperately clear Tim Houck before Tim Houck's teammate in the 33, Fabian Ballet, catches them. And oh, look at, they pushed each other off track there. You were talking about how clean it was, Peter. It's not clean anymore.
No.
And here we go, together again. And David Martin cuts him off, but and has to let Fabian Ballet pass the both of them. But that's him through into 8th place by hook or by crook. What do you make of that, Peter?
Yeah, 3 minutes in and already the commentator cursed the clean driving.
And there we go, the light's coming on now because it's getting into the evening here in Budd in New Delhi, as Eggert comes into the pits from the lead, and he will relinquish it back to Zoltan Hives, not to be confused with his teammate Zoltan Toff, both Zoltans, or as my friend Joshua would call them, the Zoltans of swing. But anyway, there's a feature, and the 23 has had lots of repairs it's had to do. They actually even had to switch drivers to Arthur Fuchs so that they could basically to sort out the problems, because there was a hardware issue on Jansen Vince's end, I think. So that was really unfortunate for them, because the 23 was sort of fighting for the lead when that happened, and it's really given Mugen a big advantage in LMP1. Not that they needed one, given the big championship lead they've got there as well in the top class. But it's great to see everything so tight in LMP2. And even in GD3, the 444 with Homewood at the wheel have been holding on to 3rd and doing pretty well. With the GD3's been oddly quiet here at Budd, which is not what I expected after the growing car race.
Yeah,
which I'm sure you will remember.
Yeah, that race we won't forget that easily, to be honest.
Well, that
was,
sounded like a threat there to me. That's the team owner of your opponent cars.
Totally not.
But yeah, Nick Homer doing very well. And it looked, the 444, they've had a few missed opportunities here and there, but there's certainly a big opportunity for them to gain ground. And the championship as Pascal spins at the first corner just out of the pit lane.
Oh,
which is
no.
really unfortunate. He said he played it safe on the setup, but not on the acceleration at the first corner, clearly, because on cold tyres he spun it there. And I think I saw him do that earlier as well, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I was behind him when he did last time.
Oh, poor Pascal. We shouldn't make fun of him. He's had enough pain at this circuit already.
He dreams about green Subarus.
Yes, sure. Green is not his favourite colour anymore. It's the grass colour of those Subarus he couldn't that kept attracting to him, it would seem. Let's put it that way. But Geelhead in the 77 emerged behind. This is the battle for the LMP2 lead. Emerged behind the Mugen of Merguli after the pit stop. So really, the 21 had a driver change, but somehow came out ahead of the 77, which makes me think that the 77 either had a really bad pit stop, or they're trying some fuel, or put new tyres on, and the 21 isn't. But it certainly feels like the 77 have sent Geelhead. The Iris really in command, really, in LMP2 and GD3, and I think the 21 are just trying something different here to hold on, because 77 has consistently closed in on them in this stint.
Yeah, if you're lacking of pure pace, you have to try to figure out something with your strategy.
And here we go. Looks like Pascal is in trouble here because Bradley Sellers is all over the back of him and looking very menacing in that rookie monster car, as he has indeed most of the race. But of course, Pascal, having pit late, has got the fresher tyres, but he goes really wide into the first corner. Does not look comfortable in the 137. And
Got
now,
to defend.
Yeah, here we go. Defensive line from Pascal Eggert. We've seen that before, but Bradley Sellers tries to go all the way around the outside and has to really tighten out his exit. But he's made it through, and now Pascal in the slipstream will be looking to counter-attack into turn 4. But Pascal now down to 4, really can't afford to let Bradley Sellers pull away. He's the best of the Rookie Monsters car drivers, of course. But there we go, he's made the move, and there's the Iris GD3 in the way. So potentially Pascal could take advantage of this if they can't clear it in time, but indeed they do. So there we go, that looks like 137 off the podium then for the time being.
Yes, well, 6.5 hours to go.
And look at the sparks flying through the chicane as Bradley says has a bit of lag there on stream at least, which puts him back into the clutches of Pascal.
The sparks are a good extra for the game.
Yeah, I noticed them on the back of the LMP2s as well, but they're really noticeable on the LMP1s. The poor GD3s, no overtaking and no sparks either, it would seem today.
That's no TV time for them.
Well, I have cut to them admittedly because Tobias Blumenschein is in second, is our co-commentator whenever he's not driving usually.
Okay.
So I thought I'd give him a bit of love, although he was supposed to be commentating with me tomorrow for Formula Sim Racing, and he's at Formula E in Berlin. So,
Yeah.
so but today he's doing this driving, so I imagine you won't hear too much from him. We didn't talk to him at all the last race, and he won in LMP2 for the first time. So I'm sure he won't want to talk to us at all because of that. As Tim Houck is also closing right in on David Martin now, as Pascal Eggert gets really badly held up there by the 46.
Yep.
So I think the battle's over, and there we go. Tim Houck also being held up by that purple Iris GD3, which I assume that's is that Bukout? He's just no, it wasn't Bukout. It must have been Chris Davis then. Yeah, there he is. Chris Davis, who made him spin. I think he either made contact with one of the cars in LMP2.
Ball Street Boys it was, I think. It was in the middle sector, right? I was behind it, I think.
Oh, nice. So you've seen all of the events that I haven't seen in this race for some reason, Peter.
Yeah, I'm magnetic to
the chaos
to
seems to happen
problems.
around you, but not to you today, which is
Should
a nice
be a
change.
clean race now when I'm out of the car.
Here we go. A few more stewards' decisions. Tom Dillon has taken over in the stewarding. As with teammate Neil Evers trying to close that 16-second gap to Rafael Mir in the 42. Incident number 3, lap 36, involving Team Iris 86 and Reading Game 72. The drive-through for Team Iris 86 for causing a collision. You are not alongside into the braking zone with the LMP2 and caused them to spin. And the 86 is the GD3 car, so it really should be getting out of the way of the LMP2 in that situation, to be honest. So it sounds like report corrected. Apologies to Mugen, I tagged the wrong car. So he thought it was the 21 when it was called the 72, I think. So Tom Dillon, first student, did already a little minor mistake there. Incident number 4, lap 37 involving Finabond Motorsport 444 and Team Iris 66. Drive-through penalty for 66 for causing collision with the 444. So it looks like Nick was slightly impeded there, but that might be why Tibor Kiss was able to close slightly on him.
Yeah, I think it was Horvath that made contact with him in 2 laps on the same corner. Like...
And hey, look at this. 2 attempts now in the LMP2 lead. Sorry to interrupt you, Peter. Between Sven Gielhed and Martin Maguli. So Maguli under real pressure now, as I was saying. And the Iris looking to strike when the moment is right. Surely Sven Gielhed is going to get a bit sick of the back of his Mugen, that clearly he's a bit faster than.
Yeah. Like, especially if the Mugen is on all tires, you would notice he's way quicker in braking zones and corners.
I'm going to have a look at a race view to see how old Martin Maguli's tyres are. He's been on this set 9 laps. Ooh, that's weird. I think it's not keeping track of the tyre stints for some of these drivers, because it's saying Maguli has not changed tyres, whereas Gielhed has 2 times, which I don't think is quite right, because unless the Mugen has amazing tyre, it might be because Maguli's just gotten on board. That might be why. So Maguli has done 9 laps on this last tyre, and I think Gielhed has also done 9 laps. So they're pretty similar.
Okay.
I think the Iris is a bit faster today. In 77, much like it was in Interlagos, to be fair. But it looks like the 139 has just been lapped by them as well, so just keeping pace. It was great, by the way, to see at the Nordschleife, wasn't it a double podium until the penalties were applied afterwards, sadly, but it was great to see. I think Pascal got second LMP1, and the 140 and the 139 were both really high up the order.
Yeah,
as high as the purple final sector, yeah. But it was a very good drive, I thought, at the Nordschleife by UP.
Yeah, we just survived, basically. I was not...
Well, not many did, let's put it that way.
That's what we expected, so we were like, okay, let's keep it on track, and we will see where we end up. And usually that pays off.
Okay. I was assuming there was an end to that sentence, Peter.
No, there wasn't. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm enjoying this. It's good to have someone to talk to. It's much more funnier than when it was just me on my own. But yeah. No more comments in the chat, so I guess they're just so engrossed listening to you, Peter, that no one else has anything to say. Tim Houck still putting pressure on David Martin, but the real battle is once again LMP2. It's Sven Gielhed versus Martin Maguli. The sparks. Oh, and when it gets dark, the sparks are going to be even more noticeable, along with the headlights, which are already on in many cases as we go into the evening sun. Is it going to be a Indian summer then for any of these drivers as we get towards the night stint, or the evening stint at least? As Hives looks like he's really stretching away from Fuchs at the moment. I think the 23's repaired its damage, but 40 seconds the gap between, or 51 seconds actually it says on screen, between Hives and Fuchs. So Arthur Fuchs, I was saying earlier, I'm a Cub Scout leader and I've got 2 kids there called Arthur. So I'm used to shouting at kids called Arthur for misbehaving. And this is another, I was like, come on Arthur, go a bit faster. But no such joy here. Can't really tell him what to do, not really my place. Oh, look at the dust being kicked up offline, right into the face of your teammate.
Mia's still behind him.
Yeah,
it's close.
And Mia's going to have to give way to, that looks like Arthur Fuchs actually, about to lap him. So, but it's Gielhed. I think he's really waiting for Maguli to be held up by some of the traffic in like an awkward place.
Oh, it looks like he went a bit.
Yeah, I think he was a bit offline going around the Iris, wasn't he? The teammate.
Yeah, it looks like he clipped the curb while braking a bit, maybe.
But here comes the few five LMP1s still in the race. So they're going to breeze past Gielhed down the straight. And he's got to hope that he gets the Mugen as well. So no real allegiance from Ballet. They don't really care who wins in this LMP2 battle. They're more concerned about Ballet in third, I guess. He's about
gonna
30
split
seconds down. Yeah, he's going to split them, which is not what Gearhead wanted at all. So,
But
oh,
Murgley goes wide.
there we go. So the pressure is starting to get to him as we see yellow in sector 2, which these two are coming up to. Not sure what that is. There's Pascal doing some lapping. The penalty for Martin. That's another penalty for David Martin then. We'll have to see what the stewards say. Is
Pushed
the reason...
Bala off track, turn 4.
There we go. So the 32, there's a drive-through penalty as well. So at least not a stop and go, but still quite serious. Pushed the Ballet off track at turn 4, then forced onto grass on the subsequent straight. So yeah, that would be the 32. I'm pretty sure the 32 was fighting it for position there. So clearly the battle got a bit too heated, as we saw on stream. That's a reaction to what we saw on stream. There wasn't a new incident between the two.
No. Yeah, they're still close, but with the penalty, that battle is going to be sorted out.
Yeah, and in fact, here they are. So Tim Houck has one more chance to pass David Martin before he comes into the pit lane, I guess. But Sven Geelhead, meanwhile, still right in the wheel tracks of... the wheel tracks is just my phrase for footsteps, but because these are cars and not people, you have to say wheel tracks. But anyway, it looks like Geelhead's got a decent run here. The red light's flashing at the back of Martin Maguli's Mugen machine, and so the spark's coming now too as they crest over the bump. But he's going to arrive just a bit too late. He wasn't close enough to get alongside. If he'd got maybe the front wheels alongside, he could have dived into turn 4. But Sven decided to back out of that one quite sensibly too.
It's really patient from Sven.
We've seen this before as well. We saw it in GT last season with Iris when he was runner-up and they won the last 3 races in a row. And the Sven was always the star driver and was extremely patient as... oh, there we go. Martin alongside. So he's not pit yet. He wants to keep the battle going for as long as possible. Up the inside goes Tim Houck. Are you going to get another penalty here? Oh, I better hope not. But Martin is able to just about hold on the outside. And then through goes Bradley Sellers to lap for both of them. Side by side they go. And oh, he has to give way on the inside actually. So
yeah, I would just let Houck go if I was Martin.
Yeah, I think Houck just really wanted the glory of passing him before he inevitably had to pit.
Yes.
But that was brave on the outside. It was sort of braver than he really needed, given that he knows his rival. He would have been told he got a penalty. So. It's odd, though, the way these drivers think, that they want to put on a show rather than play it safe sometimes. And often they come to grief because of it, but it does create some great entertainment. And as you've offered yourself on occasion, Peter, it must be said.
Yeah. I'm not the best driver out here, I'm sure.
Oh no, but you have your moments. And,
yeah.
Qualifying, how did qualifying go? I forgot what happened. Because
it was
probably
not,
best not to talk about.
Like I had one good lap where I was 7/10 up, and then I ruined it all in the last, the penultimate corner, and I only improved 2/10 on my last lap. So, but in the end, they wouldn't have gave me another position if I would have not fucked it up, basically.
Well, apologies for people's language.
Wait, I must remind.
There might be children listening, you know. Well,
if
probably
I'm
not.
it.
I mean, I did put a Twitter message and like somebody retweeted it, so I'm hoping that they're not offended by that if they're still listening. But that was quite a while ago, because the start was where all the interesting stuff's happened. I imagine, apart from the people driving, it's probably just like a couple of old people who've like clicked on this by mistake. So hello, if you are listening. This is endurance racing. It's not real racing; it's sim racing. And I guess the only other things going on today were like British touring cars and Formula E's.
Indy cars tonight.
Oh, Indy as well, but that's a bit later. So.
Yes, I think it starts 45 minutes before the end of this race or something.
But anyway, it must be said, Martin McGilly is doing a very, very clean job to keep Sven Geelhead at bay, because he knows he's not really got quite as quick. That time's quite similar though. He slowed Geelhead up a bit in the last couple of laps. Although their best overall lap, I think there might be Toff who set a 140.108, whereas I think Geelhead's best lap is a 140.169. But of course, they are the fastest in the LMP2 field. But of course, they've got such a big lead over Ballet that it's not really surprising. Although Ballet has closed ever so slightly, given that Gil is being held up slightly. So I wouldn't count the 33 out of it just yet. A 28-second gap that can be closed over the next 6 hours if he gets a clean run together. But we saw it. I don't know if you had a chance to see the 33, but it's had a few instances where the rear just stepped out. It looks like the car's almost on a knife edge for some of those drivers. Like particularly Sabakis, who started, he was really struggling.
Yeah, I think they run a bit lower wing than us than most of the other LMP2 cars. We were I lost like 3 to 4 tenths on the straight, but I had damage back then, so it's not really representative. But
it's odd with damage because the dilemma is: do you continue on with it and avoid having to make the extra pit stop, or do you repair now and take advantage of that extra pace, but you lose so much time in the pits? So it's a kind of a trade-off, isn't it? If damage is just a little bit, you just carry on, but sometimes it's more serious, like the 23 had after being.
Oh, the ballast spawn.
Oh, which one was that? The 33.
Yeah, the Valley Esports.
Oh, we were just talking about another curse of the commentator. So,
definitely.
Yeah, there they are, and they've lost a few seconds then. They've lost about 10 seconds then, but Gearhead's still right behind. It's almost that they're watching this battle or listening to the stream and got distracted. Oh, they're talking about me. Whoops.
Yes.
But anyway, Sven continues his quest.
Yeah, it looks like there's just a tow between Murgly and Gilwood.
You know, I have to say, I am thankful that Sven has missed the last 2 touring car rounds, because it's really... Valente has really struggled with the ballast that he's had and a couple of disconnections to really score that many points. So I'm really hoping that either he comes back and Gil had still got more ballast to deal with, because he's done not very many races with the ballast, though he did win Nordschleife with quite a lot of ballast, so full fair play to him there. But I am kind of thankful that he's making it quite easy for us to catch up in the championship. Even though I would prefer a fight, if I'm being completely honest, but it is nice to have the extra point to sort of put a positive spin on it either way. But now into the points join, they only did 2 races in touring cars and they scored 72 points. They scored half of the points that we've scored all season.
Oh.
We've had 4 different drivers. But although we've, I think, one of the few teams that's had multiple race winners. I think all of our drivers have finished on the podium at some point, including the guy who quit, Eric Kimedi, who I did promise if we won the team's championship, I'd make everyone a little Lego green Subaru.
Nick told me, yeah.
Yes, that's
really
part of
cool.
That's to try and coax them in to return. Sven Gieler's got a good run here, because it looked like the LMP2 held them up there. That's the number 42 Zurich racing car. Ben now in position, and Maguli could be quite vulnerable because there's not a lot of breathing space now whatsoever.
Yeah, so I need a good exit from this from the hairpin.
There we go, but there again, Maguli once again pulling just that little bit clear, and now it's all down to the slipstream, isn't it? Can he get the run he needs? It looks like he's a little bit too far back. The sparks flying once again in every direction. Gilhead a little bit too. He was not going to dive bomb it this time.
They're coming up to the GT3.
Yeah, there we go. The real chance was when the Zurich racing car was holding up Maguli into turn 16, wasn't it? So you really need the run onto the first corner. Peru reprieve, here we go. It's Tibor Kiss just ahead of them in the championship leading GD3. Are you surprised, by the way, that Team Imperium are leading GD3, and actually here might come the move? I thought Gilhead was going to go up the inside of him there, but he thought, Kiss hasn't seen me, so I'm going to back out of that one.
I'm not surprised that they're leading. I mean, I think so many teams have been struggling on different rounds that just the most consistent.
It is odd to see them doing so well in the Aston Martin when you'd expect the McLaren to be the car of choice, really. And Team Imperium have managed to get the Aston to work for them at the Nordschleife and also in Brazil as well. Sven really breaks late as they try and pass the 444 Finavon and just about emerge unscathed. But Sven really starting to get late on the brakes here and starting to move around in the mirrors.
He's closer now.
Yep, but being a bit closer isn't quite the same as pulling ahead, as Hives is really setting the timing screen alight. Purple first sector, personal best middle sector. So 40.9 in the first sector. That's almost like 3 seconds faster than Foosh and all those behind. So yeah, really not looking good for Valet at this stage in the LMP1 battle. But we'll have to see if one of their, once Novak gets on board, whether they start getting on top as all the rear steps out on the braking zone into turn 4 for Martin Maguli, and he just about holds on to that one. But Geelhead, I think he smells blood here.
Yep, he's giving more and more pressure.
Certainly, and look how risky he's going over the curves there. It didn't quite work out for him, actually. Lost a little bit of momentum. But,
Charles Leclerc tactic.
Indeed. It looks like Geelhead starting to gain a lot of confidence and a lot of sparks, funnily enough, in the back of that car and at the sides too. But comfortably, this is the closest battle on track, which is why we stuck with it. Eggert has dropped to about 15 seconds behind Sellers, by the way, and Homewood has stretched the gap out to Tibblekis to 7 seconds. So looking pretty secure for third in GD3 at the moment, but Eggert starting to fall out of the top 3 battle.
Maybe Gilwood can hook behind the LMP1 here.
Yeah, here we go. So Sellers to the outside, around both of them. He's clear, and and he backs out into them, and that's very messy indeed. And Maguli gets spun around there. So Sellers having a little bit of a lag spike into turn 1, and emerging right in front of where Martin Maguli was.
That looked really unfortunate.
Yeah, so really unlucky for Martin Maguli. He was driving so well up to that point, but Sven Geelhead is now released, and he'll take full advantage as he's already got the gap to 2.4. Lucky that they both didn't get hit actually by Bradley Sellers there.
Yes.
Hopefully there won't be an investigation, because I'm sure that they'll realise, stewards will know that wasn't anything on Bradley Sellers' part that he could have done there. Really.
No, yeah, I think he did whatever he could to do it safe as possible, but things like that you don't have in your own hand.
Right, well, I'm getting to the end of the 2-hour mark, 2 hours in the race mark, so this is about where I promised I would take a break. Unfortunately, I've not really got anyone to take over, Peter, and you've got your race to manage, so I'm sure Emil doesn't want to feel too lonely.
We have Mario.
Oh yeah,
no,
Mario.
he left.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, Mario Sakura, yes. I apologise, by the way, that for all the endless making a meal of things out of Mieleva's name that I've used multiple times. It's up there with Abascal the Rascal, though Abascal actually quite likes that one.
Yeah,
Thomas Abascal, by the way, down in 15th place behind David Martin at the moment, so not going quite... Abascal stopped going off track, but he's not having quite the rub of the green that he would have hoped at the moment in this race. It's a shame the 46 had such a strong start to the season, and it's kind of fallen away from them. But anyway, I'm going to do about 2 more minutes more, and I'm going to say, you're very welcome to stay if you wish, Peter, but it's going to be quite lonely, unfortunately.
Yeah, I've no idea where to commentate on, to be honest. Like, I don't know what the stream is broadcasting at the moment.
Oh, okay. That's a good point. I should actually stream it myself for you on Discord, if that's helpful.
Yeah, then I could maybe give some comments here and
there.
there.
I am streaming in the commentary Discord. I'm not sure if you have access to that though, Peter.
I don't think I have.
I can't help you then. Well, I can maybe try and give you permission. If I have that. I can make you a temporary commentator on the Discord thing. Is anyone available to hop into the box? I'm unfortunately steering, says Tom Dillon. Joshua Birch, he's just finished. I think he's doing British Touring Car Company. He says, "What? Where the hell is everyone else?" It's a good question. I guess they're just out and about, maybe enjoying the sun like a normal person.
It will be quite hot.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be like that. It's not, especially in the UK. It's not every day that the sun comes out, so you've got to make the most of it. Although the past couple of days have been pretty good. Right, I'm gonna see if I can Bendik Nagy, Peterson, there we go.
The one and only.
Oh yeah, I should have recognized by the face he uses profile pic on Discord.
Yeah, it's such a cursed image.
Right, I don't really know how to add roles in this. Invite to server, will that work? I don't know. You're probably already in the server, so it's giving you the permission, which I don't really have to do. I don't really think there's anywhere else in the EERC channel I could stream to. So
Yes, it's gonna be difficult, yeah.
yeah, I think only Chris, Tom, and some of the other guys have the power to actually give you the commentator
I can
provisions.
message stuff you for a bit, maybe.
Okay, maybe see if he's a rank. But,
Wait, I can join you now. I think first it's...
there we
Yes.
go.
Now watch it. Yes, here we go.
Yeah, so you can see Sven just pulling away in the lead. I'll put the auto director on, see if he notices anything interesting. So, a few more minutes more, I guess. What's the harm? Schumann, no, that's you. Kovacs there, but yeah, 1.8 the gap between Mia Evers and Rafael Mir. So Evers is actually done a really good job in this stint to close in. And now comes the tricky part, which is closing in. Yeah, and lapping this. That must be Pereira in the 27 Motorsports Aston Martin, which is confusing because it's 20 written in letters and characters, but then the 7 is just an actual 7. So, and they are car 127 because I think Rune Game Studio used number 27 earlier this season. They didn't get to use that, even though they only did Nordschleife with it, and they did finish 4th though. But Reading Game rarely ever seem to have the drivers to run the second car in GT3, which is a shame. But the 72 is still going here, and still in the race. Not really much of a factor, unfortunately. They've really with all their penalties that David Martin has accumulated. It's sorted now, so it's sort of with the commentary stuff, at least for the time being. Yeah, look at the sun. Does the sun start to get in your eyes, or is it just the sort of thing where you just adjust the brightness on the monitor and it's fine?
Sometimes it blinds you a bit, but...
Yeah, especially with this dust coming up, it's going to be quite annoying.
Yes, yeah, it can be tricky, but you will get used to it. Like you
Practice
just
for Bahrain, I guess, at the end of the season.
Yeah, bar pain. Yeah, that's gonna be something. 24 hours.
Indeed, looks like Martin making another pit stop when he was right behind because they're both pitting at the same time. So this puts them back. It seems that David Martin is caught back up to Tim Hoek. Tim Howick, sorry. Because I was seeing quite small letters, so I couldn't figure out which vowel it was. But anyway, there's Tobias. We've not talked about him too much. Dropped to 38 seconds down behind Wesley Bukout. And I guess Tobias, really the up-and-coming man and sort of a jack of all trades. He's good in LMP2, he's good in GT3, and he's pretty good in commentary as well. He gets a little bit wide out of turn 11, but just about saves it. We saw an amazing save on board with Tobias actually through there earlier, where he was like going through full opposite lot through like 13-14 chicane, which is quite fun. So you can tell he's not quite as confident in the GT3 as he is in the LMP car. But at the same time, it's very impressive to see him instantly jump in and be running P2 ahead of some of the established guys, and ahead of the championship leader who's dropped behind Kovacs now with his pit stop. Neuberger also pits behind Ballet in 4th position, and potentially Sandak's going to jump in now. Here comes Pablo Lopez Garcia in the VMS Sun Edits on the number 32. And there we go, that is... it's Philip Mayer who's gotten on board now. And yeah, just been pipped. So good driving by Pablo Lopez Garcia to really snooker number 32 into a bad position that it couldn't really get itself out of. And now number 32's got to regroup. And Philip Mayer has got to use the best life in his tyres while he's got them. And get back ahead of that VMS car. But it's not going to be easy because Garcia clearly wants to make ground, get back into the top 8. More stewards' decisions. There's one.
Oh boy. Drama.
Warning to Mugen 21, please do not file bogus reports like this one. 74 laps ago, and you just said causing incident. You didn't give any more details. As the leaders pit from LMP2. As does Evers, so you might be on. Oh, I just hope you're not needed for this one, Peter.
No. Yeah, I got his brother as well. They're twins. I don't know if you know that. But
Who?
Mio Evers. They're called Milo and Milan.
Oh, I see. Right.
They're basically with two. They're twins, so usually they switch each other off. Like, but I think he's gonna.
So they didn't have to change the name of the driver, so it's just.
Yeah, it's just.
How do the stewards know? Because there's the thing where you can't do more than 65% of the race as one driver. So how do they know it's a different driver?
We tell them, and usually they have to stream up with face cam, so you can just see them switch, basically.
Yeah, let's hope you don't do like a Daniel app where the twins pretending to be each other. That can be quite confusing. The strategic convenience.
Actually, they had an AC race this morning, and they might have done that.
Well, let's not tell them that, shall we? Whoever was running that AC race.
I didn't say this. Please, everyone, all the old people watching.
Anything, don't worry.
Yeah. I mean, who takes me serious?
No snitches in the EERC. Michele asked, where is Jarno? Who's Jarno? Jarno Trilli? Jarno Opmi? Tom Dillon says, try telling your own driver that you've just given him a penalty. That's a difficult thing to do. Oh dear, yes. Has to give the bad news. But I guess you got to be fair. You can't let your own driver off just because it's your own car. I mean, I have that same problem with commentary when I've got my own drivers that I have to be. And it was difficult because things got very heated with Pascal. As it looks like the valet number 33 is coming into the pit lane from the lead. But because it gets so physical, as Philip Mayer once again on the back of that VMS Sun edit to Pablo Lopez Garcia. And when Pascal and my two drivers are hitting each other, it was quite hard to sort of give Pascal the benefit of the doubt, as it were, because it looked, from my point of view especially, it's like, well, Pascal just took out both of my drivers, so that seemed a bit unnecessary. But I can understand it sort of from his point of view that he's sort of defending his position and he's not going to just move out of the way for them. Towards the final lap, things got very, very ugly indeed, and it was good to clear the air, really.
Yes,
even though my drivers, went over the moon about it afterwards, and they made that very clear. I think I did calm them down, and I think it helps being a commentator that there's at least a level of neutralness that I have to have, and that helped afterwards. That I was sort of calming down my drivers and sort of healing the rift really between me and Pat. I don't think Pascal blamed me for what my drivers did, but at the same time, I'm the team manager, and he sees like the big Hunter Burt simulation thing, and it's just like there's a little bit of your drivers just took me out, and he's like yeah okay.
Well, in the end, it's the person behind the wheel who was responsible.
Exactly, yeah, and I think also that things got a little bit kind of you took me out and sort of blaming each other in public and stuff when you should really just leave that to stewards reports, and I think in the end you got to remember there's a human being behind that, not just he took me out, he's a dickhead or whatever. But I mean, you swore earlier, so now I'm gonna devolve the language standards further. It's all two valets need to hit each other.
Yes, that was close.
Philip Mayer nearly turned in on Arthur Fuchs there. Is it Arthur Fuchs or Arthur Fouquet? Am I pronouncing it correctly? It's probably Belgian or French or something.
Let me get the name there. I would say Fouché.
Fouché, yes. I've been calling him Fuchs.
If it's French, it's probably Fouché or something. But
I can ask him afterwards if they finish him.
Yeah,
Podium,
could be handy. Like my French was never my best on school.
Because Sandak has caught up to the back of Neuberger, who's sort of emerged just behind, a couple of 10 seconds behind Ballet. And I think Garcia was closing a little bit on Martin, but now has had to pit. And that allows, there we go, David Vince in the 66. They've had a really tough race. And they're back ahead. But look at what else is happening. Sellers into the pits. That promotes Pascal Eggert back onto the podium. Let's hope he doesn't spin at turn one again.
Yes.
Pascal keeps it together quite admirably. His pace has been very good, actually.
But now he gets wide.
Yeah. Luckily, there's no one else around him at this phase. But 62 seconds down on Arthur Fouché. And he really needs to pull the gap on Sellers to keep him at bay, really. And I wonder if he's going to respond to Sellers pitting, or is he going to stay out and try and get a tyre advantage later on?
I would stay out as long as you can. Like, you
Especially
don't
if there's a code 80. We've had no code 80 so far, which, given this is India, given what happened in the touring car races, looked like there was a Christmas show underneath Pascal's car with all those lights.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And again,
oh,
over the curve.
that was a lightning strike there. But that was quite exciting. So Pascal giving us some excitement, like you say, the Charles Leclerc method, going all over the curbs. Jeffrey Ellis gets on board the 73 now, Rookie Monster's car, so a driver change there is important. I wonder if Pascal might be getting a bit tired too. I'm honestly getting a bit tired. I think I might do maybe 20 minutes more and then take a break, if I'm being honest. Also, the thing is, I agreed to, there's American guys called Grid Network, and they like to show about various different types of motorsport, and I'm supposed to be their Formula E correspondent, and I've been doing this instead of the Formula E race.
Oh, no.
So I don't know what happened. I need to sort of brush up on that before it gets to the end of this.
Yeah.
No. It's really hard to watch that race and watch this race at the same time, and I thought if I'm going to commentate, I'm going to commit, so I'm going to give this my full focus until I come to the... I'm 10 minutes beyond where I agreed to stop, but we did start 10 minutes late, so I should have stopped 10 minutes early, technically, but I'm going to just keep going until we get to, let's say, 5.5 hours to go, which shouldn't be too long. I'm also really want a coffee, because after a while you tend having another person in energizes you a bit, but you realize how tired you are when you're doing it on your own.
Yes. I have to go at 6 my time, so
that's okay. We might just end up with nobody on stream for a while then, but that's the way it's got to be, because Joshua's busy. The only other person who could do it is Neil Evers. Definitely squeezes past the Paul Street Boys GD3 McLaren through the chicane, which is not the easiest thing to do. But
is that for precision behind?
No, I don't think so. Let me have a look.
No, Abasco behind 69 seconds.
Lovely number.
Yeah, nice.
Let's hope you can keep that gap up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so David Naxadi has got on board Balding Motorsport number 28 as well in 4th position in LMP2. Fouché is only about 10 seconds now behind Zoltan Hives. I wonder what that is about. And he's set a last lap 8 tenths faster. So Arthur Fouché started, after struggling a little bit, starting to come into his own slightly. I wonder if was there a mistake by Hives there, or has he just pit recently? Have a look. Yeah, he has literally just pit, so I'm probably wrong on that. But the gap coming down, surprisingly, even afterwards. Fouché's been on his tyres for 23 laps, so he's coming to the end of his stint, really.
Yeah, but the tyre degradation in the LMP1 is almost nothing, I've heard.
And Fouché being held up, actually, as Nick Homewood is trying to lap the Marco Pereira.
Yes, and going 3 wide, but all fine.
Annoying when you've got so many events on at the same time, and somebody has to do the endurance coming through. Well, I guess actually nobody has to, but I want to. So
Yeah.
Great to have you here too, Philip. But let's see, lap 83. We're approaching lap 100 then, with let's see, 2 hours 13 minutes elapsed then. So making good progress. We should get to about 200 laps at least by the end, depending on full course yellows, of course, which we haven't seen any yet. I guess the lack of full course yellows is because we have a much smaller GD3 field than normal. Because usually it's like 20, it's like a 15 or 20 GD3 cars, isn't it? And we've only had about 7 or 8, I think, something like this. Was it? Yeah, because we've got the HHR, which retired early on, and Pereira is the last runner, 8th in class. So we had 9 GD3 start the race.
Yeah, that's not a lot. And also the walls are quite far from the track here on the places you could spin potentially, so it's hard to lose a rear wing or anything.
I think GD3 is really suffering from basically we had 2 teams leave, and then Mugen decided we're not going to bother with GT3 anymore. We want to win LMP2 and LMP1, which are leading both classes at the moment. So it seems to be working well. It's Christian Toff, who's just got on board Team Imperium 16, going wide, and the entry of 15. So yeah, it's really not going Team Imperium's way this race, which is a big shame for them. Down in 6th, but they could still get decent points out of this. But there's a sense that as the season goes on, the 16 is going to get closed in, potentially by, so definitely by the 87, but also potentially by the 444 as well. Oh, look at this, Barbosa lapping, and Nick Homewood. That's not a great entry, Nick, to the pits.
Yeah,
So
we both realized we didn't practice the pit entry starting the race, so...
Yeah, well, hopefully Nick is going to swap out, because he's probably a bit tired now.
No. He's doing the 4 hours, and then Mario comes in. Instead of the jet discipline in.
Well, at least he's got some practice of the pit entry in then. So Homewood will relinquish 3rd to Chris Davis. Hasn't been in 3rd since he got spun out by the Paul Street Boys LMP2, was it? Or was it? No, it was the G3 that hit him, wasn't it?
Yes, I think so. He should be in front of Kovacs still coming out.
Yeah, certainly. So Homewood's still doing on course for 3rd, but losing touch with Tobias Blumschein.
Well, my teammate is within the seconds of the 42.
Okay, shall we give that a vote as Pascal sets off the auto director by going off track as darkness starts to fall across the Buddh International Circuit. But yes, as you say...
Pascal claiming that's the broadcast time.
Yes, exactly. It's Finn of Ondauer.
Wait, I think he just got passed by the Irish that then left himself.
Oh yeah, that might be what's happening here. That's why there's a 2-second gap.
Like it went from 6 tenths
yes,
to 2
that's
seconds.
Vince, isn't it? David Vince in the 66,
Yes.
who's unlapped himself. Here comes Barbosa. He's had a bit of a quiet run. I really think TGM Simsport, because they had a really tough start to the race where they fell behind the LMP2 field and had to overtake them all again. So I think they're just kind of experienced in LMP1. They really just want to finish, because they did Interlagos and they didn't finish there either. I'm pretty
It's
sure.
a hard car, the LMP1.
Indeed. So,
Doesn't like curbs.
unless Pascal's driving, apparently.
Yeah.
In which case, take all the curbs.
Yes.
Or that might just be Pascal trying to make maximum sparks come out
I
of his
think
car.
that's the case. Like he
Because
just
he
loves
knows
the
we're
sparks.
watching, because he's listening to this, no doubt. Hey Pascal, great going so far. Keep it up.
Yeah.
But anyway, getting a bit. It looks like Rafael Mehr is going to get overtaken by Barbosa quite soon as well. So, I love the livery on the TGM though, the sort of ocean blues.
It reminds me of the team where I raced for at the start of my R Factor 2 career. Scuderia Adriatica, it's the same
Oh
colors.
yes, or as I called them, Scuderia Oceana, because I forgot the name of the team. How embarrassing. Buche really, with tyres that it's almost as old as his first stint now, he's done 26 laps, has kept pace with Zoltan Hives. He's actually been lapping, well, the last lap was about 3 tenths slower actually, but this lap he's on at the moment is a couple of tenths faster in both sectors so far. There we go, 136.2. That's actually Fuchs. That's an in lap by Fuchs. It's no wonder he's pushing. Go.
Getting the new rubber.
So Evers.
Oh, Mergely retired.
Oh no,
What happened there?
that's our second place runner, and that's our championship lead. So that potentially hands the championship lead to the number 33 driven by Fabien Ballet. So potentially a disconnection there. Where is Martin Merguli as Chris Davis has a bit of a moment, letting the LMP1 through. And there we go. It's really joined now because that was Barbosa going off. There he is, just rejoining on the in-road, slip road. He went off.
Oh, that was
that
close.
was really, really messy there. Actually, was that the 33?
I think that's 33.
It's
Is it
either
me
the
or
33 or the 32. isn't it?
Barbosa has no headlights.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah. Yeah, they layer out. They've been. He spun. I'm not sure if he hit the wall, but yeah, very lucky not to hit Ballet, who just inherited that second place and was potentially about to lose it again. This also puts Bottling Motorsport David Naxati in the 28 up to third as well onto the podium. So I don't think Bottling have... I think they've got very close at Silverstone, but I don't think they finished on the podium yet this season. Could be wrong on that.
The 137.
Indeed I am, yes, they were second
swapped.
in Silverstone and third at Interlagos, Bottling Motorsport 28. As Listola gets on board the 137.
Calais.
Let's see what Calais can do, because it looks like Eggert's had a very strong stint. Let's hope Listola can match up to his pace. Let's hope he's practiced. Not just the pit entry, but the rest of the track too.
Yeah, I think he did some practice.
And Evers continues to inch a little bit closer. He's within about a second now of the Zurich Racing Machine, the 42, driven by Rafael Meyer. And now the LMP1 is out of the way, past the both of them. So this is go time then, isn't it? For you and your team.
It should be go time, yeah. I think he got more pace than the Zurich car.
We will see if we can get any news on what happened to Maguli.
When he goes for the moves.
Oh, on board.
That's gonna be tough
yeah,
there.
10 is it's really hard to dive up the inside of someone at 10. And through goes Jansen Bintz back on board the 23. So keep an eye on him. 121 seconds behind the lead now. But Jansen Bintz will be looking to close up that gap on fresh tyres and have all the problems sorted. He should have much better pace actually than the 22, so do not rule out the 23 yet for making it repeat victories in LMP1.
Definitely not. Maybe.
Tom Dennis says Maguli lost a wheel, so there was a crash, and Oliver Hargitay speculates that it may have been a collision with the GV car. We didn't see who though. Well, here we go. This is getting a bit interesting. Because here comes the race leader Hives to lap Evers, and he's going to clear
Meyer
as well. So Raphael on the outside. Is that going to put him offline? There's contact there. That's not what you want to do with the race leader in the other class, is it?
Yes, that's not ideal.
And now Evers is going to get the slipstream. He's right in the toe, but will he get close enough? He's going to get a face full of sparks, that's for sure. Oh, look how bright that is. And here he comes. Late move by Neil Evers. He's got the inside though. And he takes the position. So there we go. Meyer is displaced down to 6th. And it's up to 5th for the 139. So that's a better in position you're going to come out in then, Peter, if he can hold on to this. But he goes wide as they enter the chicane. And, Neil Evers just has to hold on to this.
Yeah, now got to make some good clean laps after a while.
Meyer's really struggling now, so that really shows how much faster the 139 could have gone. And will go indeed, as Marco Pereira is awarded a penalty. I say awarded, it's more of a demerit than an award.
Yes.
Go. And looks like Chris Davis is coming to the pits now as well, which will permit Nick Homewood back into 3rd and Toff up to 4th. So Davis is sort of out of sequence and trying to recover, isn't he, from his off. And that's put him sort of in a battle with Toff and potentially Homewood a bit later on if he can clear Toff.
Yeah, I think they will be back into the race. Like they got some
looks
pace.
like Barbosa's fixed his headlight. Or at least twitched them on. Look at the back of Malcolm Schneider in the reading game car. The 72 flying out sparks like there's no tomorrow. It's more like a dragon's breath than sparks, if you ask me.
And again.
Yeah, someone set a bomb off underneath the reading game car. Or he just hit the curb and it reacted badly. Is the ride height a big thing here, Peter? Some of the cars run really, really low to the ground.
We're basically on the same ride height as we use in Sao Paulo.
Okay.
And like you don't notice you're getting the sparks, and it's not scraping that you lose speed or anything. I felt like I went higher and didn't notice any difference in top speed or cornering or anything. So
we didn't have the update when we did Interlagos, so we didn't have the sparks.
Yeah, exactly. So
I had a couple of people in chat because I've got the sound muted. So the Sultan Hives gets another face full of sparks from his teammate actually in the. Has the 21 got going again? Yes, Maguli's got going again, down in 17th overall behind Pablo Lopez Garcia. So last of the LMP2s.
Did Pereira get an in-game penalty? Or?
Must have been. He might have gone off track too many times.
Or speed it in
sped.
pit lane.
Could have, yes.
I think the contracts don't work actually.
To be honest, Marco Pereira is about 5 laps down on Gergo Balai, who's the next closest car to him, so I've sort of not been paying too much attention, to be brutally honest. But poor Marco Pereira getting the experience in the 27 mode, still in the race crucially, and that's the important thing as we look at Fabian Valle, now promoted to second. Will Valle think about potentially they're second in both classes now? Do you think the win is still on in both classes for Valle, or do you think it's more likely in LMP2 than LMP1? Because they've definitely got the pace in LMP1, but they're a lot further behind, it would seem.
There's always that chance, but they're quite far behind right now. But you don't know what happens. Like,
well, they're a bit out of sequence in the pit stops as well because of having to make that extra stop, really.
yeah, you have to look how that pays off or doesn't pay off in the end, strategy-wise. Like maybe they have to get the splash and dash in the last 20 minutes or something. That would be very, very unfortunate for them. But yeah, anything could happen to Hives as well, like contact or maybe they spin out themselves.
But Blumschein now leading GD3, almost unnoticed. They've done a driver change at the 87, which has dropped them behind to the tune of 63 seconds, surprisingly. Because they were about 40 ahead, weren't they? So that is quite surprising. That Tobias Blumschein doing an absolutely superb job for the second race in a row. In fact, I think of all the drivers, he's probably the most improved one that we've seen this season. Because I thought he was really unlucky at Barcelona at Silverstone. At the Nordschleife too, very unlucky because he was leading when basically he had a screen freeze, I think, and crashed out at the at Bergwerk, I think.
Yeah, I remember something like that. Yeah.
And at basically Silverstone, he got the fuel strategy wrong, and it was a similar story at Barcelona as well. Here he comes in. Just a lie. It's from 7th. But Tobias on the warpath, it would seem. And giving a strong challenge to the 87. Big gap to Homewood, though, so he should come out ahead of him.
Yeah, it looks like the less you talk about Tobias, the faster he's going to drive.
Indeed, yes. And the less he talks, the faster he goes as well. 1:36.5 for Jansen Bintz. So he's still setting really competitive times with Zoltan Hives. Hives, who's, I think, done... I think he's done 11 laps on this stint, whereas... Vince has done 5 laps on his, so that sort of shows you the offset between the two. It's not huge, so the 110 second gap is probably fairly accurate, although on race view it says they're 88 seconds apart for all you Valle fans who want more hope. But it's certainly Jansen Vince is going to do everything he can over the next 5.5 hours to erode that gap.
Green in the first 2 sectors again, so...
Indeed, yes. Very right on board with him while we wait for Tobias to emerge from the pits. Go on board, or should we go? Let's go here. I like this angle because you see a bit of the car. How dark it is as well. Night well and truly has emerged in India.
There are some lights, but they don't seem to be on.
It's not really designed for night racing, the Buddh International Circuit, it must be said. I like the little lights on the bottom of the grandstand there.
You would say it is with this kind of temperatures during the day. Like it was 46 degrees when we did quali. So I was using the setup I used the whole practice basically coming up to the race, and I did 2 laps on the server. My engine was dying. I was like, oh, didn't I load the wrong setup or something? But it's just temperatures getting too hot.
Ah, yes. I thought that was what it was because I saw that when we did the first start. That there was a smoke coming out the back. Like, oh, it's Peter Schubert.
Yeah.
I remember I commented on an SRL race that Sven Gielhed was in, and Gielhed was stuck behind his teammate Valente, and I think they were battling Moynier, the Irish driver, for the win. And because Gielhed spent so much of the race stuck behind Valente, his engine started overheating, so he had to keep tucking out the slipstream to cool down the engine and tuck back in, because it was an oval race as well, I think Apple Valley.
So Gilwood's being punished for being such a patient driver.
Anyway, we're getting to go time for me, I'm afraid, so I'm probably going to have to chat because
yeah,
tried quite soon on Grid Network too. and
Well-
I really need coffee as well. So.
I understand. I do need one soon as well.
Anyway, I suppose I'm gonna bid you adieu for a little while, or at least mute myself while I do these other things. And,
Yes.
but the leaders, just to recap, it's Sultan Hives leading LMP1 to the tune of 100 seconds. Steelhead leading LMP2 over Fabian Ballet to the tune of 53 seconds. And then Iris also leading in GD3 with Stanislav Pajoud at the wheel, 42 seconds ahead of Tobias Blumschein. So anything can happen in the next 5.5 hours, but we're going to leave you to it and leave you on auto director. So we'll be back a bit later. I'll probably be coming back after dinner, but Peter's going to be in action later in the race and see if we can get that 139 up into the top 4, because Sandak, I think, is about 54 seconds up the road, but it's still a 7-second gap to Rafael Mir. So a good race for the 139. Let's see where they end up. Bye for now.
Okay, drivers, we've come to code 80 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80. Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. Okay, drivers, we've come to code 80 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, code 80. In Lobas, please make sure that if your damage doesn't repair, that you retire from the race, please. Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
Hello, and welcome back to coverage of the 8 hours of Buddh in the 5th round of the 2022 EERC Endurance Championship on R Factor 2. My name is Edward Hunter, but you can call me Ed, and we are into lap 147 with just under 4 hours left to go, so we're halfway through. And there's been a couple of changes since I've been away. So Arthur Fuchs is leading LMP1 by the tune of 2 seconds. Sabakis is leading LMP2 for Valle by the tune of 15 seconds over Alessandro Valente. So Valle leading LMP1 and LMP2. And then it's Finnavon Racing in the hands of Nick Homewood, who took advantage of what looks like a code 80 to jump the field and get ahead of Tobias Blumschein, who had for a long while was leading and holding off Stanislav Bajal. So the 87 has not really had things its own way since I left whatsoever. But it's a very, very interesting scenario indeed. So the two leaders look to be closing up, so let's focus on that. Here is Toff. Whole second faster than Arthur Fouché last lap. If you're still listening in the chat, feel free to drop me a message. I'm sorry to message that I was gone such a while, because I first had to catch up on the Formula E race, and then I had to be on Grid Network. But, well, I wanted to do those things, actually. It wasn't really an obligation to do them. But anyway, you can see the yellow Valle, or the orange Valle, disappearing into the night ahead of Zoltan Toff. But he's closing second by second, sector by sector, little by little, getting a little bit nearer as the sparks fly from the under tray, and very visible in the night time they are too. Really doing his utmost to catch Malcolm Schneider in the 72 Reading Game car. Down in 10th, Reading Game's not really had things their own way, have they? Lux Neuberg, David Naxadi, sorry. He's about 2 seconds now behind Mil Evers in the 139. So the 139 have had a really, really strong stint to stay in 5th. Podium Motorsport have actually kind of struggled a bit as Boyd Transport back into 3rd position with Roy Ton at the wheel, and Roy Ton could take his 2nd podium of the season, because he did take one in the 206 at the Nordschleife. Oh, look at the sparks coming out the back of Listola. Oh, negotiates, and Nexati dives at the inside of the chicane and spins Cal Listola around. It was bad judgment from David Naxati in Balding Motorsport. Iris is just spread between them as Vince goes to the pit lane. Get back to the leaders then. There we go. So Malcolm Schneider has come out the pit lane. Tom Dillon, sorry, he's gotten on board. There we go. And just ahead of Zoltan Toff. Face down Arthur Fuchs for the lead, and that was going to cost Toff lots of time there. Whole second gone now because of that incident there, where the Reading Game was exactly where Zoltan Toff didn't want to come across it. Here we go, he goes through and resume his pursuit. Chunk of sparks coming out the back just for good measure. Stola still running 3rd, a lap ahead of Jeffrey Ellis in the Rookie Monster 73. And those are the only 4 cars still running, so the battle for the podium is the battle not to finish last then in LMP1. It's the class leader for 12 seconds, Nick Homewood, so he really gained a lot in that code 80. Absolutely stellar job. Not only just to keep the leaders in sight, but then to take advantage when there was the opportunity. Case of staying ahead. Homewood's lap times his last lap 1:54.3. Pajal set a 1:53.3. Second faster. Bias. As long as Nick Homer keeps being consistent, he could potentially get the better of Tobias Blumschein and Stanislav Pajal. But Blumschein, as we've seen before, a very formidable competitor. Diddy, just gotten on board the 66, is setting some personal best sectors. Try and catch back up to the bottling car in LMP2 as Toff goes through the chicane and Sparks go haywire. Oh, I'm going to fly through turn 10, so it's clearly, we heard from Peter Schumacher that a lot of the LMP2 runners are all light show at the bottom there, running the same sort of ride height that they did in Interlagos as we go into lap 151 now. That Arthur Fucci is about to start when he crosses the line. Here he comes. 2.5 seconds the gap. So Arthur Fucci's done an absolutely superb job to hold off Zoltan Toff. We saw he didn't really have much of a candle. He couldn't really hold a candle to the pace of the Mugen drivers earlier. But he's learned from that. Towards the end of his stint, he really picked up a few tricks. And he's back here. 136.3 last lap for Fuch. 135.8 for Zoltan Toff. Difference. He's not gaining exponentially, but he is gaining a little bit. Real shame that Pedro Barbosa and Sandro Van Sand had to retire earlier, fit into the points, and TGM Simsport. So both of those teams out. Off all goes a bit wide, and the gap broadens out actually to 3.5 seconds. Hence, one little mistake will decide it, but for now, it's under control. Diddy, just lapping Nick Homewood. Toff has now dropped about almost 4 seconds behind now. Traffic not treating him particularly well. Marlon Duke in the 32. I've seen Marlon in action before, so good to see Valley testing some new drivers with the 32. Been pretty decent actually, all things considered. Better than Reading Game are in this race. Alex Hallows aboard the VMS Sun Edits, number 26, another driver for Valet in a series like Formula Sim Racing. And with could we see the victory for Finn Andres? It's been quite a while in the making, hasn't it? Of course, Mugello last year was a long time ago as Dax said in Bodley Motorsport number 28 goes straight into the wall. That's that's turn 1. He's gone straight on. It's a very odd place to crash. But that's really going to hurt Naxati. He was not far behind Evers. Damage for Naxati potentially could really help the 66 of Ziddy. There's Kiss. Yeah, Valente's not really been able to... It's been nip and tuckery between the 33 and the 77, but the 33 look like they're really going to grow a championship lead here out of this. On. Of course, they had the... Oh, that would explain why. Yeah, because he's in the garage. So, yeah, no wonder. There's Tibble Kiss. Seconds. Last of the GD3 runners on the lead lap. But it's Pajal, the 87, starting to be played out of it a little bit. Back behind Bumshine. Almost a Stint, let's be honest. Been in since the beginning, I think. Other drivers of the 59 have in reserve. Who else is in that 59 car? Because they'll have to get in pretty soon because we're halfway through the race. Go, so that's your update then of what's been happening. Gap up front between Toff and Fuche, 2.5 seconds. So Toff has started to close back in again, ever so slightly. Royton. What a lovely guy Royton is. I can't wait to speak to him at some point because always so enthusiastic about his racing. Over the moon with that podium at the Nordschleife. Great to see Boy Transport, a team really impressing the underdogs. The little team look good. Boy Transport Racing. The sparks start to fly out the back of that machine. There's Alex Hallows. VMS, they've kept in it, down in 8th, but they're not really in the lead lap. It's really a 2-horse race between Kiss and Valente in the 33 and the 77 respectively. I think it feels like Iris are focusing on LMP2 and GD3, and they've kind of abandoned their LMP1 aspirations. They won at Silverstone, remember. As a championship, it's really the 22s to lose, if we're being completely honest. Closer affairs with well be Iris versus Valet, to be honest, in LMP2. We could see Mugen gradually play out of it, especially if they don't score anything today. Well, if the Ball can get a win under their belt and gain loads of points on Team Imperium and Iris, could well really shift the picture. But there's Arasaka trying to unlap Nick Homewood. This could be interesting. They're actually fighting for a position in Interlagos before Nick Homewood got taken out by one of the LMP2s, if I remember correctly. Bond have had their bad misfortunes this season, but it's kind of turned around on them, hasn't it? Ignacio, who we saw in the YouTube chat actually earlier. 27 Motorsports getting on board. Solid job. Down in last place, getting the laps in. 3 laps down on Lovis, so they've actually caught the independent entry. Epler. Eric Virtual Racing. Serviced. Tom Dillon. Last lap 1:43.7, so pretty good. Nothing too exceptional, but solid, as Valente is also pitting from second to try and undercut Sabakis. The Homewood pits from the lead in GD3, drops down to third. In a good way for a change. Tobias Bumstein back in the lead, back where he will feel he belongs. Split loyalty for me, because Nick Homewood, Tobias Bumstein, who of those two do I want to win? Kind of don't want either to lose, if I'm being honest. But here comes Valente then. My drivers, no question there. I would love to see the 77 take another win. Good for Tobias as well when he gets back on board later in the season to be part of the championship leading squad if they can get in that position. But they are 10 points down. They could beat the Valet today. It would be a big help. Harry Valencia now gets on board the 444. And I believe Tibor Kiss in the number 16 Team Imperium is going to jump for him. Yep, there we go. So Mary Valencia is released. But there is Tibor Kiss. A few seconds up the road. 5 seconds to be precise. Mary Valencia knows exactly what he's got to do. Remember when they were in the leading position at the Nordschleife, and Mary Valencia lost it and took himself and one of the Paul Street Boys LMP2s out in dramatic fashion by flipping it over and utterly destroyed his race as Toff has now closed in on Fuche. Arthur in real trouble now. Mugen on the back of him. And this is where the worm may well turn in India. You never know quite what to expect in these battles, do you? Because Mugen and Valet both are evenly matched, and it seems, depending on who's in the car, could go one of either way. As there, Tibor Kiss in the Aston Martin just holds up Zoltan Toff at the worst moment and allows Fuche to escape. Did that a few times, haven't we? For poor Zoltan. You can hear my brother playing a guitar music in the background. Interesting. Always like to just switch to the off-board so you can appreciate the sparks in all their glory. It's noticeable on the on-board, and that's why the drivers probably don't talk about them too much. They're very noticeable on stream, of course. Right, there we go. Toff clears the VMS car as Evers pits and allowing Bodling Motorsport to retake fourth from him. Sarka is able to overtake Barbosa, who of course retired some time ago in the 96 TGM car in the overall order. Down in fifth. It struggled to really play itself back in, although they're not too far behind the 444 on track at least. Only 26 seconds. Look at what the Mary Valencia's lap times have been since coming out of the pits. Last up a 1:59. Might have been just coming out of the pit lane as well, as Ziddy also gets past Evers. Lead closing up, overall lead between, there we go, that's because the 33, I think, has just let its teammate through, and Toff comes upon it at a bad time. Losing too much, actually. Busy in the pit lane at this time of night. Great lead battle to keep us occupied. Gerald keeping Bumshine very honest indeed, 7 seconds behind. It was a long stop for the 444. Kiss now comes into the pit lane. Could yet see the 444 come out on top, depending on how the strategies work out. We're going to be about if they can take advantage of any more code eddies, and also if they can get the fuel to last, basically. So it will take some intelligent driving from the 444 Finnavon crew. And pull it off before. Toff is now starting to get very, very close indeed to the back of Arthur Fuche. Arthur got anything in reserve here, because now might be the time to use it. Sparks trailing out the back of that thing. It's lighting up like a beacon, like a Christmas tree for Zoltan Tov. And open his presents very early indeed. It's only May.
Hello, Ed.
Oh, hello.
How's it going?
Oh, alright, surprisingly. I've been all over the place. I was doing the commentary earlier. I've had to squeeze a 45-minute Formula E race to half an hour. Then I went on a Grid Network show to talk about said Formula E race. And now I'm back doing this again because this race is still going in all that time.
Yep.
And it's
only
changed
halfway through.
a lot since I was away. Especially impressed to see Nick Homewood. Did he pit under the code 80? I heard there was
Yes.
And that was how he got ahead of Tobias. Tobias doing excellently as well. It's really the 21. I saw it disconnect and tried to get back in the race, and I think they've given up now, haven't they? Well, they crashed out, didn't they? The 21 while I was commentating, they crashed out. We missed it on stream.
Oh, they're Mugen, yeah. So.
That's big implications in the championship because they're the leaders, of course, joint leaders with the 33 that's leading the race now in the sort of close battle with the 77. But they're a bit out of sequence in the pit stops. So, yes, Valente is on 3-lap-old tyres, and I think Kiss is on 25-lap-old tyres. Front runners on the greens at the moment, whereas I think the blues are the mediums, aren't they?
Is that LMP1?
I'm looking at both classes. So Listola is on the purples, which are the softs, and the greens are they the...
Some people may well be on different tyres front and back as well, just to further confuse things.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not even sure the tyre graphic is in any way accurate, but yeah, it's been very close, hasn't it? And we're looking at this lead battle. Actually, it's just broadened out because I think Toff has been delayed by a couple of LMP2s and GD3s here. Which has allowed Arthur Fucci to pull away. Fucci, I thought really struggled. It's Fucci or Fucci? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Is he French? Or?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, Arthur, I'll just call him the name that I know how to pronounce, which is his first name. Because I was saying earlier, I've got 2 kids at Cub Scouts called Arthur, who I'm to spend most of the evening shouting at, because I got an older one, and the older Arthur hates the younger Arthur, and treats him like garbage. And constantly, because the younger Arthur has a bit of a reputation from Beaver Scouts for misbehaving, and it sort of precludes him. I feel a bit sorry for the younger Arthur. I'm sort of trying to support both of them because they're both really good guys, but they're constantly fighting each other. Whereas this Arthur works much better in a team, it would seem, because he's learnt a lot from Jansen Bintz and Martin Novak, his 2 teammates, and he's been able to increase his pace a bit. His last that 1:35.4, and he's really... Zoltan Toff is no slouch, and he's really been able to keep him at bay, which is excellent to see.
Yep.
So what about you then in this race, Nick?
Oh, I've been having a great time.
I know, I've been noticing, yeah.
I have no idea how we ended up in the lead.
That was the code 80, isn't it?
Yeah, I've just been
because
driving.
you were nowhere up to that point, and the code 80 you would magically happen right as you were in front of the pit lane, I'm assuming.
Well,
you weren't nowhere, you were beating the championship leaders, weren't you?
we were about 30 seconds off Tobias. And yeah, just...
It's amazing because GD3 has really opened up all of a sudden since that code 80, really.
We weren't even expecting to have pace here. We didn't do that much practice.
A bit of lag for Fabian Ballet in the lead.
Yeah,
but,
there's a few...
he emerges 5 seconds ahead then of Valente, having so Valente gained a little bit, not quite enough to get ahead. So Alessandro will have to get his head down. At least he's having a much better run here than he did in the touring cars, where basically he was a bit of a punching bag.
Yeah, there's a few issues with our factor as well since the newest update.
That might be why we saw things like Bradley Sellers teleporting right in front of the LMP2 lead at one point, I remember. And
the new one is as soon as you get out of the car, so as soon as you pass the car into someone else, your game will crash. No ifs,
was that
no
what
buts.
happened to the 23 earlier? Because they were trying to they had to do a driver change because Jansen Bintz said there was a hardware issue on his end.
Possibly, but yeah, as soon as you get out of the car, your game will crash.
Well, Seems you have to restart the game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Thank goodness the commentary team have not crashed. It's just we haven't had any commentators because I've been the only one. And with all due respect, I mean, I've do the best I can, but I can't really work miracles here. I need to take breaks at some point, and I had that Formula E race to catch up on. Tomorrow's going to be interesting as well because I'm supposed to do Formula E with Joshua, his throat. I heard him during the Grid Network show. His throat did not sound good. And apparently, it's been going around in his household. So all the best, Joshua. Also, all the best. I believe in Formula Sim Race, the last highlights that I did, I mentioned that Lauren Kiersmakers, the Edge Esports driver, was ill with COVID. I believe he's still recovering, so I'm not sure he'll be doing the World Championship race with Edge Esports at Spa-Francorchamps. But we'll see, because it's been 2 weeks since then. He might have recovered.
Hopefully
but if
he's
not,
better.
yeah. But I know his teammate Jake Dennehan, who I also... Oh, look at Calistola. It's almost like the Sparks were lifting him away. But the 137 looking good for another podium, aren't they? So it's looking like 2 podiums in GD3 and LMP1 for Finnevon, which will be a big achievement. Yes.
Touch wood.
Well, it's certainly looking on the cards, which isn't the case at every race we go to. Is Arthur Fuchs actually sets the purple first sector, which really illustrates what I was saying earlier. That he's really developing into a front runner here.
Yeah, I mean, if we ever get luck, it's usually bad luck, so it's nice to see.
Yes, you say that. I think there's been some incident at turn 11 because Valencia was going really slow when we cut in there with the auto director. I'm not sure. Did he go off track, Mario Valencia?
Oh, he had a spin, yeah.
Ah, spin. Okay. So just that long right hand. It's a tricky corner, isn't it? Because I saw Valente do the same in the Subaru.
It's a very, very long corner.
But to be fair, Valente had loads of ballast, like 54 kilograms of ballast when he spun. So, and he'd just been hit by Pascal just beforehand, but we won't mention that.
We never mention that race again.
I have to say, I mean, I was a little bit annoyed with Pascal at the time, but I think he said afterwards that I did a good job of being impartial. But I even said at the time, oh, Pascal's going to take out both of my drivers if he gets half a chance, and then that was exactly what happened. My word. And at the end I said, oh, you didn't have to do that, or something like that, which shows how, I don't want to say pathetic and weak I am, but it shows how desperately I was trying to be even-handed, instead of saying, oh, I think I said that was dirty driving, which, I mean, it was. There was no denying that.
It's difficult to know in the heat at the moment, isn't it? You get one look at it and...
I mean, I could have admitted maybe, if I was being completely honest, that my drivers maybe were, like, Liam Rance on that final lap wasn't exactly being an angel either towards Pascal Leggett. But without wanting to throw my own drivers too much under the bus publicly. Because, I mean, the penalties have been applied, and like I said, I was annoyed at the one for Alessandro, but I sort of understood why and accepted it, and I think he did too. So I think the way I dealt with it was very good, even if my drivers maybe, you know, expressed dissatisfaction, perhaps understandable, and maybe, you know, would kind of argue in public the rights and wrongs when maybe that's something you should do with the stewards in private.
Yeah,
but I was really glad I contacted Pascal soon after the race and we sort of nipped it in the bud immediately. And I don't think he blames me for my drivers being a bit aggressive with him. I think he still understands that while I was a bit annoyed with the way things panned out, I'm not going to, you know, fall out with him over, you know, just a race that didn't go to plan. If it became like a pattern at every race, Pascal was like deliberately and rather obviously telegraphing and sort of like dive bombing from, you know, another postal code by drivers, it might be a different story, but I can accept that, you know, things get heated, and maybe you could argue I should have dealt with it after race one, but I was commentating, and B, we didn't have a lot of time between the two races.
It was just a generally pretty aggressive race.
But it was good because it was like literally the morning after we had talked about it. It had enough time to calm down, and I think cooler heads prevailed, and it's good because we shouldn't fall out over, especially over touring cars, because it was just it's a support series, and I mean it's the only one that my team does, and maybe there's an element where my drivers take a bit of pride in that more than they might usually do, because they know there's a Lego Subaru up for grabs at the end.
I'd do anything for a Lego Subaru.
Okay, I can maybe try and make a little Lego. I've already got the Formula E Gen 2 car, so I could probably give you like a thing on the Formula E livery. I still haven't done that season title battle between Joshua Birch and how Sonneveld, little
Josh
kind of a Josh Hamilton. Sorry, who did I say?
Josh Birch.
Okay. Well, I mean, me and him have a different battle.
Yeah.
Like control of the commentary box, and it seems with his voice out of action, it seems I win by default.
I've got.
Not
I'm
that I take
doing.
any pleasure in that. I hope he's got a lemsip in his throat at the moment as we speak. He's probably
Yeah,
listening to this right now.
Doing BTCC with him tomorrow.
Ooh, real BTCC, not our BTCC. Anyway, there's Tom Dillon, our fellow sometime commentator, and it looks like the 72 have not had an easy time of it because Tom's teammate, David Martin, has got 2 penalties earlier in the race, and Tom has been plugging away, putting in some solid lap times, but it doesn't look like the 72 are really in the running here. Here he is right behind the VMS Sun Edits car driven by Alex Hallows, another guy I've commentated with, funnily enough, during the touring cars. Both great guys. Do you ever have this problem, Nick, where 2 people you love, oh, well, not love, maybe that's strong words, 2 people you have great respect and fondness and admiration for are fighting it out and you don't really know who to support? Because I had that with you and Tobias a few months ago.
Oh yeah.
Even though you're quite far apart on different strategies, and it remains to be seen how it's going to work out. But it certainly looks like it's in the balance at the moment. There we go. There's thankfully a GD3 splits the 2 up, and Alex Hallows gets a brief reprieve from Tom Dillon. It's a relentless assault.
Won't give away our strategy on the stream.
Oh, by the way, Nick, do you like? I randomly found the little extra graphic that gives us the input state. I've been neglecting to do that for the last couple of rounds, and I thought the viewers might appreciate the live telemetry on stream. It doesn't take up too much space. Still get the important information on the left and right side of it.
Oh, that's nice.
It actually helps with the off-boards. On the on-boards, it's a bit easier to tell because some of that info's on the dashboard. But also, if you notice any of the sparks, because a lot of the drivers are bringing back to saying, well, you don't really notice it when you're in behind the wheel in the cockpit, especially in the prototypes. It seems some of the GD3 cars says, well, I noticed this massive hulking LMP going by, and just like flames coming out the back of it, just like a dragon breathing at me.
I think I have it. I had it turned off. It doesn't work for me.
Oh, right. I have to save on the CPU.
Yeah.
To prevent lagging out. A brief word on the title battle in GD3, because obviously it looks very close, like only 7 points in it actually in the points table, but because we've had the erstwhile 3 leaders drop out, it's basically Team Imperium have got like a 20-point lead, haven't they, over you?
Yep.
Do you think you can realistically close that in? Are Team Imperium the main rivals, or do you think the 87, given how quick they were in Interlagos?
Well, the 3 cars between us and Team Imperium are competing.
There goes the 87 on track, as I say that.
Oh, those sparks do look good, don't they? That's the first time I've seen them just now. Yeah, Team Imperium are 27 points ahead, but the 3 cars between us aren't racing anymore.
Well, it's really Team Imperium have had the cleanest season.
Yeah.
Apart from, I'd say Satellite Racing had a very clean season until they stopped because they wanted money for winning the championship. It's only Liam Rance will settle for a little toy car from me. A surprise. I worry now because Liam Rance won't be able to go to Road America, so I'm having to hire a new driver to fill in. And I don't really know if I have like 5. How many drivers am I going to have fielded by the end of the season? And,
there's no limit as long as you don't have more than 3 per team.
But I mean, there's only so many cars I can put. Maybe it might make more sense to give them like the instructions, the part list, and the stickers.
Yep.
So they can buy it themselves off the Brinklink or. Oh, Tom Dillon! Oh, nearly hits the back. We saw that so many times in the touring car race, didn't we? Where drivers would go straight on, occasionally tanked the back by a certain Dutchman, but we won't. We won't point fingers anymore because that's in the past. And there's a bollard in the kitty litter there. I swear that happened like on lap 1. The bollards stayed there.
Yeah, well, the bollards are never going to last very long with this lot going around.
There's Peter Schumann, who was talking to us in commentary earlier. They're fighting really for 5th, aren't they, against Diddy in the 66 Iris car.
Yeah, and Ton, I think, as well.
Ton, yes. Have you been impressed by Boyd Transport? this season.
They came sort of from nowhere a bit, and they've come in and
Yeah.
were very quick. There's a shame
I
they're
have
not
to say,
racing
I
in GT
interviewed
this
Roy
time.
Ton after he was on board the 206 Boy Transport when they, I think they finished on the podium. I think they were runners-up, actually, or were they third or runners-up at Nordschleife.
Nürburgring, yeah.
And I remember talking to him, he was so happy. It was just like, oh, I didn't expect this. And constantly talking about how it was nerve-wracking watching his teammate try and fight to get onto the podium and having to hold on to that. And they just sound like these genuinely nice. I mean, there aren't really any horrible people in the ERC.
Yeah.
I think it's fair. I know if they were, I probably wouldn't call them out on stream. But but even so, I think they really strike me as just lovely. I like I said, the little team that could. They're such underdogs, and it's great to see them come out of nowhere and deliver. We've seen that with a couple other teams like Bottling have been doing really well this season. Into the points, not in this race. The last two races have been awful for into the points, but up until then, I mean, they won at Nordschleife. They were on the podium in most other races as well with at least one car. And they really feel like it feels like these new teams have come to the fore, and it's really for Finn Avon, who let's not forget race winners. Technically, from well, I mean, in technically, which is in the best kind of way, in actuality. I think the only reason I said it because I remember it being really close with the Dream Team, who are not race winners.
Yeah, we got getting tapped on the back on the last corner after 8
Mugello,
hours.
yes. This feels like the best chance you've had since Mugello. I mean, touch wood, but
Yeah, definitely so far.
but certainly Tobias. Is it a case of you're fighting with Tobias in the overall whoever Tobias's teammates are at FRA? Who else is in FRA? I'm trying to
I think
remember
it's
the lineup for this race.
Bohr, Carl Magnus Bohr.
Carmen's Bore, yes. I call him Bore because calling him a bore sounds like a bit of an insult.
I don't
think
know.
the last thing you could accuse Carl Magnus Bore is of being dull or boring.
Yep.
Tom Dillon goes all the way around the outside of the VMS Sun Edits car, and I believe that's for position against Alex Hallows. Great move there at 13-14. And Tom Dillon gets the reading game car back into the top 8. Great
Tom
result.
Dillon is much quicker than everyone around him.
Well, still, he had to avoid bumping into the side of Alex Hallows, and Alex Hallows is not exactly a slouch, although I do remember seeing him being, I think it was Wesley Bukout put an amazing move on him in Formula Sim Racing at Le Mans about 2 weeks ago, which I was very impressed by. Wesley Bukout just really impressed me, especially in the 87 as well.
He's
this season.
incredibly quick.
Yeah. And he's made something of a specialty of these comeback drivers. Oh, the 444 goes well into the run-up once more. Mario Valencia really pushing to keep, because when the pit stops come out, he needs to make sure he's in the same ballpark as Tobias Blumschein, and more mistakes like that could really be a setback. 94 seconds the gap now, but how long is the pit stops? An average pit stop here?
It's about 90 seconds.
Yes, there we go. So that really shows you the job Tobias is doing and how hard Mario Valencia is pushing to keep up as Arthur Pucci hits from the lead. And, of course, that's going to open up Zoltan Hives here. An opportunity for him. He's 8 laps into his stint, so that is the difference between Valet and Mugen at the moment. Here's Arthur Pucci. Are they going to change drivers at Valet?
I think. Has anyone else driven that car yet?
They have. Jansen Bintz has had a few
okay.
stints. He was at the beginning. Fuccio took over, and I think Bintz came back in. I don't know if Martin Novak did a stint or not while I was away. I'm pretty sure he hasn't, but Novak's been about and helping the team in sort of, I guess when you're not driving, you're often like a spotter, or you're on here talking to me. In this case, Nick, because you feel sorry for me, I guess.
Spotting or working out stint length, reporting. That's always a good one.
We're talking about Body Transport. They're only about 7 seconds behind Neuberger in the Bowling Motorsport 28. So it's battle of the new teams, isn't it?
Neuberger did have a bit of a crash. I came across him with no rear wing at one point.
Yeah, it's not been the cleanest for Bobland. It always feels like they're extremely quick, but often some misfortune. They come across somewhere.
Yep.
Something doesn't go to plan, and they end up having to get it together again. And
well, that's endurance racing for you.
Indeed. Well, I mean, we saw that in Interlagos. You guys were fighting for the podium, and then got taken out right
10
near the
minutes
end.
from the end.
but at least you got to score some points. Because really, it's a case of if you can just score a few points, it makes all the difference in the end. Especially given how basically GD3 the runners have been dropping like flies, haven't they,
And
across the
the,
season?
The big scoring races are still yet to come. So we've got Road Atlanta next, which is 10 hours, and Bahrain at the end, which is 24 hours, with the most points available.
Indeed. So it really feels like I think LMP2 and GD3 are definitely going to go out to the wire, but I am a little bit worried the 22 is kind of running away with it in LMP1, kind of as expected. But given how many different winners we had, as Tom Dillon ruins all of his good work by going well off track. Actually doesn't lose that much time. He went off a bit earlier into turn 10 than Mario Valencia did, and he's got a fair bit more downforce to help him get back than Mario Valencia did, to be fair. But Arthur Fucci has emerged 52 seconds ahead of Hive, so it was a quick stop then by Valet. I think because the 22 changed drivers, didn't they? As into the pits comes Tom Dillon, so his tyres very much crying enough. Yet I think he's getting to the end of a 21-lap stint here, isn't he?
Yeah, looks like it.
On the blue tyres, which are, I believe, the mediums.
I'm going to have to leave you for a bit now because my pizza has arrived.
Oh, bon appetit. I'm probably going to have to go soon as well.
I'll try and pop back a bit later on. Hopefully,
At some point, Jack Giordano wants me to write a report of the Formula E race today, and I still haven't done that because of all the things I've been doing.
Okay, well, I'll speak to you later then.
Yeah. Right, there's Tobias Blumschein carrying on in the lead then. A spark kick out of the back as he makes contact with the curb at turn 4. But Tobias, 20 seconds to the good. Right, and so I have to leave you now. By you, I'm not saying anyone in particular because no one's in the commentary box, nobody's listening. So, recap of the lead then. It's Arthur Fucci leading for Valley Esports number 23 by 52 seconds from Zoltan Hives. Then it is Fabian Ballet in Ballet 33 leading by 8 seconds over Alessandro Valente, so it's very much in the balance in LMP2. Then in GD3 it's Tobias Blumschein leading Sasas Bajal by 20 seconds and Mario Valencia by 95 seconds, but Valencia on a different strategy, of course. So it is basically a Valet and Blumschein, who is, of course, former Iris, occasionally drives for Iris, but also in this particular race driving for FRA. So, yeah, all hanging in the balance, all very much to play for with 3.5 hours remaining. I'll be back after dinner, but until then, enjoy the joys of the Auto Director, and as we continue in the nighttime dusk in India, New Delhi. Hello, and welcome back to the 8 Hours of Bud, the 5th round of the EERC Endurance Championship, and we see the FRA number 59, driven by Carl Magnus Boré, challenging for the lead against the 444, driven by Mario Valencia. Way ahead of the 87, and Carl Magnus Boré dives up the inside at turn 3, and just hits the side very slightly of Mario Valencia. And they go side by side down the straight. This is for the lead in GD3. This is for position. The 444, can it get on the brakes late enough to stay ahead? Carl Magnus Boré has got the inside. Mario Valencia is slightly ahead. He's going to try and sweep through and defend on the outside. Oh, but Carl Magnus Boré looks like he's through. But is he? Because on the left-hand side, you will see Mario Valencia going through. They go side by side and they hit. Oh, Carl Magnus Boré will not be happy about that at all. But Mario Valencia fighting tooth and nail to hold on to this lead. And looks like they're going to be lapped in a second. So Carl Magnus Boré losing out, and the Iris will sweep through. That looks like Valente, second in LMP2. Oh, and he has to go right around the outside of Mario Valencia through turn 10 and 11. Here we go. Here he goes. And now Carl Magnus Boré will mount another assault. That was very, very tense between these two. Only 2 hours and 45 minutes left to go. But it could go either way here between these two. Pit strategy is playing out, so let's have a look. Mario Valencia, 29 laps on these tyres. Carl Magnus Boré, 8 laps on these tyres, so they're in much better condition. But he's on the blue tyres, I believe. Valencia's on the greens, which are the slightly softer compound. At 191, and Carl Magnus Boré dives up again at turn 3. That's really where Valencia kind of struggles. And actually, Boré gets hung out to dry at the outside at turn 3. By far the closest battle on track. Although Vince is only about 10 seconds behind Schoonman, and Marlon Jek is only about 8 seconds behind Chirinos. BMS Sun and it's 26. Yellow in sector 1. Not sure what that's about. Do with Felix Neuberger. Right on board with Carl Magnus Boré as he fights for the lead of the GD3 class. And absolutely crucial for 444 Finavond Racing to stay ahead here, but Carl Magnus Boré gets a great run through the chicane and goes up the inside and gets squeezed. Oh. And here comes the race leading valet of Arthur Fucci. Oh, sweeping in between. That was very, very quick reactions there by Fucci. And he gets through unscathed. But wow. Bleeding in between there. And now Carl Magnus Boré gets right into the slipstream of Mario Valencia. Has a look up the inside at turn 1. Forces Mario Valencia to go the wrong way around. They've got, it looks like Bradley Sellers trying to lap them. The Carl Magnus Boré is right behind Mario Valencia now. There's nothing to choose between these two. Who's going to get the best run down the straight? As Mario Valencia tries to get a little bit of slipstream off the LMP1, but it's already disappearing off into the sun, into the distance. That's a sunset, but it's already full darkness down here in the Buddh International Circuit. Around the outside goes Carl Magnus Boré. The brakes glowing red, the sparks falling out the back of that thing like a dump truck. But no way through for the 59. Oh, but he tries to go around the outside. That's brave. And predictably he gets pushed out. But oh, full marks for effort for Carl Magnus Bore, but minus a couple thousand for overestimation, really. You do not sweep around the outside there unless you have a severe overlap, and Carl Magnus didn't quite have it in hand. So Mario Valencia playing it cool. Very much delaying tactics, so you can tell the Finavon does not have as fresh tyres. Let's have a look. 31 laps he's done. Oh, and Carl Magnus probably trying to go around the outside of him there. Flashing his lights in frustration. I think Mario Valencia weaving. Is he going into the pits? No, not on this occasion. As far as battles for victory go, this is up there as David Vince attacks Peter Schoenman for 4th position in class. Carl Magnus is going to have another dive into turn 3. He's looking for the outside this time. This is quite clever. Try and get the run, and wide goes Mario Valencia. Oh, but Carl Magnus sort of has to go wide as well in order to avoid hitting him, and he's going to go side by side. He's going to have to go the long way around here. Straight they go. And the two McLarens dueling it out for the lead. Carl Magnus has to tuck in behind. Will he dive up the inside? No, not on this occasion, but he does attempt to, and hits the rear of Mario Valencia. Right between these two. Deep between these two as well in the battle for 4th in LMP2. Magnus, an absolutely tenacious competitor, will not give in easily. As we see yellow in sector 2, as there's all sorts of cars trying to lap them behind. And in fact, here we go, the two battles converging. Peter Schoenman under real pressure here as Carl Magnus goes wide. Watch Jesse Trinos at the moment. Here comes Schoenman trying to lap Valencia's teammate, of course, in the sister car. Oh, a little bit of dust kicked up there by the Finavon driver. We go back up to the main straight, and he's actually got a bit of breathing space now, hasn't he? Human, being lapped by the sister car. Have a look, see if any comments from people who've been enjoying this battle, I'm sure. Massimiliano Riboli says, nice fight. And that's about 3 minutes ago, so he's enjoying this GD3 lead battle. Of course, Mario Valencia on much older tyres, 33 laps he's done on them. Somehow he's kept them alive. And surely he's trying to do something on the fuel here. So he can do one less stop, maybe, than Carl Magnus Bore in the 59. But really, the 59 get here because of an excellent, almost like half the race done by Blumshine. He's probably knackered. Would love to hear from Tobias, incidentally, if he's eating dinner and he's not too tired. I'm going through to the end now. Good. Carl Magnus now right behind once again. Will Mario Valencia dive for the pit lane? Looked a little bit like he was thinking about it, but no chance. Got to get the fuel to last. It's Mario Valencia. And he's got to hold on to track position for as long as possible. Been over nearly a year since they won their first race, but it's been slim picking since then. A couple of lucky podiums here and there. Victory has eluded them since Mugello 2021. This be the day where they come out on top, or will the FRA take their first victory? Take 5th in Interlagos. They're fighting for the top step of the podium with some brilliant drivers in their lineup. Of course, they would probably be driving for a Irish team in normal circumstances. 77 crew doing a superb job as is. We're taking very shallow lines here through the turns 5, 6 and 7. And the sparks crack out of the back of the black and orange Finnevon McLaren. All round the outside goes Hives in the second place. LMP1 always a little bit twitchy goes Mario Valencia. Lola hitting in the 137 Finnevon car. Carl Magnus closes in under braking on maximum pressure here, and this really plays if these two fight each other for too long, really plays into the hands of Hargitars. Into the pits comes Mario Valencia. So there we go, he hands the lead to Carl Magnus. The job was done, he held on for as long as he needed to. Pascal Eggert getting back on board the 137. Mario Valencia really going to let the 87 back through here during the course of this pit stop. Goes. Double Kiss is quite a way back. Going before the number 16 Tier Imperium team show up. Feels like it's either going to be third or first for the 444. Doesn't feel like second is part of the plan here. Broke. Hope it works out for them. Fact. Tibble Kiss does get through back into third position. A long stop for Valencia. Is there a driver change going on here? Hope they haven't hit trouble. So that'd be a big tragedy for them. Going as was that Tom? Yeah, he has. Does that look like Dylan had just hit to the gravel there? Exit of turn 10 there. But got going again. Oh, as Pascal Eggert spins immediately coming out the pit lane onto the. What on earth is this? Oh, it's the final corner. As in comes the leader. Guy number 23, Arthur Pucci. That's going to hand the lead to Zoltan Hives, I think. Fabian Ballet in command at the moment. Just gets his box spot on there. Really impressive driving by Arthur Fucci. We're almost at lap 200 with 2.5 hours left to go. I believe once Fucci gets going again, we will start lap 200. But there we go. Ice crosses the line then and takes the lead. Oh no, we're on lap 198, so lap Done 198 laps. We're on lap 199, so lap 200 is to come. 5 takes the lead. It's only really because of as Jensen Bintz gets back on board the 23. So we go driver change for Valet as Bierhoff as in the Boyd transport number 40, which has dropped to 6th now, having to berth there into turn 1. Bintz will be very much a force to be reckoned with now as Ryan Valencia sits personal best final sector now on his fresh tyres. 32 seconds down on Tibble Kiss. So the chase begins then as we get towards the closing stages of this Buddh 8 hours. At the front of Fabian Ballet's car there as he goes through turn 4. Fighting up to the nighttime action here in New Delhi. As that looked like Sellers having a lag spike just in front actually of Fabian Ballet. Can't afford that because Valente, let's not forget, is only about just under 30 seconds behind him. Vince goes into the pits and Nelson Ignacio. Or is that a wheel missing on the 127? Have a look. Doesn't look too good here for Nelson Ignacio. Parking it up beside the road. Got up to 7th place, of course, with Chris Davis with the 86 out of action. It's a big shame for them. There we go. This could be the 7th retirement from the race then. To be serviced. Big shame really because they were getting laps under their belt. They weren't that far behind 6th place Loas. Surprisingly, no code 80 is called by the race direction as we go into lap 200 now. Argitai on board the 87, running in 2nd place now, 21 seconds behind Carl Magnus Bore. He's lapping Lavas. So certainly apparently the 86 and according to I believe is Lucas Muller saying, can we allow the 86 to get back on the race because we pressed escape during the pit stop? So I think they were allowed in 2 laps down, but it seems they've retired since then again. But anyway, the race continues on and we might have a co-commentator for the final 2 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Josh. Till then, I'll have to hold on as Pascal Eggert holds on through turns 8 and 9 and the sparks fly rapidly. Multiple directions. Oh, Bradley Sellers. Oh, the rear. hitting the ground as Rafael Mayer leaves the track before rejoining. Good little kiss into the pit lane. Relinquish third place to Mario Valencia then is, here we go, just coming in through the last corner. Seconds down. To chase after for the Hargitai. He's about 80 seconds up the road, and then Bore is about another 20 seconds up the road. So at the moment, the 59 has sort of got the net race lead when they all pit. But if the Triple Four's best hope is to sort of extend the stints and try to lose as little time as possible, because on pure pace they can't really overcome the 59. I think at this rate it's either going to be FRA or Finnervond who win in GD3. Less than 30 seconds. The LMP1 lead battle, but it's exactly 30 between Valente and Ballet as Rafael Mayer leaves the track and rejoins. Hours, 26 minutes to go, and 203 laps completed. Any interesting comments you'd like to send to us, feel free to get involved, as Lovas has the widest turn free you've ever seen. Christian Toff has now got on board the, here we go, the Team 16, the number 16 Team Imperium car. He is about 84 seconds down on Mario Valencia though, and after his pit stop. This is class leader in LMP2, Fabian Ballet, negotiating the traffic. Superb job too. But I think Jansen Bintz is going to close in on Zoltan Hives. Probably before the end of this stint. Pace he's got at his disposal. Very similar laps last time around though. Down further and further. David Vince going quite slowly, approaching turn 13, so I assume he's messed up turn 11 or 12. Seconds off the lead. About 95, 90 seconds for a pit stop, depending on, of course could be longer if you're doing a driver change, so depends how fatigued Bore is feeling. But certainly Hargitai goes in on. Yeah, and the gap up front now down to just 20 seconds or so between Janssen Bints and Zoltan Hives. Gap that between Hargita and Bore. Janssen Bints sees as he victory. That's a 444 car ahead of him. See the sparks flying in the rear view mirror, and actually gets held up at a very bad time here in turn 10-11. Has to go around the outside. No harm done. Janssen Bints actually sets the purple first sector, fastest of the entire race, but is obviously delayed a bit in the second sector as Chirinos hits in the BMS Sun, and it's number 26 from 8th position in class in LMP2. Definitely coming down. Vince completes the lap. 1:36.2, so he did lose a lot of time in that middle sector, really. '27 or something like that, or 26. Sparks coming up from the back of the car ahead, I think. Reflection from the real tail lights. No, I think it was the sparks we were seeing. Not all drivers have those turned on. So, 41.0 for Janssen Bints, 41.4 for Zoltan Hives. Gap is being closed down rapidly. Janssen Bints has been on those tyres 8 laps. Zoltan Hive's been on them 17 laps. 26, 28, 27. So he's only really got 10 more laps or so in them as Zoltan Hives. Close will Janssen Bints get before the end of this stint? Valente now comes into the pits from second in class, about 30 seconds behind Ballet, as Eggert continues to let the sparks fly. Like he's got a circular saw in the side of that car, or an ankle grinder. Right. Neuberger's a long way behind, so Valente can sort of afford to undercut. That last stint was 23 laps, I believe. Fabian Ballet is about 18 laps into his stint. Lucas Lichten gets on board Irish 77 as well. So Lichten, another very quick driver. Schumann lets the sparks fly down the straight. Vince sets another purple middle sector, 26.7. 2 seconds faster than Zoltan Hives on the previous lap. So Hives is going to get rapidly closed in on at this rate because his lap times have rapidly dropped off. But he's got to get the fuel mileage to last as well, hasn't he? Oh, and Lich actually goes off track. First lap out of the pits through the chicanes, entering turn 10. The lap down now on Ballet due to the driver change, as there's Mario Valencia. Desperately trying to claw back the gap to Bore. Few seconds behind Hargitai. But Bore might be a bridge too far here. It's 1:35.7 that last lap. Hive's last lap 1:36.697. Whole second faster. Lap 209. Vince is really flying then. Easily dispatches of Jendrik Bierhoff. Lichten's last at 151 compared to Ballet's 143. Great for Lucas Lichten at the moment. Ballet pits soon then. Biz. Plus. Vince, meanwhile, has got the gap under 10 seconds, but Mayer, number 42, has gone off trying to enter the pit lane into the gravel. But he continues and makes it in. Lap ahead of Chirinos. So behind the number 66 Iris. But important to not lose any more time here. Gets a good out lap on his fresh tyres. All the difference. 4 for Bintz on the last lap. 1:39.7 for Zoltan Hives. Off track moment, but continues in 4th in class. Comes Bintz. The EMS car really blocking him at the worst possible moment here. Way through. Yeah, almost going back up to 10 seconds now, but Vince is through it now. Purple first sector though, 40.9. Ballet 23 set an amazing fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 33.8. Significantly faster than anyone else. The closest was Mugen with a 1:34.5, I think. Whereas then, if Hives on 22 lap old tyres starts to think about coming in 2 seconds faster, even with all the interruptions on that lap. Mugen either though. Gap continues to come down then. Sparks continue to be scattered all over the circuit in the middle of the night. Eggert gets a penalty in third. 102 seconds ahead of Bradley Sellers. Can't afford too many of those. Ooh. Goes to the pits. I'm going to take a quick loo break then. Battle about to heat up. Back within a couple of minutes' time. Here we go then. Great job by Jensen Bintz to retake the lead. Not a whole lot that Zoltan Hives could really do to hold on to that one. He's got already 3 seconds back. The tyres starting to pass their best. Stint struggling on in second. Looks like a lot of people who have ended their stints have found the game crashing on them, as Nick Homer told us earlier. Helpful, but it's not always been the most stable of games are affected too. Sellers, Ballet and Neuberger in the pit lane now. Oh, the Ballets are running a bit close together though, aren't they? The Bintz drop back further. Ballet and the other Valet. Ooh, spin from Christian Top, and he's facing the wrong way on the exit of 10-11. Good for Team Imperium, number 16. Drop off the back of Mario Valencia. Big time. But seconds behind, and now they're a whole 102 seconds behind. Jensen Bintz continues to set purple first sectors. Play from Zoltan Hives. Yeah. So the leader keeps growing, but he's slightly closer to Hargitai. Lot, mind you. Oh, Hives coming into the pits finally. Guys with 27 laps at his time. And looks like, is that that must be the 32 coming in as well. It is, it's Marlon Jick.
Good evening, Ed.
Oh, hello.
Nick dragged me in. Gonna keep you some company again, if you don't
Thanks,
mind.
Peter. You had a good second stint then?
Oh, apart from spinning on pit lane entry, yeah, it was quite decent.
You weren't the only one who did that.
No, it's tradition.
I think the GD, I think Nikoma did it as well at one point, or almost. He very nearly did it.
Yeah, he was close as well, yeah. But I mean, I didn't spin so far, so can you even call it a race if you didn't spin?
The 139 still in a very strong 5th position, and
Yes.
only about 50 seconds down on Vince in the 66. So do you reckon Finnevon can take a top 4 here? Because you're running in and out of 4th position. I think Neuberger might be a bit too far ahead in the 28 though.
Yeah, Neuberger is, I think, a bit too far ahead unless something happens. Vince is 1 pit stop down on us, I think, and I think he swaps tires every pit stop he goes. So that's gonna be tight. It's gonna be probably a battle around the end. Like, it depends on how the strategies play out towards the end. If maybe one needs to do a splash and dash or not. Yeah, that's about it.
Oof. Well, that's great to hear, Peter. Must admit, even though I've missed a big chunk of the race in the middle, like I've still done quite a bit of it, and I'm a bit exhausted. So forgive me if I've had a glass and a half of wine. So
Yeah, no, it's I forgive you. I forgive you.
And
You've
some
been-
pizza. Well, it's funny. It was Paul Volmerhouse takes the 30. He gets on board the 32 and immediately beaches it into the into the gravel track, and now he's going onto the grass. Is there a more serious issue with the 32 there? That looked quite worrying. So Pascal having to go all the way around the outside of Gogo Balai.
Yes.
Which is not ideal. You hate having to do a ring of death around slower drivers, Peter.
Sorry.
Do you hate having to do a sort of ring of death around slower drivers? You're going all the way around the outside, around a really long, constant radius corner.
It's hard. Like you always are a bit scared that the GT3 might understeer into you, or maybe you get a bit offline too much. Or the 32 is still.
Yeah, he
issues.
doesn't look good. It looks like there's either an issue with the car that he's inherited, or he's really not done very much practice.
Yes. Well, it's Valley Esports, so I expect quite a good, okay driver. I think it's an issue, to be honest.
Well, let's hope the 32 can get back to the pits. They've had a few setbacks this race already. A lot of the crew of the 32 is some of the newer drivers who we've not really seen in action very much. As Jansen Bintz, it's a really strong lap, 1:34.3. 2 purple second and final sectors there.
Oh yeah.
It's only about 5/10 off of his best lap there. Really pushing the envelope, and we saw a great move just after I went to the loo because I was getting really sleepy and bored. Immediately he overtakes Jansen Bintz. And the Jansen Bintz overtakes Toff. Sorry, Paul Volmerhouse takes the scenic route into the pit lane. As we get to the final 2 hours remaining mark. Hopefully Ryan Ferris will be joining us soon. I think he's been trying to get rid of his grandparents all day who've come to visit him.
Ah, yeah, I know that feeling. They always stick around so long.
And not to be encouraging sim racing. But anyway, Paul Volmerhouse gets in and hopefully will be able to repair any damage or put some fresh tyres on. I have seen it sometimes. It happened to Nick Homeward once, where he went out at Silverstone and the tyres were like completely cold and didn't warm up for some reason. It was like a weird glitch. So that might have been what happened here to the 32, because it looked like he just didn't have any grip in the corners.
I believe Liam Morans had some kind of issue, or someone had an issue with it on Spain, I believe, and like the real road, they were just on ultimate green real road, and it wouldn't get any better, so they just slide everywhere they went, basically. It's a game bug. But I believe
Liam Rant still won that race in Barcelona. The team didn't in general, I guess.
said enough about him.
Well, he's technically one of my drivers. So.
Yeah, I know. I'm safe with what I say about him. I know he's your driver.
I mean, he can be a pain in the ass sometimes, but he's quick. So.
I mean, that's common with quick drivers. It's
very true.
It just comes along.
I mean,
I feel like the game is a bit broken as well after the last updates. As soon as
feels like it's broken after every update.
yeah, like
creates more problems as Pascal really comes up to the Iris cars at a bad section, and the sparks fly as predicted. So he clears one, and he's just got to clear the other as well. Joseph Toff is also being serviced for Paul Street Boys.
So he can do one more pit stop and then till the end of the race. I think he should
of course,
be
the GD runners running long, and that's what the 444 is relying on as well. Although he's dropped out of range of the 59 because he was fighting him for position as Lichton 51 seconds down on the lead now. But certainly seems they've lost touch with the 33. There's another purple final sector, 26.2 for Jansen Bintz.
He's really going for it.
He is, yes. It's a rerun of Interlagos, remember.
He's probably enjoying the track at the moment.
Order he wants to drive, and you've got to think, if the 23 can just stitch together loads of wins in a row, the 22 might have some serious competition by the end of the season. But if they keep getting to second places, they can keep limiting the damage. That's the problem. that the 23s had 2 retirements in a sort of 5-car championship.
Yeah, that's the shame as well with the 5-car championship. Like, you would never lose a lot of points. Like, if you have a bad race but finish, you always finish basically top 5, so you get...
It's also a shame that Coach Eric left because they were doing really well in the opening couple of rounds.
Yeah, that would have been great competition. You would have probably had 3 or 4 cars fighting for
But
the
I guess
win.
Coach Eric wanted prize money and not just me giving them a Lego car, so...
Yes, I've heard that same thing.
Well, we're into the final 2 hours. I guess this is the point where you sort of got to get on with it if you want to win this thing.
Definitely.
So if you've got any pace left in hand, this is the time where you unleash it, and that's exactly what Jansen Vince is doing. Do you have any money on who's going to win the GD3 battle between the top 3?
I think Boris got it. I think
Right.
he's...
I think Tobias Bumstrand did an absolutely monster stint in that car to get it in the lead, and Boris consolidated it quite well.
Yes, definitely. That was a good stint from Tobias.
It's surprising that I expected the 87 to really push forward and just build a big gap, but that's not how it's played out. Before the Code 80, Tobias got ahead, and then they've just sort of been played out of it. So now they're sort of the middleman, and it sort of depends if they can match what the 444's doing on fuel, because they have got a bit of a gap. Like, what is it, 90 seconds now? They've built the gap steadily, but it's going to be quite close, at least at the present moment, between 444 and 87 come the end of the race.
Yeah, I think if the lap times are too close to each other for the 444 to catch up to the 87. Like, if you see this lap, they were doing 53.5.
But I mean, in terms of the fuel strategy, they can do
they're
one
better.
less stop.
They're one less. I think the 87 is on one less stop as us.
Ah, okay, right.
So that's like, it's gonna be very hard that we should just go for
Oh,
the P3.
Toff going really wide there in the 22. So that's not good news for them either. They're a whole lap down now.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
that
I
that
think
really means anything in LMP1 where the gaps are measured in laps rather than seconds usually.
yes.
Bore now comes into the pits in the GD3 field.
I mean, it's still always easy to lose a lap. Like, if you
Exactly.
get damage or something, it's so easy to...
Especially with so many, there's still quite a few cars running in the race. We've only had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 retirements.
Yeah, I think there were some... Murgli was quite early. I think we haven't seen that contact, but I'm curious what there exactly happened.
Because they lost the wheel apparently.
Yeah, we could have had a good battle.
It's a shame the 86 was out of the race too, because they were in the fight for the podium as well. So
yes. Is that the no, the Iris is...
I have no idea what happened to the 27 Motorsports car, because Nelson Ignacio just sort of stopped at the exit of turn 1 and
well, yeah,
lost the wheel.
they were having a difficult time, I think.
They were, yeah.
I had contact with them even in my stint. I have to look back what happened there. Like, I think it was they tried to let me pass and I didn't expect it and just run into the back. But,
So this will be interesting then. Where is the... Here he is.
444.
Let's see if he can come out anywhere near as we see the valet, race leading valet, lap them once more.
Is this the penultimate corner?
Yep.
Yes. That's gonna be
I
tight
think
then.
Valencia is going to come out alongside, because it is about 90 seconds, isn't it? That was the gap going into this one.
It was 90 seconds.
Unless Bore, there's a driver change going on in the 59. Yeah, here comes Valencia. There we go. So it looks like he might have come out just ahead. There we go. So coming through turn 1, and there is Valencia. Yeah, so the 444, you were right, Peter, has kind of lost momentum.
Yep.
Last phase of stops that were fighting for the lead, and they've been pushed back really to 3rd on the road, which would not be a disaster for 444, but still,
Well-
they would really have hoped to beat the 87. And,
I think they're happy with it.
although-
Like after the pain in Interlagos, we're getting it taken out in the last 10 minutes, losing P2.
yeah, only 6 seconds behind the 59, and I think the 87's yet to pit, right, in this stint?
The 87 is yet to pit, and so is 44.
Yeah,
444.
87 has done 36 laps on its tyres in this stint.
That's
The 59 did 36 on the previous stint before it came to the pits. Mario Valencia has done, on different tyres, mind you, I think he's on a softer compound. He did 35 in the previous, in the stint before, 22 in the last stint.
Yeah, we have
In the current stint, sorry. I think he's 22 laps in. Oh, wide as he goes.
medium at the front, soft at the rear.
That's what the green means, a mix set, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I have no idea. The race view I always get
Colours
lost
are
in.
just for variate, they're just there to look pretty, you know.
Yeah, like the 139 is green as well, but we have all round medium.
Okay.
So it's
So it's either something in between softs and the hards, I'm assuming.
yeah, probably.
Yeah, it looks like Bore is starting to drop Valencia, but the big battle really is that gap to Hargitai now, isn't it? What's that? We'll see as we see yellow in the third sector, which clears. 5 plus 8, isn't it? Which is about 90 something or other. So it's going to be tight, definitely with the 87. I think he might just jump the 87 because he was only 6 seconds short of jumping Bore.
Yeah, might be.
Depends really, because the 87 could have a really strong stint. Get itself back into second position.
Is he coming in now? There was a McLaren coming in. Yeah, Archetype is coming in.
There we go, yeah, so him and Bore sort of on the same strategy then.
Yeah, I think we pitted under one code 80, which brought us to
yes.
the lead. Yeah.
Even Nick Homer said that the 444 didn't really have the pace to keep with the leaders apart from that code 80.
Yeah, they had to split the race 4 hours and 4 hours, which is not probably ideal situation, and they both couldn't get
Good news though is that with Vince in the pit lane, it looks like you are back in 4th position then.
Yes, that's good.
Said they were a whole lap out of sequence basically.
Yes. I think maybe Vince pitted under code 80 as well, because they're quite off sync compared to others.
Do you think if you got a podium out of this race, it would be a miracle, or do you think you can maybe put a bit of pressure onto Bottling Motorsport number 28, or do you think they're a bit too competent to fall apart with the closing stages?
I think we're a bit quicker. Like I think Emil's a bit quicker than them, but yeah, they're quite far ahead, and they probably don't feel any pressure right now. So
I certainly think you're having a better race than Nordschleifer actually, if anything, because this is a much harder track to pull this off on. As there we go, Hargitai emerges just behind the 444. Back quite a way behind, isn't he? Let's have a look. He exits the pits. There.
18 seconds.
Yeah, there you go.
20, yeah.
So that's closable though for Oliver Hargitai.
So top 3 of GT3 within 30 seconds of each other.
Wow.
That's nice.
With 2 hours left, with under 2 hours left to go, so hopefully Ryan Ferris will be able to join us at least for some stage, because he did offer. Said, yeah, sure, would love to have your company. It seems I got Peter instead, but I'll have to make do. No offense, Peter, don't worry.
No. I'm only here if you want.
Oh, he wants to be added to the comms box. He's been waiting for like 15 minutes or something like that. I've been a complete idiot and not been looking at my messages. There he is. He wants me to unmute him. Hey, Ryan.
Oh, hi there.
How long you been waiting? Sorry about that.
Yeah, a little bit.
There we go. Well, the race leader's just going into the pit lane now. Anyway, you missed quite a race. Well, so far, anyway. But it's been a real cat and mouse game. We got GD3 all within about 20 seconds of each other in the top 3, and then we have sort of lead battles between Valet and Iris in LMP2, and for LA and Mugen in LMP1. With here we go. So I think 22's just gone back onto the lead lap now. It's all very close there actually with the sister Valet. There we go. It looks like Vince has just come out the pit lane, so he's almost able to put Toff another lap down, and in fact probably will during this stint actually.
Yeah, you would expect him to do so, yeah.
Yeah, surprising in GD3, it's FRA, the FRA team with Tobias Blumschein and Carl Magnus Bore. And you may remember Tobias, who joined in commentary for a couple of rounds in this season. And it looks, not only did he win LMP2 at Interlagos, it looks like they're on their way potentially to pulling off a shock victory in GD3 here in the Buddh International, which is a very unusual circuit, admittedly, especially in the night time. It's not really, you don't associate it with the night, but it's certainly held up its challenges. And with the new update to R-Factor, we've seen lots of sparks come out the back of these cars as well, especially the prototypes. There, you just saw a bit there as they went over the bump coming into turn 13.
Yeah, and it certainly adds to the spectacle of watching it. It definitely looks quite awesome as we have now faded to night. Also, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't actually know if this is actually an active race circuit anymore. I remember it was used for some government, as some sort of government facility not long after.
It may have been. I'm pretty sure MRF Formula used it for something or other, and I think I've seen a couple of like show runs. Like I remember Mahindra, the Formula E team, that did a few show runs at Buddh as well. But I'm pretty sure the circuit still exists, but it may not be as in use as it was back in its heyday. I think that's correct. But certainly MRF Formula is still going strong with a couple of circuits. Some of them a little bit more slapdash than others. In Asia, but.
And it's very interesting. Another thing I picked up on is when we were in Interlagos, the number of incidents investigated at Interlagos, which was a shorter race, wasn't it? Was 32, and at the moment we're only sat on 9, so everyone's being a bit more, everyone's behaving, it seems, a bit more than they were in Interlagos.
Yeah, there's been a bit more circumspection, and not as many, well, you only had like one Code 80, I think, and I was completely away for that. So there's not been, it's been pretty much a pure pace race rather than a strategic luck into the Code 80s kind of race.
Is it? Yeah, the 66 is one lap behind the 139 now.
Yeah, the 66 have not had the cleanest of runs either. I was just wondering how this is going to affect the championship in the teams. Gazowski in number 40 down in 6th. They were running third a bit earlier, Boyd Transport, but certainly top 6 wouldn't be too embarrassing for them. They try and chase down a Horvath in the 66, who's only about 10 seconds up the road, and they are catching slowly but surely. I believe. But number 23 having DNF'd in 2 races. They were second at Silverstone, first at Interlagos. So that's 25 points and 18. And Interlagos was 8 hours as well, so exactly the same length for Silverstone.
No, it was 6.
I was going to say, I thought it was 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's wrong on somewhere. Like,
it's on the results page then. I think originally
Yeah,
they might have
yeah.
planned to do 8 hours and they changed it. Alright,
Well, Sellers goes completely wrong at the bus stop.
is that what we call it? I just call it a hairpin. But we have got some chicanes just after turn 5, I believe, unless I'm lagging a lot, that Sellers is trying to go through right now. I might be just really behind. Yeah, here we go. Him going off. Sorry about that. This is my game lagging for some reason. I think it's because I'm trying to look up the results on Google Chrome or whatever, and my computer doesn't like that.
You see Pascal Agate looking to have, possibly lapping some GTs and running a bit wide. I think that was a 10.3.
yeah, I believe so. He passed his teammate 444.
Yeah, certainly a big implication in the standings, of course. I think the only one that's really not going to change is LMP1, with Toff, even 94 seconds down, is still going to get points to really keep the championship lead because the 23 is that far down.
But if they continue performing like this, the 23, they surely have a chance.
Oh, definitely. But at the moment, we've got 22 on 73 points, and I believe the 23 43 points. There's a 30-point gap, and difference between first and second is only really going to be 7 points, isn't it? So going to be a 23-point gap. But yeah, if it keeps coming down, they've got enough races to catch them, even with the 2 DNFs from earlier.
Yeah.
Really relies on consistency, so it's great to see the number 23 running as strongly as it is with only about an hour and 40 minutes left to go. LMP2, the 21 and the 33 both came in on 61 points, and the 21's out, and the 33 is currently on course for victory. So you'd have to say looking advantage to the 33 at the moment, 25 points to the good. But 10 points behind is Team Irish 77, so they would go up to second position. With 18 points, they would be 8 ahead then of the 21. 33 would certainly increase their lead. Balding Motorsport in third would also get a bit closer to Mugen 21 with another podium to add to the 2 they have already. Then with GD3, Team Imperium leading on 57 points. And of course we've got the 3 abandoned teams, which are Satellite Racing 64, who won the first 2 races on 50 points. Then Mugen 88 and Arnage number 7, who are both on 33. I believe it's the 444, about 30 points. Boyd Transport 206, who are on 26. Then it's the 87, who are on 25 points, having won first time out for them in Interlagos. So, but Hargitay is only about 2 seconds down on Valencia. He's really closed the gap as I've been droning on.
I was going to point to that, because I didn't know if Valencia's made a mistake somewhere, because he's dropped a couple
Valencia is
seconds.
about 28 laps into his stint on the green tyres.
He's dropped over the course of a very short period of time.
Hargitay is about 5 laps into his stint as well.
He's dropped about 2 seconds in 1 lap on Bora. So
yeah, Carl Magnus is going to be attacking quite soon, and Barry Valencia will have to get the stops out to hold on.
So Hargitay is pretty much with him.
So really, the 444 Binavonka has been sort of out of sequence and trying to sort of, because they hit under code 80, they've been gradually pulled back, sort of regressed to where they were earlier in the race, where they were basically fighting number 16 for third. They are a long way ahead of the 16 though, which is the championship leader.
Just seen Vince put a lap on the top.
Yeah, there we go. So, Chance and Vince, I think, pretty much on the way to victory, provided no tragedies occur in the last 90 minutes. Goodness, it's been a pretty hectic day for me, because I did the start 2.5 hours, and Peter joined me for like the last half hour, 40 minutes or so. Then I crammed the Formula E race, which is about 45 minutes plus 1 lap, into about 30 minutes. And then I went on Grid Network with Joshua Birch to talk about the Formula E, having just seen it a bit late. And then I went back, did about 30 minutes of this before dinner, and then came back after dinner. And also missed the move for the lead because I needed them off.
That's
been my story of the race. But without talking about any of the driving, it's Hargitay inexorably closes in on Mario Valencia for second position. There we go, Valencia just coming out of frame now, and they've got the 6th place Belay in the independent number 1 entry in the way. Well out of the way on the inside. Way's clear. So Hargitay close ground. Another for letting his teammate in the LMP2 through. in his battle for, that's Lucas Lichten, I believe, in his battle for the leader, or is that the number 66 of Horvath?
So many sparks. Surprisingly, the LMP2 didn't catch fire so far.
Yes, exactly. Although, Peter, you nearly, the temperatures are pretty hot in the opening, the first attempt at the start for you, weren't they?
Yeah,
Ryan
it was
may have missed that.
around qualifying actually. It was like I went out for, I think, practice before qualifying. I went out on the setup and just my engine blew up after one lap because it was 46 degrees out there. So on the minimum it still reaches like 117 degrees, the engine on the water temperature. And like at 120 it starts to smoke and stuff. So
Florian Vettel has now lapped these two, the second and third GD3 battle. So Hargitay continues to close in, so it'll be interesting to see what Mario Valencia chooses to do here. He goes a little bit wide through turn 15, the entry to turn 15 from 14. This is, of course, the section of the track where Kimi Räikkönen was once infamously told to get out of the effing way of Roman Grosjean in the final Indian Grand Prix. It's probably not a moment that he ever wants to be reminded of. Or either driver, to be honest, because it's not really Lotus's finest moment either. To get them a podium with Grosjean, so if I remember correctly, and behind Rosberg, it's worth doing. But Kimi wasn't particularly infused about it, as you can imagine. As look at that! Did you see Valencia just got a little bit twitchy on the entry, but was just about able to save it.
yeah, I wonder how much risk Hargitay is gonna take, since he will know Valencia has yet to stop one more time than he does.
Yeah, and I noticed that Valencia's having to take wider entries.
There's a drama just going by him. That must be the Boyd Transport number 40 of Guzowski that's chasing down Horvath about 17 seconds ahead of him.
Yeah, I just noticed that Valencia's having to take some wider lines, almost square off the corners to try and get a better drive out of them. Where Hargitay is just able to take his regular racing line and hug the apex, but Valencia's not able to do. He needs to take
31 laps, so I think Valencia's really only got about 4 or 5 more at most, unless he really wants to make a big show of this. Hargitay's only got 7 lap hold tyres, and they're the blue tyres, which I believe are the harder compound, if I remember correctly, on race view.
Yeah, I'm lost in race view, I don't know.
I bet that is the moment where I'm going to remember to pull up the sheet.
Well, it's in one of the pinned comments on the commentator thing, but I never read it.
Yeah, so blue tyres are soft.
Okay. So Hargitay's actually on the softer tyre, and I think Valencia's on the mediums then, if they're the greens.
Green, yeah, they're medium.
And the purples must be the
That's the mix set.
mix set, that's it.
Why is it not giving Valencia mixed sets then? Because
Maybe they lied to you.
yeah, probably. They knew I was gonna commentate. They were like, "Oh, can give him false info."
So he doesn't give our rivals an advantage. You see the 87, the Irish crew are listening into this as well. Guys, look,
Yes.
look how wide Mario Valencia goes. The tyres are crying enough here. And right in the slipstream goes Oliver Hargitay.
It seems like Valencia's had a good run out of that corner because he's actually pulling away down the
Got
straight.
excellent straight line speed, yeah. Oh, no goes up the VMS Sun Edits LMP2, past the both of them. We've had one comment in the chat from 5 minutes past 8, which is have a Finnebond, which I believe is Dutch for something or other, isn't it, Peter?
Yes, it's have a nice evening.
Okay. My guess for an endurance team, it makes sense for races that go into the night. But,
Exactly. Yeah. It's Joep Laarhoven who said that. He's
pretty
140.
quick over 1 lap. Well, hoping. The Hargitay gets very, very close now.
That's 2 laps. Oh, and he's gone
that's
very wide
really,
there.
really wide. It's almost like he got caught in the wake of Valencia and sort of carried way too much speed.
Well, that's 2 laps in a row where he's gone off onto that AstroTurf out of that corner.
Because this is really a championship fight. 59 is not really in the championship contention. I think they've only got 1 point to their name so far this season, if I remember correctly. From I think they might have 4 points from finishing like 6th or 5th in Interlagos. They were one of the teams that benefited from the 444 being taken out in the late stages, which sadly we missed on screen because one of the LMP2 guys just hit it when we weren't looking.
Yeah.
As so often is the case.
So much pain for the 444.
It's odd because the Surrey season is sort of, the 444 has sort of stayed in there, been bumped, battered, bruised, but it's kept screwing the points. And that's what's kept them just about in the title fight, especially with the 3 front runners losing interest and deciding GD3 was not for them. It's very odd that Mugen gave up on GD3 because they usually have enough drivers to field
Yeah, usually they had
3
like
teams.
2 cars LMP2 and 1 car GT3, 1 LMP1, or I expected it to have done something like that, to be honest.
Well, back in the day, I remember they did like 4. They had 2 in LMP2, 2 in a GD3, but I guess some of the drivers have moved on to other teams and stuff like that. And I think also maybe they felt they had a better chance because Satellite 64 were just pulling away. I think maybe they felt they had a better chance of winning LMP2 and LMP1. Which LMP1 certainly, but LMP2 seemed really hotly contested this season.
Yes, it's really close. I think Interlagos, the qualifying, it was like top 10 was maybe within 1.5 seconds or something. That's quite close for what it used to be, at least.
I think GD3 is going to get very, very close towards the end because I could see Team Imperium, as good as they are, it's a case of them limiting the damage that the 87 and the 444 can do to them. Because the 444 and the 87 are both more experienced, and the 87 has got some seriously quick guys on it.
Yes, yeah.
Not to say that Finnavon don't have any quick guys, but
Even quicker, mate.
yeah, of course, no doubt. But certainly the 59 has put everyone to shame. Although Carl Magnus Bore and Tobias Blumschein are usually Irish drivers, so I guess because Tobias is sort of he's going to Formula E tomorrow, so I guess he didn't want to be part of the main team because he knew he didn't have that much time to practice. As Hargatai gets well into the slipstream now as they both let the valet through.
It's not really closing in the toes of
It was interesting because the last lap we saw he's having a look, but he's not quite close enough.
It's almost like the 444 finds another gear, doesn't it? Valencia just seems to keep in front.
The previous lap, Hargatai actually completely lit the tyres up going out the hairpin into a straight, which completely ruined his drive down the straight. But then also noticed he wasn't...
Hargatai is probably one of the least experienced members of the 87 crew, but he has sort of earned his crust over he's been doing like the last season or so in the 86 usually.
But I don't know if Hargatai was starting to struggle with some temperatures or issues or something, but I noticed down on the previous lap, he was not hunting for that toe down the straight. He just stayed completely out.
We could see Valencia in at the end of the next lap, actually, because he's on 34 and 44 laps on this stint on tyres. And the previous stint he did 35 laps, so we're getting to the point where it's probably not worth... We saw this before when he fought with Bore, that his tyres were completely shot and he was just holding on to their lives just to try and get a bit of delta later on when he switched to fresher tyres.
It's not going in yet, or is he?
No, he is.
He is.
Yep, so that's that then. In comes the 444. Here's a decent outlap then. But it looks like... could there be a driver change here with 90 minutes left in the race? Because Valencia has been out a while.
No, they do 4 hours each, like Nick switched at 4 hours and Valencia does the last. At least that's what it told me, but you never know.
That's what the 59 seem to be doing as well with Bore and Blumschein. Comes the other Finnavon, so it's your guys, Peter. They might be needing you in a second.
I hope not. I hope not.
But Mieleva's certainly powering along quite well with a lap down on Felix Neuberger in the bottling ready spot number 28 as Benz Horvath retakes 4th in class. Good thing about the lack of Code 80s is I've not had to put the Code 80 graphic up constantly, which was a bit annoying in previous races.
So that battle with Hagatai for second position, that's actually it's cost him dearly, really, because he was closing on, over his delta onto Bore up until he caught up onto Buddh. So he's now lost something like 4 to 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Stuck behind Valencia.
Being about 15 or so seconds behind to 23 seconds behind. Bore has sort of pulled himself a bit clearer. It exits the pits about 21 seconds ahead of Christian Toff in the Team Imperium number 16. Definitely good for him to pull clear of the Aston Martin, because that means it's one less car he's got to overtake. It's interesting because in Interlagos we did see the 22 Toff and Hives really close in at the end. They got to within, what was it, 8 seconds? 7 or 8 seconds by the finish of the 23. But it's not really played out that way here. The 23s continue sort of unhindered and pulled a big gap. It was really the start where it was the 74 that qualified second. The Wolf Net Race Motorsport car qualified second and then basically hit the back of Jansen Bintz in the 23 at the first corner. And the 23 had to pit for repairs, so that was a big setback for them. But the 22 didn't pulled clear, and it looked to be making an advantage, but the 23 did put the work in to recover, as we suspected it would. Jansen Bintz and Arthur Fuche used their pace to really all their way back in and put themselves back in the mix. In many ways, this was an even more impressive drive so far by the 23 than Interlagos, which was already, you know, their first win in EERC, which was a big deal. Gazowski hits in the number 40, which I believe puts him, I think it drops him behind Mia Levers now. Already behind Mia Levers, and this is going to drop him further behind. I don't know. There's too much going on, there's too many cars. I've been talking too long. But those sparks, they do a good job of keeping me at least somewhat alert.
Yeah, it's certainly, even in the virtual world, it still is very exciting. And you know, as soon as they added it back into Formula One, even the boring races started to be that little bit more entertaining.
Oh, those titanium skid plates.
Yeah.
At the bottom.
Yeah, with titanium skid
You know,
plates.
speaking of Formula One, I'm doing a Formula Sim Racing race tomorrow, as we see Vettel going side by side with Gazowski, who's, I think, on a lap ahead of him. Almost a whole lap ahead of him. I think he's just unlapped himself from Gazowski then. But, well, Gazowski's about to lap him at least. But I'm doing a whole Formula Sim Racing round at Spa. I think I'm doing the Academy commentary. I have 3 guys. Tobias, of course, who's at the Formula E race tomorrow, so can't do it. And I have another guy I think's at Brands Hatch or Donington covering touring cars. And the other guy I think is busy doing something else. So it's just going to be me by the sounds of things. Unless I can drag someone else in, I guess. Already written the intro, because they make you, well, they don't make you write an intro, but they sort of advise that you write an intro. Whereas for this, I just tend to say the first thing that comes into my mind, being the broadcast, and go from there.
Yeah, you sound like you're going to be pretty knackered come the end of the weekend.
Yeah, although I'm also in Formula E commentary with Josh, and there's only like a 10-minute gap between the end of the Formula E race and me having to do the FSR Academy race at Spa. But that's been a good championship. Well, I've been enjoying that with it's the Chilean Grand Effect team with a guy called George Salagianis from Greece leading it by about 34 points over Liam Howard, who British driver, drives for the Networks team run by Jurgen van Bergen. And Liam Howard did really well. He got his first pole position at Le Mans French Grand Prix last time out, and was fighting for the win. But a rookie driver for Valet, funnily enough, as we look at the LMP2 class leading Valet, a guy called Stavros Musadis recently joined Valle and won his second race in FSR with them in Academy. So Musadis sort of moved up to 8th. He's only about he's on 48 points. I think the lead's on 120 or something like that. Because I'm pretty sure Zalagianis has like a 34-point lead in that championship. But yeah, it was certainly a great race at Le Mans. I really enjoyed it. They even turned off DRS because they all had push to pass in that series, and they all sort of were slipstreaming each other down the straight. And you could tell that certain teams that weren't usually competitive just set their car up completely just for the race, and they were like zooming down the straight and then struggling to keep it slowed down for the corners. A little bit like old Hockenheimring and some of the setups you'd used to get there. But not the case at India, of course. It's often quite a technical track. You need to get really quite high downforce for some of these corners. It's really only the back straight where you need to make sure your gears are good so you can overtake, that they're sort of longer gear ratios. Oh, it's Trinos in the VMS Sun Edits going quite slowly. Has the engine expired? It's looking very slow. The wheels are all on that car.
He's full throttle, but nothing.
Oh, it's died. It's died. Chirinos is out. VMS Sun Edits number 26 will go no further. That's our 8th retirement from the race then. As Vollermahaus negotiates it. It looked a bit like maybe perhaps I thought I noticed the engine had died, but there's not really enough smoke. It could have
It was a strange one, really.
destroyed the gearbox, maybe? It's rare, but it can happen in this game if you shift the gears too quickly.
It was a strange one because we noticed we cut to him, I think, coming out one of the corners, and he looked to come out the corner quite slowly, but then get back up to speed, and then he has now gone a few more corners, and the car's just died on him. So, could he run out of fuel? Is that, I don't know. Would that be a
Peter,
thing?
can you answer a question? How do you pronounce Jesus Trinos' name? Is it Jesus Trinos? Because they've done the weird kind of lettering on their name, the VMS Sun Edits driver, as they go to the pit lane, so they're definitely out now.
Oh, I have no idea, to be honest.
Okay, not the biggest VMS Sun Edits fan then.
Yes.
As
and
Toff
not-
comes in from second in the LMP1. Vince will extend his lead, at least temporarily. At 244 then. Looks like we might fall just short of the 300 lap margin. Probably going to get to 288, 290 or so. How many Jansen Bintz can get through in this last 70 80 minutes or so.
He's been trying to get as many laps in at least.
Yes. Well, it looks like he might even finish with the Mugen lap down then, which would be a pretty big statement of intent for the rest of the season.
Yes, the Mugen definitely knows that.
And it's something they need to do, really, because with those 2 retirements, the Mugen have got a pretty substantial lead of like 30 points or so. Off. Own substantial lead with 30 points or so, also under threat. It would be amazing when we get to the Bahrain 24 hours, which of course will have more than usual points up for offer, and we've also got Road Atlanta, which I believe is a 12-hour event with more points up for offer. That we could see the title go right the way down to the wire in Bahrain if the 24-hour event, which is the way we like to do it, because we did Spa and we only really had it sewn up around early in LMP2, but GD3 was the one that went to the wire, and it sort of ended with that it ended behind the safety car with was it the race winners having to be pushed across the line, wasn't it? As like Vetpler about to spin out there. Vetpler, just about saved that one, or at least recovered before I could click back on him. So far, good job by the Zurich Racing, Virtual Racing number 42 squad and Florian Vetpler. Oh, this looks a bit busy. As
High-speed
Eggert
traffic
attempts
jam.
Eggert trying to clear the G and the LMP2 car.
Yeah, we saw Eggert about a lap or so going very wide off, almost into the gravel out of turn 3 earlier.
And Ellis is only a lap down, so Jeffrey Ellis could still be a threat in the rookie monsters for that podium position. But Eggert is doing enough right now with not too long left in the race as he clears Bent's Horvath. Horvath, who I think has actually done really well to recover up to 4th at the present moment. But the 139, 39 seconds down, should be on course to beat them still. Let's see, Mielevers 5 laps into his stint. Horvath 19 laps into his stint.
Yeah, I think
But he's on the harder tyres.
Yes, and Mio is double stinting his. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting for sure between these two. You've got the Boy Transport behind as well, but he's losing a bit of ground every lap, so that's a bit of a shame. Could have been a 3-way battle for.
It was
P4.
quite close earlier on, as I remember anyway. But
Yeah, the Boy Transport was in front of us when I started my stint, but I think something happened, or they just pit for new tires every time they pit.
often you can lose so much time just by having to make more pit stops, or you can mess up the entry to the pit lane and makes the pit longer.
Oh yeah. I
Quite
know
funny, with Jake Denahan, who is an ex-Irish driver, now drives for Edge Esports in Formula Sim racing. I did highlights from the race in Le Mans, the World Championship round. And I mentioned that because it didn't show up on screen, I said, oh, Jake Denahan was fighting for like top 8, top 9, and then fell to the back because of a lengthy pit stop. And he said, thanks for not including in the highlights that I messed up my pit entry and spun for Maison Blanche. And it's like, no worries.
Totally
Well, but
did it on
also,
purpose.
Jake was winding me up in a Discord chat because he was always going on about how I'm not kind enough to him in the race highlights, and I'm always saying mean things to him. He said, you DM'd me rude messages in a public chat, and I posted the history of my public chat with Jake Denahan, and it was like, this is your first message, Jake Denahan. So you haven't said anything. And it was sort of a... I said, like, that was sort of like, there was a bit of highlights of Jake Denahan just going off at Maggots and Beckett's and into the wall, and he's like, and I was like very neutral. I just said, Jake Denahan made a trip to the barrier at Maggots and Beckett's, and then made another trip to the pit lane, and I said, okay, if this is bullying, then I think you're incredibly thin-skinned. Funny guy, Jake Denahan. One of the people I'm trying to get to fill in because Liam Rantz in my touring car team, which had a very, very dramatic couple of rounds, especially race 2, which we won't talk about too much here, but international. But Liam Rantz is going to be in Thailand, 4th in the championship, so we're trying to win the team's championship, and with some big threats from behind from into the points racing, we want to get a 3rd driver to fill in. It's technically going to be the 5th driver we've had this season, because Liam Rantz was technically replacing someone already who had dropped out earlier in the season. But I'm asking around, and I've asked a couple of people, including Jake Denahan, Tom Dillon, and Adam Rainey, who's another FSR driver, to see if they want to fill in. And Jake Denahan said, oh, well, I'll see if I'm busy on that day. Carl Magnus Bora gets well out of the way in the 59 of the prototypes. They speed through, and Hargitay, I think, closed a little bit there. The gap down just a little bit to 24 seconds. Closest one on track in terms of, I think, any position. Is anywhere closer than 24 seconds apart in the order? No. Yeah, I think Christian Toff is about 32 seconds behind Mario Valencia, and that's the next closest, I think.
Yeah, and Valencia's actually dropping away from Hargitay, albeit on those.
Toff makes a mistake in 2nd in LMP1. Sorry to interrupt you, Ryan. And he goes off at the inside of turn 10. And we see yellow in the 1st sector too, but that clears quickly. So a big mistake there by the number 22 as it seeks in vain to really catch back up to the 23. Anyway, go on, Ryan.
Yeah, I was just saying how it seems Valencia, having pitted for fresh tyres, albeit he is on mediums, doesn't seem to be making much inroads into Hargitay. And Hargitay staying at about 20. Actually, he's actually slightly dropping back from Carl Magnus Bora. The gap is now obviously 26 if he's already 2nd.
And looks like Kiss might be coming into the pits then from the class lead in LMP2. As 10 minutes ago, I got a message in the YouTube chat from Alessandro Valente, who just says Yeah, mother. I don't know the context for that. Because it's just said out of nothing. Maybe I said something slightly rude. Oh, this is looking a bit tense.
Yep,
This is three into one does not go.
definitely
The
some
Boyd
argy-bargy.
transport was sort of on the inside, and it looked like Eggert was trying to go. He was a bit indecisive about which way round he wanted to go there.
Yeah,
It's, Mia Leathers lets the sparks fly like crazy through turn 12, and now turn 14 as well.
Yeah, I also love the fact that you also see the front, like the end plates on the front diffuser bottoming out through the corners as well. It looks awesome.
I almost wonder if the auto director is just picking up whenever there's sparks flying, rather than anything actually happening to these guys.
Probably.
So Jeffrey Ellis at personal best middle and final sector to set a 136.4, which isn't too bad. It's only about 9/10 of his best lap, a 135.5. Ellis hasn't completely given up on catching Pascal Eggert, but with the green tyres versus the mix set that Pascal is using, it does look like a pretty forlorn hope at this point, because I just don't think the rookie monsters have got the time or enough pace to really close in. Looks like we're not going to get a grandstand finish we maybe had hoped for earlier, as Toff comes into the pits then from 4th in class.
Well, there's still an hour and 10 minutes to go, and
But we could see some drama, you never know.
yeah.
Well, if Todd pits now, we won't make it to the end of the race, I think.
Ooh, so the championship leader's potentially in trouble. Could this open the door for Zoltan Kovacs? He's only just under a lap down.
Like,
Will
I believe,
be less than a lap behind once Toff emerges from the pits, I think. Let's see, where is Kovacs? In the Paul Street Boys car. There he is. So it says a lap down. As he's just going through the final sector now. As Valencia has a little off in 3rd. Gap to Toff will be almost a lap as well. I certainly think to a Christian Toff, sorry. Kovacs' teammate is Joseph Toff, which is why I got confused there. Here we go, so Kovacs unlaps himself then. There we go. Yeah, you can see on the right there, 120 seconds or so.
so we have 3 Todds in this race, or am I wrong here?
I believe so, because we have Christian Toff, we have Zoltan Toff. Yes, Joseph Toff. All driving for different teams, thankfully. And then we have 2 Zoltans as well. Zoltan Toff and
Marconi, right?
Zoltan Kovacs.
Oh, Kovacs.
Zoltan Barconi as well, but I think the 21's out, so we don't have to worry about him. We did have a few Gergos as well. Well, there's Gogo Balai. I think Gogo Below was one of the Mugen drivers for their GT squad until they pulled out. There are a lot of below and above sort of puns. Funny the sort of puns you can make out of driver names. It's a shame the 46 is out because they had not just Sandro Van Sand, but also Thomas Abascal, or as I call him, Abascal the Rascal.
So we have Mule still.
Yeah, we have Kiss as well. It's very, very close to the Paul Street Boys car, but doesn't quite make contact. Doesn't quite kiss the car.
I knew it was coming.
Well, the worst blunder or mess up I possibly made was in another championship I was commentating on. There was a French driver with the last name Tits, and there was a race at Silverstone, and they came down into Stowe, and wow, one of the drivers touched Tits, didn't he? And yeah, I came out, said it as loud as I possibly could in my excitement, and then thought, oh, what did I just say?
That video did get demonetized, I'm sure.
Or he runs into the back of another driver and he's like, oh, he's asked about Tits.
He took Tits out.
I told Peter a slightly less embarrassing than that, because Peter used to drive for a team called was it Scuderia Adriatica, and I called them Scuderia Oceana. I think because they had a blue livery and it made me think of the ocean. So it's a pretty easy mistake to make. As all Volume House in the walls again at turn 3.
Has he just collided with Toff? Because that seems to be the car leaving.
He's flashing.
Yeah, Toff maybe it was affected by that in some way, but we have a battle for position now, because Horvath has pit and come out just behind Guzowski in the Boyd transport car on fresher tyres. Look at the sparks flying, man. That shows his intent. So, how old are Guzowski's tyres? 10 laps old, I think. And Horvath, I think he did 24 laps on the previous stint, but I'm pretty sure he just came in the pits, if I remember correctly. Look at this, already having a go, and he's got the sister guy in front of him, nudges Guzowski round, and that was messy there. I think Horvath misjudged that. Will he give the position back, or will he say, well, rubbing his racing?
Fight out in the stewards by the looks of things.
Yeah, I don't see Horvath backing down, but let's keep a close eye then on steward decision chat, which I already see lit up. There was a decision at 8:52 p.m. Incident involving Mugen 22 and Valet 32. Warning for Mugen 22 for dangerous driving in the braking zone. So yeah, it's really not gone to 22's way since losing the lead a couple of hours ago. Me, that's just dinner going down.
I just clicked away of the window when the incident happened, obviously.
Well, you can watch back the stream because we got a good view of it.
That's
Horvath
a
really
very good
just
idea, actually.
went for the inside really late, in my opinion. Guzowski didn't really have enough time to react, and he got tagged around.
It was like watching an episode of Police Camera Action, just going in for the pit manoeuvre.
For those who don't know, like you, Peter, Police Camera Action is a reality TV show that follows policemen in the UK, usually doing road traffic, pulling people over for speeding or stopping. It's all dramatic kind of stuff, or like a dramatic arrest at someone's house, or all the sort of stuff you'd think would happen in like a cop show. And sometimes
I guess for the American viewers, you got cops.
Of course.
I think the UK version is actually broadcasted here in the Netherlands. Like
Oh,
we
okay.
have some.
But I just wanted that for the benefit of international viewers. Who are
yeah.
I mean, probably international viewers don't know what the hell I'm talking about most of the time.
Yeah. It's,
They do tend
watch
to go
the
on.
incident back. Yeah, it's not really a corner you want to overtake in as well.
Yeah, it is quite hard. It's exactly where Lewis Hamilton and Felipe Massa hit each other in a not dissimilar incident. The first Indian Grand Prix we had, the one that Rowan Atkinson had the big reaction to. That was a bit.
Yeah, I
did the
know the
weird face.
reaction.
Yes.
I knew where it was from.
But it was from because I think Lewis and Felipe Massa hit for like the 8th time that season, and back in the days when Lewis was not the polished diamond that he's widely considered to be these days, even with the car not being well. And it's interesting. There was a video I watched the other day that was about, I think it was by The Race, which was all about trying to dispel the idea that Lewis Hamilton has always had the best car, and it pointed to 2009 specifically, where the car was they basically didn't have the double diffuser, so they were basically because they thought it was illegal, and they tried to argue against it, and it turned out that they argued in favour of Ross Brawn and the diffuser teams. So. So they had to adapt it in, and by the time they basically built a B-spec car, it was basically, I think, the 3rd fastest car behind Brawn and Red Bull.
It was a crazy season, 2009.
It was, yeah. And certainly he's had other seasons, like 2010, 2011, where the Red Bull was the better car. 2012, where he had a really good car, but it was unreliable. So he couldn't finish races even if he was leading them.
Yeah, but in the 2011 season, he got beat by Jenson Button, who was his teammate.
That's very true. Yes, he was very messy in 2011. I think I just don't think he was a very mature driver in 2010, 11, or 12. Because if you look, he was in 2010. He was able to get the spanner down to the final race as Vincent Eggert come into the pit lane, but he made mistakes. Like Monza was a very easy to avoid mistake where he just hit the side of Massa on the first lap and was damaged the steering and was out. And even 2009 at Monza as well, he also went off on the final lap while chasing Jenson Button instead of pushing too hard. And
I remember there was an incident that he had with Kobayashi at Spa. I can't remember which year.
that was 2011, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think he was fighting for second. Was he fighting for the lead or fighting for second with Vettel?
Well, he was fighting, at the time, he was actually fighting Kobayashi for that position.
Was, yes. And I think he thought he was clear of Kobayashi when he wasn't. And he went off at Le Kun on the top of the hill. This is good. I need to remember all the corner names are for. Well, actually, I don't really because they're pretty well known for my commentary at Spa tomorrow. Well, not at Spa, but the virtual version of it.
Spa is like the only track I know. I think every corner name, but sometimes the Dutch
Well, there's also
names.
no name corner, which is a bit confusing.
Yeah.
Because I believe it's called. Is it called Malmedy or something like that now?
Yeah, if they changed it, I don't know. But,
Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's La Source, Eau Rouge, Radion, top of the hill, Lacoum.
Yes.
Then it gets tricky.
But you got the Camel Straight going.
Camel Straight, of course, yeah. What's the right-hander just after Lacoum? Is that Malmedy? I think. Oh!
That's ooh, that's
Horvath in the
Horvath.
wall. And he bounces off it, and this looks like. Where is this? This looks like. This is the chicane, so he's got the chicanes very, very wrong.
Yeah, he's just that's the bus stop. Yeah.
Let's have a look at what the steering is like on Horvath, actually.
He's going around the corner, but
Yeah,
It looks a bit bent to the right.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Oh dear, well, it's not badly damaged enough for him, and Gazowski's got back through because of that. So it's not too bad now. We did think there'd be drama, and now we've just a little over an hour to go. Horvath in trouble, as he might try and get back to the pits then, because no way is he going to be able to fight Gazowski with steering that badly damaged.
He got quite a gap behind, so I would if I was him.
Yeah, there's Vettel, who's like 116 seconds behind, so just under a lap.
yeah, but then that means that if he does pit for damage, then will he
He's
lose
pitting.
out to Vettel? But
Potentially, but it's probably worth doing because he'd just lose time anyway in the last hour if he didn't.
So also doesn't help the strategy because it's not
Yes,
an
because
hour
well,
stint.
I think at least now he can put more fuel on. Because
Yeah,
he was the one who pit when it was a bit marginal to get to the end. Whereas a lot of the GD runners, well, it's Toffee did that, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, told, yeah.
yeah, but is he going to have to do a splash and dash? towards the
Horvath
end?
is, yeah. I think the LMP2 stint's like 40 minutes, something
I
like
told
that.
that had only done 3 laps on that stint as well, so that's really embarrassing when the tyres are relatively pretty fresh. So like,
Maybe
spin off. He could have had an incident with perhaps a GD car that we didn't see because we only saw the aftermath of him spinning and rejoining the track.
He probably, or maybe expected a penalty from the incident with the 40 car and tried to push to drive a bit away. Or
Could have.
oh, Eggert. It's going around.
Okay, let me have a look at this again. It looks to me, yes, oh, he's gone off. He went off at turn 10, didn't he? 11, because that's went to the orange and yellow stuff. Not uncannily similar to the Finn of On livery, funnily enough, that runoff area.
Yes, it's camouflaged now, so you don't see when we're there.
Tom Dillon says this race has more bias toward Britain than the Queen. Well, that's odd because Tom Dillon is a Brit, and he's not done too well. Well, he's been much faster than the people around him, as we were saying earlier. David Martin at the wheel of the Reading game, number 72, 4 laps down on Horvath. Well, they might get another lap on him.
Webford took Horvath. The
Tom
position.
Dillon says that No Name Corner is now called Speaker's Corner, I believe. And sexychat.xyz adult dating site sends a few flirtatious emojis, which I'm sure is totally a real person and not just spam thing that I've seen on every other YouTube live stream today that I've watched. Pretty sure that's the exact same account that was spamming Grid Network when I was on it, so probably just following me around.
Maybe you've got a secret admirer.
I doubt that severely. Hey, stranger things have happened in this race, so that's not
It's
completely.
shooting in.
It's something entertaining to talk about through the last hour because I don't really think, as Horvath drops well and truly behind Vettel now, so yeah, he's he's pretty much, as David Vince now gets on board, he's going to be, David Martin's not going to be close enough, but he will be a lap down. As there we go, David Martin's certainly not going to close in if he keeps doing that.
Mule gonna let him soon.
Yep, that's good for Evers' morale. Holding on to that 4th position is Belay.
Oh, that's what I did as well.
So far, the last couple of people we've gone to, and you've said their name, and they've just dropped it. It's
like the death note. Just saying the name causes bad things to happen to them. There goes Valencia through the gravel. But
He probably
thankfully,
expected him to say
yeah,
the name.
there we go. Now he's 108 seconds behind the lead. So he was actually slightly closing on Boré compared to before, and now he's dropped back a bit. So, but of course, this is after all the pit stops have played out. So they're basically a bit more similar on strategy. Yeah. So Valencia 15 laps into his stint, Boré and Hargitay about 29, 27 laps into their stints. So yeah, not really gonna. Not like Valencia's really in contention for 2nd or 3rd really at the moment now, because he's just lost too much time. But 3rd is still a very good achievement, all things considered.
I hope it gets the morals of the Valencia Nick a bit up after.
Will be their
Sao
first podium of the season.
It will be, I think, yeah.
Becoming very, very close. Let's hope no LMP2 is looking to take them out in the last half hour or so. But here comes the other Finafont, going all the way around the outside of Vetpla in the LMP1 car. That's Eggert, of course. Do you think Hargitay still maybe has a chance at Carl Magnus Boré?
If he finds the pace, it could be. But
Well, last lap 53.7 for Hargitay, 53.1 for Boré. So
yeah, it's been like that the whole race. Something like they're close, but Hargitay is just losing
well, it's
out
often
on
down to
content.
traffic. Really, he needs some misfortune, doesn't he, to hit Carl Magnus?
Yes, that as well.
I think Hargitay's just been losing a tenth here and there as the gap is just going up slowly. When we started this stint, or when before his previous pit stop, I think the gap was about possibly just under 20 seconds, and now it's up to 28.
But crucially, Hargitay's really pulled clear of Valencia, which is mainly what he needed to do. He's 87. 2nd, sure, it's not a win, but every good result they can get, they need to just keep taking the big points. And if they can keep doing that and closing in on the 444 and the 16 in the championship, then even missing the first 3 rounds, they're going to be really in the hunt when we get down to the double points finale in Bahrain.
Yeah, there's been a quite variation of winners in GT3 so far, so there's not someone with a very big lead.
Well, the only person who's won twice quit the championships.
Yeah, exactly, so.
Lap 259 we're in now, as Nexani rounds the hairpin, gets on the power as early as possible, and continues to try and consolidate that 3rd place over Mia Levers. Down on him, and Nexani in turn is a lap down on Lucas Lichten in the 77, who has slowly been pulled away from by Daniel Kiss, Sabakis, of course.
Oh, Borough going a bit sideways into that corner.
Tom Dillon, he was saying the race, not this race. Because I was talking about an article about Lewis Hamilton or something, wasn't I? Oh no, a video. Actually been auto sport, but I don't remember. Doesn't matter. I think either way, Tom's comment, I think still holds water.
About Hamilton, something.
About like whether he had the worst. It was addressing the idea that he's always had the best car.
Yes, that was.
And of course, even Mercedes 2013, he had a car that was really good over 1 lap, but it chewed through its tyres basically, and he still won at the Hungaroring, which wasn't too bad.
Yeah, but then on that same season, you had was it Rosberg winning 3 of the races? That's two of the races,
then Hamilton's tyres blew up when he was. I'm pretty sure he was leading. So I think Rosberg kind of just played it safe.
I always remembered that race because it was also the same race where Vettel had his.
He had a
engine
rare,
pack on it.
rare reliability issue in 2013 for Vettel, given that that was the season he had the 9 race winning streak, or whatever it was,
Yeah.
in the second half of the season.
How the times have really changed at that point, where there was a huge.
And we haven't really even been to India since then, of course.
No.
At all. It's dropped off the calendar completely. Well, it wasn't, let's face it, not the most popular attended race, but certainly the track had its moments here and there.
I did enjoy the circuit. I think it's a very challenging track. Possibly, didn't really make for good racing because there was only really 1 or 2 true overtaking. Yeah, probably about 2 or 3 true overtaking opportunities. The rest was kind of following off the car in front, and obviously with the previous cars not being able to follow that well, it'd be interesting to see what the modern cars would be like around here. Maybe we'd get actually some better racing with current cars.
Quite possibly indeed. All
It
gone,
has some
Peter?
slow speed, but and the new cars are not that strong in the slow speeds, so I would be surprised if they would be very quick around here. But it's worth a try.
But Lichton has made another pit stop and cut up 49 seconds ahead of Max Saddy. So Lucas Lichton potentially in a little bit of trouble here for second place, but
Yeah, because
Sim-
that means if the stint is 40 minutes, then that means he's going to have to come in for a splash and dash with 10 minutes left to go.
It's certainly not 52 minutes. Like if he can do 52 minutes on a stint, and I don't know how. Like that would be surprising.
would very much be a surprise.
Like it's around 2.9 liters per lap. And it's I think you do like.
I had to stop myself there because I was thinking back to the commentary I did with Joshua on May 4th, where we fit in as many Star Wars quotes as possible. Bizarrely, most of them were from the Star Wars prequels and stuff like, "Oh, a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one," which is, I'm pretty sure is something that I'm pretty sure is the first line that the Emperor says in the Phantom Menace. Emperor Palpatine, or whatever his name is. And all sorts of weird ones. We were sort of scraping the bottom barrel by the end of that, and in fact, Oliver Perikian talked to us afterwards in the post-race interviews, and he was like so annoyed that we kept doing them. So I said, "I'll try not to upset him, Joshua. We have got a job to do."
Yeah, for 50 minutes of racing, the LMP2 needs 87 liters.
Whoa! Carl Magnus Borg crashes out from the lead and has a massive spin there, so real drama there. We did say Hargatai needed some trouble to hit Carl Magnus Borg, and it's happened. And that was just out of the chicanes as well, so I think he must have got side by side with someone. Let's have a look at the steering on the 59 if we can. It doesn't look too bad. He might have got away with that one. It might have just been spun around, but it looked very heavy, didn't it? You're gonna head to the pit lane. Let's have a look.
He seems okay.
Yeah, it's 22 seconds the gap, so he's not lost too much time, and he's carrying on.
It's whether or not he's got any aero damage from that.
Lucky escape though. And I guess with 48 minutes, maybe he's weighing up the risk versus reward of coming in for an extra stop. Where was he in his stint? 34 laps on this tyre, so it wouldn't have been too far out. Maybe he's just trying to get the max life out of his tyres here.
Yeah, potentially. And if there is any damage, I think it would probably be aero related. If we're not seeing any changes in the steering, he'd possibly think about getting that repaired at his next stop, because he's probably going to do one soon.
Yeah, he should be like, oh, Valencia. Oh, he's actually.
Yeah, he's just unlocked himself from top for a moment
I
then.
thought that a really awful accident.
Wow. Not a great race by Zoltan Top, but certainly Valencia finding a little bit of a more acceleration in his GT car than Top was able to in his LMP1, which shows you how hard Valencia's pushing.
Yeah, the one has a big turbo lag, so it's struggling sometimes to get around that hairpin.
Here we go. We got some disputed decisions. 9:15 p.m. Incident involving Team Iris 66 and Boyd Transport number 40. No further action. You're reporting an incident on lap 250 when you're on lap 239, so they reacted a bit too late to that one. So that was the incident we saw on stream, I think. Incident involving bottling motorsport number 28 and team Rookie Monster 73. No further action. Appears to be the result of some lag because you're inside each other. And here is a screenshot. And don't worry, it's not explicit. It's just
Yeah, oh,
Jeffrey
probably
Ellis
some
and
babies
David
in my
Naxadi just sort of sharing the same real estate essentially for a moment. And
I've seen that happen before, but
Dylan
trying to go
says, "Do you want me to have an interview?" I did message you a mumble, but I don't know if you can see that. He did, and I've completely missed it. Where is Tom Dillon going? Oh, there he is. I think I might have got so annoyed with the notifications, turned them off, and now I'm starting to realise why I had them on.
We've got Bora, the leader, in the pits.
Okay, well, we can drag Tom Dillon in and have a word with him. Oh, no need to unmute Tom Dillon, of course. So now we're now joined by Reading Game Studios number 72 driver, Tom Dillon. And Tom, it's not been the greatest race for the 72, but still in the running, with David Martin down in 8th. So still ahead of the 32. And for 3 laps down there on the 66, which we did see have a bit of an incident. Did that get your hopes up to get into the top 7 for a moment there?
I'm going to be honest, I didn't see the incident.
Whoa! Christian Top in the runoff. Championship leader in GD3 went straight on at turn 4. So the fatigue creeping in, the mistakes creeping in. Is the number 16 Aston Martin damaged? No, looks okay to me on the steering. So he continues, but that will not help his cause whatsoever with Delhi now at the wheel of the Paul Street Boys 753. Sorry to interrupt you there, Tom, but as there's your car just about to be lapped by Pascal Liggett, sorry.
But yes, I didn't see the incident because I've been watching the Bathurst 12 hours since I got out of the car. So I only got back about 15-20 minutes ago. But I think it's been...
preferring real endurance racing.
Well, unfortunately. But it's been an okay race for us. It's been one of those where luck hasn't really gone our way.
And the 42 is just coming to the pits as well. So they're now your closest competitors in the battle for 7th.
I was actually driving very, very well in my stint, if I do say so myself. We managed to chase down...
Well, Peter seemed to think so too, but David Martin goes off. That looks like the inside of turn 4. I know that because I've seen my drivers go down there in the not too recent past. And David Martin rejoins then, but how do you say, not a Tom Dillon-like performance from David Martin today.
But no, he's driven superbly as well, and so has...
Despite the 2 penalties.
So has Malcolm. But to be fair, the second penalty wasn't particularly David's fault. It's one of those where I was on a stewarding.
Well, it was one of the ones that you had to give out, and you were reluctant about that. If it was, and to be fair, I'll probably admit, if it was any other car other than my own, I probably wouldn't have given a penalty there. But I thought you were about to say if it was any car other than my own, I probably would have banned it from the race.
No, I probably was a bit overly harsh on my own car purely because trying not to be called biased.
I know the feeling.
But the reason that my stint sort of fell off towards the end because we were in a really good position. I managed to chase down. I think it was something like a minute to the car ahead, and got past him at the end on the pit stops because I did one of those. Basically quick stints on the softs that you do before a double stint, and he was going really well, except then I had the disconnect and I clicked load setup, and basically the pit menu changed to give me a lower rear wing setting, and it meant that by the time I'd gone into the pits and come back out again, I had a lot of snap oversteer.
Because Martin's in the pits now currently as well, as you say that. So.
And David said, because we decided not to change the wing back purely because of the extra pit stop time, and he said himself that the snap is so bad with the lack of downforce, so it really just kind of unravelled any chance we had. Though we were 2 laps down by the time the disconnect was over, so it was just one of those things, I suppose.
Yeah, couldn't really be helped, sadly, but still good points for Reading Game after a couple of absent rounds. It's good to get back on the scoreboard in a race where not many of us have, not all of them are going to get to the finish here. And speaking of changes, we see a big lead change while we've been distracted by all the comings and goings and crashes and spins. And that is Bore, I believe, having made that stop, has come out behind Hargitai to the tune of 74 seconds. So Hargitai still in the mix to win this thing in GD3 as Mia Levis comes to pit for what will probably be the 139's final stop, Peter.
Yes, it's gonna be close towards the end, but it should be enough.
Yep, so Bore has probably just gotten away with that very, very frightening crash. Mario Valencia also about 40 seconds behind as well, so if anything more happens to Bore, and it's a shame really for the 59 if this unravels so late, but certainly the 444 will be there to take advantage. But the 59 at the moment should retake the lead once Hargitai pits. Yes, Hargitai 35 laps into his stint, and Bore 2 laps into his, so yes.
Yes, if you don't mind, I'm going to jump off again. So I've,
No, it was great to
got
hear from you
Bathurst
again,
watch.
Tom,
Yep.
because
and,
you guys have probably got the end of the race to worry about. But best of
Yes.
luck,
You too.
and we might get to talk to you again soon at the end if no one else wants to talk to us.
Hopefully.
Anyway, see ya. Oh, there we go. What a nice man, Tom Dillon. Always got for a chat. As there we go, Evers emerges from the pits just behind Gazowski, it would seem. There he is. There's Gazowski. So that's his target then, to get back into the top 4. And Body Transport, how much would it mean for them to steal away a 4th place from Finnabond as one of the newer teams? Certainly they've not had completely their rub of the green. They were running 3rd actually quite early on in the race, ahead of the 33 that's now leading class. But the 33 got some impressive laps in, stopped making mistakes really. And 40 had a couple of long pit stops, or actually had more pit stops, period. Why they got played out there.
So I believe Hargitai is going to be in at the end of this lap.
Strippy is 37 laps. Strippy is the longest stint, and I believe he is in
36 at the moment.
Yep. Looking like 40 minutes to go. Hargitai is getting set for the end.
Yeah, and that would potentially mean that also that he doesn't need to take on. If Bore is able to go to the end on his current fuel, then that would mean that Hargitai can have a slightly shorter stuff. I mean, he wouldn't have to take on quite as much, a couple less laps of fuel.
Yeah, I guess that's an option available to them, but it depends. I think they'll want to put some fresh cars on it, to be honest, so they're not slow at the end and vulnerable. As Jeffrey Ellis comes in, Ellis, fair play to Ellis. He's got the gap under. He's got back on the same lap as Pascal Eggert, but after his pit stop, he won't be. So it's really 1 step forward, 2 steps back, really, for Rookie Monsters number 73. And it really feels like the Rookie Monster's getting some experience with that LMP1 car this season. Lovely livery, though. I do love the little stripes, rainbow stripes at the side on the shark fin.
Yeah, it's very cool livery. There's actually quite a lot of cool multi.
Yeah, we got some creative people in EERC. I'd probably say the worst livery is probably the Hunter Birch simulation one because it's bright putrid green.
But it's made by Nick, so.
That's
But I didn't design it, to be fair. This man, Pascal, did. As he goes off track slightly.
Just a bit. I think he was launching his car through turn 3 then.
Deciding his curbs are his new favourite things to play with, it seems, today.
The Charles Leclerc of sim racing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope he doesn't do a Monaco and crash out in qualifying from pole position.
or a Imola as well.
Oh, of course.
Well, we've done a couple of Imolas today already. We've seen him pointing
well,
the
we saw it
wrong
the
direction.
first corner especially. He does not like that first corner.
No, he went for this stint. He went out in the first lap, first corner spin.
Hargitai is also has Hargitai come out of the pits ahead of Carl Magnus? Yes, to the tune of 30 seconds then. So the 87 back in a winning position. We thought they were out of it. There we go.
Maybe Bora had to pit for some repairs eventually.
Could have been from the crash, yes, that we saw at the end of Valencia. About 42 seconds, so he's dropped a little bit behind. He was only 40 seconds behind, now he's dropped a couple of seconds as he pushes the envelope there.
But, Valencia's off strategy, so he's going to have to make a pit stop as well halfway through the stint.
Here's Gazowski, so him pitting is going to hand fourth black to Evers, I think.
It should be, yeah.
In fact, it has, so it's just timing overlay being a bit slow to update on stream. I hope we don't get a thing where we think there's an extra lap because of when the time runs out, and when there actually isn't. Oh, Valencia goes really wide at turn 1 and 2.
How many laps has Valencia done? He's done 26 laps so far, so and his best so far is 35. So we expect him in the next 9 laps.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult as we're in lap 270 then, so they're pushing it really. I don't think we're going to be able to get to lap 300 then, unless Jansen Bintz is able to break the sound barrier. Given that this is a simulation, you know, in theory.
You never know.
Pretty long straight. But I don't think breaking the sound barrier would help you make the breaking point too well.
He probably ends up somewhere on the other side of India.
Mumbai.
Yes.
35 minutes left to go, and great to have some company. Not just Ryan, but Peter Schumann as well in the commentary box. I don't think I introduced you, Ryan Ferris, when you joined. I just sort of said, oh, hello.
Yeah, I think...
To be fair, it's been a long day.
Yeah, I think it was more of a sense of, where's Ryan? He said he was going to be on in a minute, and he's not here. Whilst
Yeah.
I was just chilling in the waiting area going, can I come into the comm box?
Yeah, I keep forgetting about permissions, you're right. I'm too busy trying to do this commentary thing. I can't be babysitting all the permissions. Volmerhaus in the 32 is in the pits now as well as Zoltan Toff. I believe we're down to, after Chirinos retired, we're down to 19 drivers. I think, didn't we have like 20 still? This is about the amount we had left at the end of Interlagos, and we had significantly more people start that race as Ellis goes really wide at turn 10. 11. Going to be interesting to hear from finishers if we can, and hopefully some of the other teams as well, if they're still around by the time we're done with the podium finishes.
Yeah, and it looks like Carl Magnus Bore is going about his business and closing in the Hagenthal.
I would love to hear from Bore about what happened there. It would be nice to hear from Tobias Blumschaft, but I imagine he's probably going to have an early night so he can go to Formula E tomorrow morning with his granddad. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I used to go to Goodwood all the time with my granddad, and that was...
I've lost track of the Formula E season. Where are they racing tomorrow?
Berlin, or as they call it, is it
Oh, it's the airport circuit, is it?
Tempelhof.
Tempelhof?
Yeah.
So it was Berlin spot back because they're doing the reverse layout, so it's called Red. That's it. Berlin swap backwards, isn't it? Red. Red E3, as they're calling it. Just because it's the reverse layout to the one they usually do. And the track workers do a really good job of like rearranging all the barriers and marshal posts and TV cameras and stuff, like just in the space of like just overnight basically. So couldn't be done at every street circuit, but Tempelhof is pretty unique. Daddy pits for bottling number 28. Gap to Evers behind, so third looks assured for bottling motorsport number 28, which will be their third podium of the season, I believe. Oh, and Evers just about gets into turn 5 before the Belai turned in on him.
Did we just see the Hagenthal having a bit of a off?
Went a little bit wide at turn 12 there, yeah. Or the entry to turn 13.
The gap, how is
22 seconds. Bore is closing in.
Yeah, he's hand over fist pretty much.
Yeah, Bore looks very, very determined to take that lead back, but he's only got half an hour to do it, so
He's a second a lap quicker on this last lap. More than 1.5 actually.
Quite something. And he's got much fresher tyres too at this phase. Well, actually no, he's slightly old, 3 laps older tyres like that.
Yeah. So it's whether or not the tyres are still going to be...
57 for Hagita on the last lap. That's 3 to 4 seconds off the pace.
Other dramas happen.
This could be close towards the end if Bora keeps consistent.
Yeah. 152.1. It's actually a bit slower than Hagita on that last lap. So he got a little bit held up there.
That's his personal best.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
that's
last-
true. Yeah, it's not showing his last lap for some reason.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he
still on
invalid.
outlap. Or this is his first flyer.
Or he cut the track maybe.
Yes, yes.
The next ad he's got going again, 117 seconds ahead of the 139. Do you think there's a little bit of a chance there, Peter?
There's always a chance, but it's very tiny at the moment.
I don't stay too much on the fence.
There's a big chance.
Zavakis pits from the lead in LMP2. Puts him back on the same lap as Lichten, I believe. Oh, Bore goes a little bit wide in the entry from turn 5 and 6. That's the problem, because the way the chicanes sort of link up, you've got to get the first part right, really. If you get your entry wrong, it's going to compromise your exit for the second chicane as well. Or your entry to the second chicane, rather.
Yeah,
You've got to
if
get
you
back online.
If you take the first corner of that sector 2 wrong, you basically are compromised for the rest of the section corners. You easily lose like 6-7 tenths.
Just looking at the sector times are pretty even through the first sector of our time, and then in the second sector, Bore is actually some 8/10 quicker, and then Hagita's just finished, just done the third sector, so he's done a 154.1. And what was Bore doing? He's done a 153.6.
So it's another 8 tenths.
Chipping away. Going to be quite close by the end if he can keep it up, but with all the lapped cars, that's really what's going to decide this. If LMPs come at them at an awkward time, it could really impede their exits from certain corners. Final 30 minutes then. I have a feeling time is against Carl Magnus Bore here.
It is, yeah. He's been having a good stint so far, and would be. I think he deserves the win, to be honest.
I think Twice Sponge on it as well. But
yeah.
the thing is, good news for the 87 and the championship, because it means they're on course now to get 2 wins in a row, which would put them, I believe, joint second. They would jump up from way down, with just 25 points to 50 points. Only about how many points do you get for fourth? It's pretty sure it's 12 in the 8-hour races. So I think
fourth you get 12
points
points, yeah.
12 is, let's see, 19. So yeah, the gap would be 19 points then. Although, of course, the 444 is scoring a bit in third, so they've got 30 points, wouldn't they? So they would, those 15 points, they would get 45, so they'd be 5 behind the 87. So yeah, game on, really.
It's really coming all together in GT3 right now.
72, trying to gain some ground, get to the end of the race with David Martin at the wheel. Hiding him, no doubt. It was quite funny how we came on and Tom was trying to, Scott Max really pushing on the exit turn 3 there. And Tom Dunn was talking about how well David Martin is doing, and then he immediately spun off turn 4. That's why I pointed out that my drivers had done that as well, though probably not on their own. They were they got a bit of help from Pascal Eggers.
Yeah. But Pascal's a very helpful person.
But it's great to see Pascal on course to get a podium here, because I think he fully deserves that.
Yeah, he might have get some other
Would be
memories from
wouldn't
this
it be
track.
his? Yes, wouldn't it be his second podium of the season after finishing second at Nordschleife?
Yeah, I think it could be, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. If I look back at the points, that seven. Let's see, fifth in Barcelona, Silverstone, second at Nordschleife, but fifth at Interlagos. So yeah, there we go. Great to see them finish much closer to the podium.
On the podium.
On the
if they-
podium, yes, yeah, much closer to victory. I mean, because let's face it, Finnevond, they've been one of the stalwarts of the championship, and it's a shame to not see them. For them not to have won in, I know you would agree with this on this speed, and for not to see them win in LMP2 or LMP1 yet. Of course, LMP1 a new category, of course, for this season. But it feels like a lot of different teams have won in LMP2, and Finnevond are one of the few outliers of all the sort of stalwarts like Iris, Valet, Mugen.
Yeah, we had some silly moments in the start of the season. I got disqualified for we got disqualified for not having the lights on in Catalonia.
Oh, I
think-
remember that.
My teammate went on the wrong tires on Silverstone when there was rain. So yeah, there was like these chances where we could have get some decent, maybe a podium or something, and then we just miss out because of small skill issues.
Comet Explorer takes another half a second out of Oliver Hargatar on this lap, but he's only got 25 minutes left. The gap seems mostly the same, 21 seconds, isn't it? So he's not
It's-
closing fast enough.
Stagnating a bit, yeah.
Yeah, or it seems when he's on a fast lap, he then finds himself like earlier there was a gaggle of LMP and LMP2 cars all coming to lap him at once, and generally each lap, most of he's been faster than Hardy.
Yeah, he's closer to 20 seconds now. The last couple of sectors have gone his way.
But he hasn't quite been the second lap quicker that we thought he was going to be, that he was looking to be.
So Peter, apart from yourself, do you have a driver of the race so far? Or maybe a team of the race if that's easier. Apart from
well,
139.
Jason Baines has been going for it the whole
Jansen has
race.
been absolutely exceptional. The pole lap was brilliant, and every time he's got in the car, they have just looked unbeatable.
I can't remember seeing him pointing the wrong direction or anything.
And you got to wonder as well. The 23 had, if the steward decision had gone their way at Silverstone, if they'd won that one against Iris number 8, if they hadn't been taken out by the back marker in the Nordschleife, and a little bit of that was there. It was kind of a bit of racing incident really. Those didn't really see each other in time. But if those two things had not happened, they would be probably leading the championship.
Yeah. And
But-
if you like, he's now lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than Todd on the last lap as well. So
But also we found with Vince is it has been pretty much all season the only person who can beat Vince is himself, because we've had him either leading a race by some margin and not giving enough room to back markers and having contact, which has caused him to have penalties and
Whoa! Mayer off at turn 3 into the gravel in the 42, which will be music to the ears of Tom Dillon. David Martin still 4 laps down on him. Off, trying to desperately get his fuel and tyres to the end of the race without having to stop again. 23 laps on this stint. I think that about 24 now for Christian Toth. Be a bit tricky for him, isn't it, to get to the end in a decent state? But he's certainly got the gap to Erdeli now that he can pit into if he needs to. And I agree with what you're saying, Ryan, about there's an element of Janssen Bintz sort of beating himself at times, but his teammates have really stepped up, especially Arthur Fucci today. Has done a really superb job as well.
Yeah, I
Surprised
think-
not to see Martin Novak get behind the wheel, but I guess they only needed the 2 drivers because it feels like I don't think Bince has done it. I don't think Bince will have done 65% of the race when we get to the end because that's the sort of upper limit. Oh, as Valencia really goes across the curb there at turn 12, sorry. Borre's got the gap down to 19 seconds.
Yeah.
1 minutes to go. The problem is he's going to have, at one point, he's going to get to more minutes. He's going to have less minutes in the race than there are seconds that he needs to catch. And catching at a second a lap every lap, it's looking a bit unlikely as Valencia comes in for a splash and dash, I think.
Yes, it should be.
Got
Hopefully.
the gap that's off to do this. So provided... because he's going to see seconds start to sprint away a little bit. But if Bore and Targetai crash into each other on the final lap, then you know who's going to be there to take advantage on fresh tyres.
Oh, and that's not going to take the bus.
Yeah, it's Belay just getting some experience in the school of hard knocks, going well over the curb and a bit more. Yeah, really the closest battle is Bore versus Hargitai on track, because everyone else is the next closest is like 64 seconds, I think. Back in the battle for fifth, sorry. I think Toff is the only one who's really in danger. I think there might be 1 or 2 who might have to make a splash dash near the back, but I think Top is the main one in terms of the title protagonists. There's Mario Valencia having exited the pits. Top is 73 seconds behind, so yeah, he's well and truly safe from that, and looking well on his way to 3rd position. If I understand, well, I think they'll be de facto 3rd in the championship behind the 87. But in terms of, because there's the 3 who have run out, I think they'll still be behind Satellite. So in the actual standings, they'll be 4th at the end of the race, if I've got the points right. I'm pretty sure 45 is 5 short of 50. Look, the bottling car, Naxati, really drifting into turn 4 there ahead of Neil Evers. Lap ahead, actually, so Evers looking to try and unlap himself as we ride on board.
And Vince still pushing. He did a
Right behind them as well, yeah.
He did a fastest final sector. Vince.
Yeah, 1:34.5 that last lap, so certainly the fastest man on track by some margin.
Yeah. Or he's gone 6 tenths quicker, so I'm trying to find
Yeah, at this point he needs to have something happening to Archetype to get the position. So
someone coming to that round. Yes, so didn't we say that we were going to do a special ball?
yeah, he went in at 52.
Yeah.
Yep, so that's going to jump behind Sandak then, but I think he was already behind him, so...
Haggard
really-
is coming in as well.
Yeah, good call.
He was close to the pit lane there, speed-wise.
It's a bit harder to make the speed limit in an LMP than a GD.
Yeah.
Have a look at as he tries to get the gap under. Yeah, the problem is now he's got 17 minutes to close an 18-second gap. It's looking less and less likely.
All we can really bank on is that he continues to do these fast lap times and how the track goes into some sort of trouble.
Or he needs potentially a code 80 or something to level the playing field a bit. Anyway, lap 283. 15 minutes left to go as the leader pits.
Oh, Novak is driving now.
Oh, there we go. So Martin Novak getting his obligatory 15 minutes of fame.
Yes.
Quite literally. Good, now we're going to finally get to run it through to the finish and see Valet get that well-deserved second win of the season. Both classes as well. It's the first time I think Valet have won both of the prototype classes.
Yeah. Definitely.
I think previously only Mugen and Iris had pulled that off. I think only
so.
Mugen have done it, because I'm pretty sure Iris have won LMP1 and LMP2, but in different races, I think.
And then he's just put a first one back to him.
Well, looks like Mario hasn't given up then.
He's gonna close the lap.
151.7, yeah, that's not bad. A tenth off what Hargitai's done in the race lead. Yeah, Hargitai's actually increased the gap slightly to Bore, so I think it's going to take something truly spectacular to upset that finishing order.
Yeah, I don't know if the tyres are now giving their best on Bore because he's, I think for the first time we've seen him go slower.
Yeah, I mean, he has been on them laps, I think, compared to Hargitai's 12. They probably pushed a lot in that first 10 laps or so, and he's starting to feel the pain of that, potentially. I'm just glad that unlike it was Interlagos, where I basically didn't eat dinner until after the race.
Cool. You had dinner now, or?
I had it. That's why I stopped like earlier.
Fair enough.
Well, I had two big breaks. The one was I did like the first 2.5 hours, and you were there in the end of that.
Yeah.
I then left for like about an hour or two. Came back, did like half an hour before dinner, went to do dinner, and then since I got back from dinner, apart from like a 5-minute toilet break where there was a pass for the lead in LMP1, but no one commentating. Apart from that, I've been just going through to the end.
Yeah. I remember when I was doing commentary on the Endurance Championship, and that was totally on my own. For one of the races, I think it was maybe 8 hours, 12 hours. And their races, I think, started later than the EERC, so it meant that the races finished at midnight or 1 in the morning. UK time. And I remember not really when I was doing the commentary on those, I was never really having proper dinner. In fact, I never really had any proper breaks over that course. So my brain was well and truly fried and turned to mush by the end of that. I think it was just any chance I could get away to have some cheese and crackers, and that was about it.
It's little snack foods. Decision number 13 from Nick Homewood. Warning for bottling motorsport number 28, typing and a live race session. Like Nick said, he needs to be careful that his teammates or himself is not typing messages to each other, because that could potentially land them in hot water and put that third place at risk and into the clutches of the 139. Wouldn't it, Peter Schumann?
I wouldn't mind. They can talk a bit more into the chat.
You gotta. Maybe we can encourage them using this live stream to blow an easy third place in the last 11 minutes.
Yes.
What's the worst that can happen? Go on. you know
have
you
to
want
take some
to.
risks in life, otherwise it's not fun.
Trash talk people via text specifically, not like the us losers with our voice chat.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh.
Bore is closed a little bit back in on Hargitai, but it's not enough. With
No.
10 minutes left to go.
It's waiting for the flag now.
For avoiding
moment-
each other for the last 10 minutes, I guess, for all the cars out there.
But usually the moment you think it's done.
Whoa!
Whoa. Well,
Literally the moment you think it's done, that
Yeah.
happens. And poor
Stop.
Rafa Meyer even sparks a little bit on the curve as he gets going again. That's a first chicane. He's got it wrong on the entry. Meyer gets going again, and he's already so far down that the only person in LMP2, I think, he's ahead of two people, isn't he? Martin and Volmerhaus in the reading game and the valet,
oh,
respectively.
Lichten.
Whoa, Lucas!
He's gonna make
Second
a
place, 77, who's been doing his level best, but he's dropped to nearly 90 seconds behind Fabian Ballet, and Ballet has once again put in a superb performance.
Yeah, so he's messed up going into pit lane there.
He realised way too late that he needed more fuel to get to the end, I think, Lucas Lichten. 23 laps on that last stint, so it definitely wasn't tyres, it was fuel, I think, that he was worried about.
Yep, 7.8 seconds for the pit stop. Just a couple liters to go.
So we're probably going to get to lap 290, but certainly not lap 300. So I was almost bang on with my prediction earlier, as it happened.
Yeah, you said 280, 290 after a while. Probably without the code 80 maybe. Oh, the code 80 was not too long, to be honest. Can't blame Pins for it. He tried his best to make it 300.
Very true. Although Novak is at the wheel at the moment, so...
Yeah.
And his laps have been okay, 139. He's got big enough gap so he can sort of take it fairly easy, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's just bringing it home right now.
Probably Novak's probably not the best driver in the 23's lineup, but he's capable, he's solid.
Yeah, if you're gonna drive 15 minutes, you probably don't practice too much as well.
Quite funny how Vince and let's not forget Arthur Fucci, they kind of did the hard work in this race. It's Martin Novak who will cross the line and take all the glory. I guess Vince got his glory in Interlagos. Let me finish, but it's a team effort at the end of the day. Even if you do 15 minutes, it's you need someone driving to win the race.
Exactly, yeah. If you don't have someone for the last 50
Eggert
minutes,
really cuts across turn 1 and 2.
fastest lap time incoming.
Ellis behind is putting the first one first.
Ellis is just 117 seconds behind him, just still on the same lap as Volmerhaus pits from last in LMP2. 11 laps down the leader. Yeah, the 32 decent drivers on there, but their strategy has not really been particularly excellent today. I mean, they've had some good fights there, put some good entertainment up for us. Battle between them and, was it Boyd Transport number 40?
Yes,
Throwing up the sparks and the exits of every corner. Feels like that Free Bond is like laced with fireworks in the floor.
yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
But you see it quite a bit in the LMP2s, but especially with the LMP1s, it seems. Maybe they just run that bit lower to the ground.
Yeah, like I think me and Pas got checked. Like I could run minimum 4 centimeters on the front, and he could like do maximum, I think, 3.8 or something centimeters. So they're running quite a bit lower.
Final 6.5 minutes to go then. And it's going to be for Valet. 2 in a row in LMP1. And they take the championship lead in LMP2. Or is it their third? Got just enough time to do that before we have to focus on the finish.
Yeah.
We're 16 seconds now behind Hargitai. It would be their second win of the season because they won Barcelona and they were second in Interlagos. Finished every race at least. They're one of them and in fact the 21 retiring. I think the 33 will now be the only LMP2 runner that's finished every race apart from the 139 of course. But they'll be the leading one. The light. I think it will be this independent team's first finish, which is good for them. Off, kicks up the curb, kicks up the sparks. Stint off doing on the fuel, I wonder. "33 laps then, so it's going to be really tight with Toff actually.
Yeah, he might have to come in for
To finish in the pit lane at this rate.
yeah. I mean, he's
Saving
not gonna
fuel.
get to Valencia or getting
I
overtaken.
think he's lost interest because he's 93 seconds now behind Mario Valencia. I think
Yeah. Maybe it's just fuel saving to not have to do another pit stop.
got a whole lap over Daly, but yes, I suppose Team Imperium leading the championship. Easy 4th place, no need to take too many risks here. .290 then, with just under 4 minutes left to go. 292 I think is going to be the final lap, or is it 293?
Oh, that's gonna be maybe 293. Like, is this lap number 290?
Love it, yes.
Okay, yeah, then I think 290.
Last lap by Novak was a 1:30.
Oh,
Oh, is that
Bora.
Bora in trouble? Well, it looked a bit like the engine had failed, but I think it was just some
dust.
dust being kicked up into the atmosphere. So, uses that advantage that he had cut into on Hargitai, and he will have to settle for second instead.
That got my heartbeat a bit up. I thought he blew his engine there, yeah.
Oh, absolute heartbreak with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Good for Finnevon though.
would be,
Second
yeah.
place. But of course, having the 59 there is really, it really feels like the 59 is there to take points away from the 87's rivals, especially with Boré and Blumschein being Irish drivers as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, if the If you
I
want
mean,
to
they
win,
were
you...
out to win the race for themselves too, but as it happens, the effect of it is that it's more points that the others can't score. Lichten spins from second in class at turn 3, and that's not good for him as he gets going again. Moving out. Got tagged maybe, potentially by one of the GD3s that didn't see him. I don't think Lichten will be too annoyed at that because big gap to Naxati behind the 102 seconds, and he wasn't really catching Ballet, it must be said. Very similar times to him. Ooh, just cut to Martin Novak, and the car looked like it was about to explode there. He stuck behind one of the GDs. The Paul Street boys. Oh, don't crash into him on the next to final lap. Here we go
Yeah.
then.
This is gonna be the last lap, isn't it?
Looks like it, because the clock's going to run out before he reaches the line. So Martin Novak starts, ends lap 291 and starts what will be lap 292. Going through the Buddh International Circuit for one final time. Ballet number 23. What can you really say? Exceptional performance by them. If you thought Interlagos was good, Buddh was even better. And look at what we've got coming up. Road Atlanta, the 12-hour race. We've got Road America coming up.
Very challenging tracks. It's easy to
The
lose a lot
Petit
of
Le
time
Mans,
there.
actually, they're calling Road
Yes.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
8 hours of Road America, 8 hours of Fuji, Imola 6 hours, and then the Bahrain 24. I wouldn't bet against Valet being similarly strong. It's just a case of staying out of trouble, and they've really perfected that of late. And not just in EERC, but in VEC as well. Valet, I think, won with Bintz at the wheel as well. Let's the sparks fly one final time through turns 10 and 11. Not long now for Valet as he negotiates the final sector. Clock runs out, so only 2 corners remain for Martin Novak and Valet number 23. It's going to be 2 wins in a row. Set their championship back on track. Here we go through the final corner now, and the 8 hours of Buddh go to Valet Esports, Martin Novak, Jansen Bintz, and Arthur Fouche. What a great job by the number 23 crew. There is Zoltan Top about a lap down. But where is the number 33, driven by Fabien Ballet? There he is. They win in LMP2 to retake the championship lead for Valet in LMP2 and beat the 77 that won the bested them last time out at Interlagos. There they are now, Lichten second in class. Still a good performance by the 77 with Neuberger finishing in third. Another podium for Bodling Motorsport. But here is the 87. We did sort of think they would win going in, but in the end, it was really the 59's mistake, or some misfortune that happened to the 59 that really handed it to them. But let's take nothing away from Oliver Hargitay, Wesley Bucat and co. They drove absolutely exceptionally. Going to be another win for Iris in a row. And they joined late to the party, but they're certainly making an impression in the championship. This is going to move them up to joint second, I believe, in the standings. Here they go, through the final corner. Oliver Hargitay wins the GD3 class at the 8 hours of Buddh for Iris. And the 87 is victorious once more. There is the 59, 20 seconds down in the end. A little bit disappointment for the 59 of Blumschein and Boré, but still a great performance. Their best finish of the season for that team. And behind, look, it's Mary Valencia celebrating the Triple Four's first podium of the season. Absolutely fantastic. And let's not forget as well, your wheels missing. Some guys decided they're not going to bother with the race anymore, but there, the LMP1 that finished in third in the hands of Pascal Leggett. The LMP2 that finished fourth in the hands of Mia Levers, and this man, Peter Schumann, who you can hear right now, and the triple four of the podium finisher, Mario Valencia. So, Peter, of all the three teams, you guys letting the side down. You just missed the podium. Do you feel disappointed with that, or do you think, well, fourth is pretty good?
I feel like a complete failure now. No, I'm happy. Like from P8 to P4, I mean, it's better than we expected from today. We didn't had a lot of time to put into this race, so in the end, it's fine.
Right. So anyway, Ryan, would you like to help me through the final order then? So let's go through LMP1 first, if that's all right. You ready, Ryan?
Okay. Yeah. So the race win went to Martin Novak in the Valley Esports team. Second place was the number 22 of Zoltan Tov in the 22 Mugen Sim Racing. Third place was Pascal Eggert in the Ring of Bond, number 137. Fourth place was Jeffrey Ellis in the Team Rookie Monsters car. And then DNFs from that is fifth place is Pedro Barbosa in the TGM Simsport. And finally, sixth place, also a retirement, is Jan Katsu in the Seawolves Net Race Motorsport.
Yeah, very unlucky race for the both of them, especially Cat Out in the Seawolf car, qualified on the front row. If they'd not really got the race off to a bad start by hitting the 23, and really it got worse from there on, and could have been such a different story for them. But here's another story. LMP2, Fabian Ballet crossed the line victorious for Valley Esports 33 to make it both prototype classes in the same race in India, going the way of the Yellow Army, as they call themselves, Valley Esports. Lucas Lichlin was second, runner-up this time for the 77 after breaking their duck last time out at Interlagos. David Nex had his third for Bottling Motorsports number 28 after a good performance by them. Fourth, the 139 of Mia Levers, Peter Schumann and co. Their best finish of the season, I believe. Then it is Maciej Sandek in fifth, in the number 40 Boyd Transport Racing. Their best finish of the season, too. David Vince for Team Iris 66. A little distance behind their teammate, but still, top six is a good return for them. In seventh, it's Raphael Mir for Zurich Virtual Racing number 42. David Martin is eighth for Reading Game Studio number 72. Paul Vol of Olmerhouse in the Valley number 32. Rounds out the field from Jessica Trinos and Sandra Van Sand and Martin Maguli, our retirements. Maguli, the championship leaders going into this round, joint championship leaders, retiring and losing the championship lead, so a costly round for them. Then finally, let's go quickly through the GD3 results. It's Oliver Hargitay who takes victory for Iris, number 87, for 2 races in a row, beating Carl Magnus Bore after Bore's late drama, late damage and spin, forcing him to relinquish the lead in the 59 FRA sim racing car. Mario Valencia was third in the 444 Finavon Motorsport machine. Christian Toff, fourth championship leader for Team Imperia number 16. They keep the lead, but it's cut down severely. Skazbolik Zardeli finishes fifth for Paul Street Boys. Gerge Belay is sixth for his independent team. And then Nelson Ignacio for the 27 Motorsport and Santa Kenez for the HHR team both failed to make the finish. Go. Let's see session results. So let's see if we can get our interviews going. Anyone is waiting to talk to us. Nobody's waiting to talk to us. So let's see. Shall we go for Valet and drag Jensen Bintz and Martin Novak in, since they seem to be still around? So we are joined now by LMP1 race winners for the second race in a row, the crew of Valet number 23, Jensen Bintz and Martin Novak. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Oh, you're a bit quiet, Jensen.
Yeah, my mic is drunk.
Okay.
Who wants to start, Martin? You, me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hello. So, we won.
I noticed. I gave you a big commentary and everything. And celebrated. It was very jubilant.
It was really like at the beginning. We had a little incident with a little.
74, yes.
Yeah, but he showed really great sportsmanship, and when I approached him on track, he gave me the place back, so that was really kind. So it wasn't really a malicious move. Probably his brakes were cold, which can happen. The brake holes on this car are really hard, so every pit stop, for example, is really hard to. The first corner after pit stop is really hard to take, really hard to judge the braking point. So I think this can happen. Well, nonetheless, we made our way through after this incident to the Mugen car, which did the best defending I've ever seen in my life. Like really, I'm honest. It was really great defending what they did. They had really big straight line advantage. It was really hard to get close, and the acceleration out of the straights were really brilliant. So it was really hard to get past. And then when we got past, after like half an hour being stuck behind them because they were a little barrier for us.
Well, they're difficult to beat for a reason, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah, it really is. They were really great in defending. We unfortunately had some hardware issues where my wheel stopped working for split seconds, which made the car go straight. This was really dangerous, so we decided to pit. And fortunately, we were close to our pit stop windows anyways, but I thought I would have fixed my wheel by simply changing some settings, but it just made everything worse. So we need to pit again and lost roughly 40 seconds. Then our teammate, which unfortunately isn't here because he has a date with a girlfriend, so he deserves it, did an awesome job gaining
Arthur
back
Fuche.
time. Yeah, Arthur Fuche, yeah.
I pronounced it correctly. Yeah, I knew.
Yeah, like he's French, so it's probably Arthur, but Arthur is great as well. Yeah, he did a really great job. We closed a little bit the gap, then I got back to the car. For some reason, I managed to close the gap of 60 seconds. I think Mugen had some kind of incident. I'm not sure, however. Because we were like kind of out of sync in pit stops, like they pitted like always in the middle of our stint. It was kind of difficult to judge who had the better strategy at the end. Well, yeah. Then Arthur was back in the car. I was cooking. So
It was a long race.
it was a really long race, really exhausting. My parents are screaming at me to freaking shut up my PC, but well, I'm still here.
Okay. Well, I think we'll let you celebrate your victory then, Jensen.
Well, I'm right going to bed, so
Okay,
nice
fair enough.
celebration.
But I thought I would just talk to Martin because we've seen Martin do many races before. He's never got. It was very generous of you, Jensen, to let Martin do the final stint.
Yeah, we had some thinking about for hold on, I need to. Yeah, with Martin, we were thinking because how we will do that. Because we also had some kind of issues and stuff, and my stint timer was also really close. So Martin was in the car and finished the race, and he deserves this because he did a really great job in being a race engineer.
Indeed, I would completely agree with that, and it was a great moment to commentating across the line, Martin. So congratulations to both of you. I'm gonna let you both get some bedtime, and I think I'm gonna invite our LMP2 winner, Sabakis, who's still around. And best of luck for the rest of the season, and we hope you can get the championship going all the way down to the last race.
We hope that too. Thank you very much.
We need to, otherwise we've got nothing to commentate on. But anyway, joining us now, as I said, is Sabakis from Valet number 33, who won the LMP2 class. Saba, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Hi, you guys.
Congratulations! That was a great win.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, especially that first stint. I could tell that was not an easy car to drive because you had so many issues and you were losing the rear end quite a bit. But you got it under control. You made progress, and when it was really once you got past the 77 that you were able to really take control of that one, wasn't it?
Yeah. Our tire wear was magnificent all over the stint. However, I practiced a bit more rubber at the start of the race, so it was a bit scary to drive like these lap times. On that rubber, our setup is just simply was shit. So we had to simply just fall back and wait until the temperatures are going a bit lower and the rubber is building a bit higher. But actually it did, so yeah.
I know we're
Pace were there.
post-watershed, but I apologise for any children who are still up and got offended by Saba's language there. But I know you didn't mean it in a bad way. It was a difficult setup, like you say.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, actually we've had zero time to prepare. I actually did only 4 laps. That was the most stinting what I did. So yeah, that's not ideal for an 8-hour race, but yeah, when we don't have time, we can't do much.
But I tell you what is ideal: you retaking the championship lead, and your rivals, the number 21 Mugen team, who you were level with going into this race, scoring no points whatsoever because they don't finish.
Yeah.
So that is a good feeling, right?
It's good. It's a good feeling.
But certainly you can't relax too much because the 77 are slowly keeping you very much on your toes. It would seem, even though they were quite a way, almost a lap down by the end here. Such was your dominance.
I'm sorry for the Mugen guys because they were pretty fast at the start, especially Switch.
I'm sure we'll see them back next race in Road Atlanta. I'm sure in the Petit Le Mans. But anyway, thanks for talking to us, Saba, and I hope you have a well-earned break now because that was it. We were just talking to the 23 crew and they sounded pretty exhausted too. So I'm gonna drag in the GD3 winners now as well, see what they have to say. But thanks very much for talking to us. Best of luck for the next race, and congrats on your victory. That's 2 from this season now.
Thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Cheers. All right, let's get the crew of the 87 into the... I'm sorry, I'm not giving you any chance to ask questions around. But just trying to get through them as a... Because the interviews tend to go on a while, don't they?
It's totally fine. I'd probably only be echoing what you're saying.
Okay, let's get these guys unmuted so they can actually talk to us. That would be helpful. So we've just been joined by the crew of the Team Iris 87 car that was victorious at the 8 Hours of Buddh. And that is, of course, Oliver Hargitay, Stanislas Pajald, and Wesley Buchhout. All 3 of them. So guys, who wants to talk first about their race? Well done. Congratulations, by the way. That's 2 wins out of 2. So you were late, as I said in the broadcast, you were late to the party, but you're certainly making an impression.
Yeah, maybe let's start with Wesley because it starts the race.
Yeah, that's a chronological order. That's a good way of thinking about it.
Of course. So yeah, great to have won another race here. I'll just talk you through from my perspective from the start of the race. Qualifying went really well, of course. Then the race start, managed to pull a gap. Put a 40-second gap before my stint was over. No problems from my side. Then we had a little bit of a hiccup during Stan's stint, but then when Oliver got in the car, with Stan's great tactical decision to not swap for tires during our final pit stop, we managed to take home the win.
There we go. So, because we saw the 59 that was leading crashed out in the closing stages, I think while Oliver was driving. Not that car, obviously, but the 87. So I don't think you guys had anything to do with it. But it seemed like they had to pit for repairs, and that was what put them at the disadvantage at the end. But you guys certainly did go bold with the tyre strategy. I would agree on that.
I got to see if they got the repairs done for if Carl has done the repair, but apparently he doesn't have. But yeah, I don't know how, but I have this idea of trying to do 1.5 stint on used tires because Oliver has a very nice tire way where he wasn't using at all his tire, and so yeah. Also, he was very quick, so both points were good. From my side, the start was a bit difficult, but after that, it was still okay, and I managed to save some lap of fuel. That because we were a bit behind when Wesley gave me the wheel, and because of that, we fight back. And so then after, when I gave the car to Oliver, we were fine on this way, and so we just have to do it with tires and fuel to the end.
Stanislav, I wasn't watching at the time because I was busy, and I did quite a lot of the race, so please forgive me. But during your stint, I saw you had really close to Tobias Blumschein. Was that a really good battle? Did you enjoy that?
Oh yeah, it was fun. Yeah, I saw him coming, and more he was coming behind me, and more I have a great pace because I won't be get overtaken that easily. So I was saying no, I won't let him go. So, but I made a small mistake, so he passed me. But then he made a mistake, so I repassed him. And then after we had this fight at the end of the straight, and yeah, I was maybe a bit carefuler. But it was still long time to the race to go, so we need to be a bit careful. And so we win, so that doesn't matter. But it was a good battle.
Indeed, and it was a shame that I didn't see any of it. So that's the way it goes sometimes. Endurance racing can't be there the whole time. But I'm really glad to hear about it, and I'm sure Tobias was delighted with it as well. It's a shame I can't get him in here to get his perspective on the battle too. But before we end, guys, do you have anything else? Because this result, I believe, puts you guys second in the championship now, and you closed a lot of points on Team Imperium. I think you're joint second with Satellite, who aren't racing anymore. So I think Team Imperium are, I think, because they finished fourth, and because with the 59 there, that's an extra car that all your title rivals finished behind. So that's more points for you guys in terms of the advantage you get. So I believe they were 7 ahead, and 12. So I think they're 19 points ahead of you guys, which is a lot less than they were before now. So that's pretty good. You think you can close that 19-point gap before we get to the end of the season?
Let's hope. We are on a good momentum. So let's try to carry that out.
You guys certainly do like a challenge, don't you? Arriving late and then closing all the points on everyone else. Make it look very easy when, of course, it's not easy at all out there. But, wow. So, any closing comments before we end the broadcast? Because I'm pretty sure everyone else has gone away because I've taken too long to do these interviews.
Well, to say that I think we are a very strong team. And like to thank Stan and Oliver for being my teammates.
Yeah. I get the same thing in the other way. Thanks to Oliver and Wesley to be my teammate. We've done an amazing crew together.
And Iris still very much in the shout of winning LMP2 and looking very, very strong. Possibly the favourites now as we go into the second half of the season. So Team Imperium will be looking very, very nervously in the wing mirror of their Aston Martin for the rest of the season, I'm sure. But thanks for joining us, guys. Ryan, do you have any, and Peter, of course, who's still here if you are, do you have any final thoughts before we go off air? Race?
Well, obviously, it was a very interesting finale for the GT3. Obviously, seeing the Iris guys take the lead off of Boris, and it'll be interesting to see what happens when we go into Petit Le Mans, where at Road Atlanta, because that is one interesting circuit, that one I very much enjoy myself.
Indeed, and Road Atlanta will be in about 34 days' time on the 18th of June, I think. So look forward to that. In the meantime, we still got the finale of EERC Formula E, which hopefully me and Joshua will be able to do. I think Joshua's voice is completely destroyed. If you really want to hear more of my voice, you can tune into Formula Sim Racing Academy Championship at 3:45 p.m. tomorrow, where I'll be doing the Academy race. If you want to hear even more, I'll be doing the highlights from World Championship later in the week. But that was a brilliant 8 hours of Buddh. It's great to be back, and it was great to see all that racing out there, and we were certainly given quite a show today. Hope you enjoyed it too. So from me, Edward Hunter, from all of the crew here at EERC, including Ryan, I did forget to mention you in the last broadcast, Ryan, even though you did start with me at Brazil, so I apologise for that. There's the Fin of On guys want to join, so actually I should probably let them say something before I end the broadcast.
They've been waiting a quite time.
I know, I got very caught in my own ego there. Do I need to unmute anybody? No, I think everyone's unmuted. So we're just been joined by the 444 crew and Pascal Eggert, both of which finished on the podium. Pascal Eggert in LMP1 in the 137, Mario Valencia and Nick Homewood in GD3 in the 444 machine. So certainly it's Pascal Eggert's second podium of the season, actually, after Nordschleifer. And it's Mario Valencia and Nick Homewood's first of the season. So congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
And so shall we go to GD3 runners first? So Nick, Mario, it was looking like you were fighting against Team Imperium to finish third in the opening phase of the race, and then the Code 80 came at exactly the right time for you. Did you think the wind was on, or did you always think that maybe the 87 and the 59 would be just a bit too quick for you?
They were pretty quick. There was some time I had hope, but it was pretty quickly dashed.
It didn't last long, the hope.
But Mario, we saw your defensive driving against the 59, and that was very impressive because you had such short tires, and they still weren't able to pass you. You drove the widest Finavon car I think we've seen since Mugello last year.
Yeah, I was panicking because he was flashing the headlights all the time. So I don't know if I was doing something wrong or something like that.
I think he was a bit frustrated.
Yeah,
I'd have to look back because I remember that too. Yeah, so because I was on board with him while he was flashing the lights.
Very stressful, definitely, because I mean we were both losing time. The other guy, the guy that finished P1, also was closing up. So I don't know if it was right to battle or to just let him go. But I wanted to battle a bit, and it was worth it.
And you guys, I believe you're effectively moving up to fourth in the overall championship standings, but it's effectively third because Satellite Racing aren't competing anymore, and they'll be sort of joint second now with the 87. Do you guys feel like you're the dark horses for the title? Do you think you can maybe keep sneaking the points, keep sneaking the podiums, and you can maybe take it away from both of them if you win in Bahrain out of nowhere?
It would be hard.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, we will battle it, but we had very bad luck at the beginning of the season, and that's gonna
But it's turning around now, though, because that Code 80 came exactly the right point.
Yes, but the problem is for this race we weren't really motivated, so we didn't really practice a lot. And for the race that we didn't really practice a lot, it's the race with the best outcome. So yeah.
Never gonna practice again.
Yes. I think we could get P2 on the championship if we go for it.
Yeah, certainly. Team Imperium will be. I mean, they're looking very nervously at the 87. They might have another eye on the 444 as well if things go to plan for the Dutch team. But well done, guys, because you've definitely earned that podium today. Moving on then to Pascal, who's been waiting very patiently in the 137 crew. So it was quite a dramatic start, and you were running second for quite a while. And then you ended up having to consolidate third and hold off rookie monsters. It did seem like a bit of a quiet race, not going to lie. But you did everything required of you, Pascal, and it was nice to see India treat you a little bit better on this occasion.
Yeah, the grip wasn't as expected at the start for me, that's why I was struggling a bit. But it came to me then in the end, and I think we were a bit faster than the rookie monster and had the better strategy. So
I believe you set the fourth fastest lap of anyone in LMP1 at some point. You set a 1:34.2, or that might have been in the hot laps. But that might not have been
was
the
towards
race
the
itself.
end. It was with this.
It was, yes. Very impressive, actually, because only Toff, Katow, and Bint set faster lap times.
It felt quite good car. We were really down on the straight, but in the corners we were faster than everyone, I think.
Does that mean more to you, this result, than the Nordschleife? Or is it about the same? Because Nordschleife, you were second, of course, and you beat Rookie Monsters. But here, it felt like there was a bit more going on.
Yeah. Both were fine, and I think it's gonna be interesting with the Rookie Monster in the season.
Certainly, and of course, the 23 gaining a lot of momentum. I think you're still ahead of them in the championship, though. Because such as
23.
The 23, because they retired from 2 races, and every other race they seem to have either won or finished second in.
Oh, the Valle, you mean?
Valle, yes.
Yeah. But I don't think we can hold them behind. But I mean,
well,
you
never know. You seem to be ahead of them at the moment.
So...
I'm just looking on a positive, Pascal. I'm just
yeah,
trying to help you out here.
They're
gonna throw you a bone.
Let's see. We're gonna try our best for sure. I'm very looking forward to Road Atlanta, one of my favorite tracks.
Please don't listen back to the stream because when you spun at the first corner a couple of times, I made fun of you slightly, but not in a mean way. Peter joined in. Peter encouraged me. He made me do bad things. But anyway, I'm very happy for you, Pascal. Genuinely.
Thanks. Thank you.
It's good. It's good. I think after what's happened over the past few weeks, I think I don't want to say no one more than me would be happy to see you. Is happy to see you finish on the podium. But I'm certainly
That's
up
already
there.
behind me.
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to bring it up. I'm just trying to say there's a good way to finish our Indian adventure. Yeah, so let's move on from the war crimes. no more hate tribunals. So, Road Atlanta next, and I'm sure we're all going to look very much forward to that. So, from all the race directors, from myself, from Ryan Ferris, from all of us here at EERC in New Delhi at the Buddh International Circuit, goodbye. We'll see you in 34 days' time for the 10 hours of Road Atlanta, also called Petit Le Mans minus 2 hours, on the 18th of June. And that's going to be quite some fun. And make sure you're there. And but of course, I'm still doing more commentary tomorrow if you can't get enough of my voice. As I was saying earlier, before I lost my flow, I'll be doing Formula Sim Racing Academy tomorrow. And then, of course, I think the weekend after, it's Formula E finale in London, if I remember correctly. Nick will know. But
it's on Wednesday, yeah.
Oh, the Wednesday. It's happening, and it's Joshua Hamilton versus Heist Sonneveld, yes. Not Joshua Birch versus Heist Sonneveld, as I mistakenly said during the commentary at one point.
Well, he can jump in,
Yeah, we'll make it a freeway. Why not? Anyway, but thanks very much for listening and watching. We hope you enjoyed the 8 hours of Buddh. 5 races down, 5 to go, and lots of excitement in store.